Villain. I really don't want to be a scumbag. Chapter 121 Luo Yufei attacks on the face. Demon Moon Sect. As the time for the 8 sects competition approaches, the preparations for the Demon Moon Sect are also coming to an end. Check the arena over there again to make sure there are no mistakes or the other sects will laugh at us. It's the Elder. The arenas have already been built, but they must be sturdy enough to avoid collapse before a few battles are held, so a final inspection is required. Yangshan. In a palace, the leader of the Demon Moon Sect, Bai Shangfeng, looked at his disciple Yangshan. To be honest, he really didn't expect Yangshan's cultivation to improve so quickly. He remembered that when he first accepted Yangshan as his disciple, he was only at the first level of Tongshuan realm. Now, he has already reached the 10th level of Tongshuan realm. Of course, this is due to his strong support in providing resources. The bigger reason is that the other party has good talent, otherwise, he would not have made such a big improvement in such a short time. Yangshan, in the disciple section, you must find a way to get first place. Do you understand? Bai Shangfeng looked at Yangshan and said seriously, whatever reward you want, I will satisfy you when the time comes. Master, I just want to kill Qin Haitian, Yangshan said in a deep voice. The reason why he was able to make such a great improvement in his cultivation in such a short period of time was mainly because of the great hatred in his heart, which forced Yangshan to practice with all his strength. Of course, this was also due to the great support from Bai Shangfeng. Don't worry, we won't let Qin Haitian live if we have the chance, but we can't act rashly now. Bai Shangfeng shook his head and said, in this competition, each sect will have at least 1 or 2 Daotai level strong men leading the team. If their Mo Yu sect dares to surround and kill people from a certain sect, it will definitely cause public outrage, and then they will be attacked by everyone. Although their Demon Moon sect is powerful, they cannot withstand the combined forces of the 8 sects. Of course, as to whether or not to hunt Qin Haitian down afterwards, that depends on the opinions of some of the higher-ups in their sect. Yes, Yangshan replied after taking a deep breath. He wanted to kill Qin Haitian with his own strength, but the gap between them was too big. It would take him 3 to 5 years to kill Qin Haitian alone. Because after his cultivation reached the perfection of Tongshuan realm, he reached a bottleneck in his practice and it would be difficult to break through in the short term. Of course, even if he could break through, it would be difficult for him to catch up with Qin Haitian in 3 to 5 years, and to catch up with the other party's current level of cultivation. This is really too difficult. It's not easy to deal with Qin Haitian as the son-in-law of the Lord of Chaos City. Although the Lord of Chaos City has left Qingzhou, there's no guarantee that the guy will come back in the future. Bai Shangfeng thought to himself. However, after getting that thing, one of our sect's grand elders has broken through to the 4 symbols realm. Even if the Chaos City Lord comes back in the future, our Demon Moon sect will not be afraid of him. After all, our sect has the first 4 symbols realm, and there will be a second, and even a third. Although the Chaos City Lord is powerful, he is just one person. The Grand Elder is still consolidating his cultivation recently, so it is not advisable to take action. Moreover, once he takes action, it will arouse the vigilance of other sects, which is not a good thing. Bai Shangfeng thought to himself, if there are 2 people in the 4 symbols realm, then one will be stationed in the sect and the other will attack the city. Soon, Qingzhou will become the world of our Demon Moon sect, just like the situation in Leizhou next door where only one sect is powerful. This is the sect's biggest secret at the moment. There are 8 major sects in Qingzhou, namely the Demon Moon sect, Feiyan sect, Baijian sect, Dao sect, Nanqiang sect, Ying sect, Ziyu sect, and Thunder sect. And with the arrival of the agreed 8 sects competition, one sect after another turned towards the Demon Moon sect. Qin Haitian sat on the flying boat, looking at his system panel. Open black lens bracket. Villain beauty system close black lens bracket host. Qin Haitian age, 56 cultivation. Star Sea realm 10th level 900,000 beauties. 10 Lu Ruoxian, Shui Hongluan, Leng Qingshuang, Shu Mengjiao, Shu Zhiqing, Sha Chuyan, Luo Yufei, Li Shangning, Su Xiaoyun, Han Yun luck value. 120,000 points Kung Fu. Perfected the 5th level of 100 flowers magic, perfected the roaring sky sound magic, perfected the walking snow without trace martial arts. Perfect 100 flowers sword technique open black lens bracket system mall close black lens bracket warehouse. 3-second true man pills 2, Dowling pills 4, roaring sky sound skill 1, treading snow without trace 1, Top Grade Spiritual Artifact Azure Sword 1, Dragon Elephant Pill 1, Super Grade Spiritual Artifact Golden Threaded Robe 1, Super Grade Spiritual Artifact Wind and Thunder Boots 1, etc. Senior brother. Just as Qin Haitian was looking at the system panel in deep thought, a voice rang out, disrupting Qin Haitian's thoughts. Qin Haitian took a look and saw that the person walking over was his junior sister Shui Hongluan. What's wrong, junior sister? Qin Haitian said with a smile. Nothing, just thinking about the future. Shui Hongluan said, you said you want to go to Zhongzhou. I won't go in the short term. Qin Haitian shook his head. His current strength is not enough to go to Zhongzhou. He has to destroy the Demon Moon sect first, and then talk about going to Zhongzhou. The situation of the Demon Moon sect is no different from that of the demonic path, except that the Demon Moon sect is too strong, so no sect dares to challenge the Demon Moon sect directly. Although Qin Haitian now has some means, he still cannot deal with the Demon Moon sect. Yeah, Shui Hongluan nodded. Junior sister, have you learned anything new about casting the Dao platform recently? Qin Haitian asked. I don't have much of an idea. Shui Hongluan shook her head. That's right, Shui Hongluan's cultivation has improved again, and now she has reached the perfect 10th level of Daotai realm. Don't be anxious, just practice step by step, Qin Haitian said. Not long after, 3 flying boats landed one after another in front of the Demon Moon sect's gate. This time, 3 people led the team to the Demon Moon sect. In addition to Qin Haitian, there were 2 Daotai realm powerhouses. These 2 Daotai realm powerhouses, one has reached the perfection of the 10th level of Daotai realm, and the other has reached the 7th level of Daotai realm. Although Bai Shangfeng hated Qin Haitian to the core, when Qin Haitian and his group arrived, there was no hatred on his face. Instead, he smiled kindly, as if he was not the one who led people to surround and kill Qin Haitian, and as if he was not the one who suffered a defeat at the hands of Qin Haitian in the City of Chaos. As the monks from the 8 sects arrived one after another, Qin Haitian also met some familiar faces, such as his beloved, his former fiancé Luo Yufei, the leader of the Southern Spear sect Li Yujin, the leader of the Feiyan sect Wang Yian. When they meet each other, they are polite to each other. Come with me. After seeing Qin Haitian, Luo Yufei called Qin Haitian to a deserted place to chat alone. Some people saw Luo Yufei calling Qin Haitian alone, and many people were extremely worried. Many people know about the story between the two. Seeing Luo Yufei's frosty face, Sect Master Luo will not attack Qin Haitian directly, right? Originally, Qin Haitian thought that after the meeting at the Qinglan Empire, Luo Yufei would at least not be cold and hostile to him when they met. However, Qin Haitian was wrong. The moment she saw him, Luo Yufei snorted coldly with a cold light flashing in her eyes. Qin Haitian took a look at the other party's favorability and felt a little strange. Before I looked at her, I thought she was very angry with me. But after looking at her, I found that her favorability was not low either, more than 80 points. Although it was lower than when we first separated, with this high favorability, my safety was still guaranteed. At least she would not kill me. Yufei. Qin Haitian coughed. Please call me Sect Master Luo. Luo Yufei said lightly. Okay, Master Luo, I don't know if there is anything you want to advise me. Qin Haitian paused and did not argue with Luo Yufei. He even deliberately lowered his posture. Are you here to participate in the competition, or to bring your beauty for a sightseeing tour of the Demon Moon sect? Luo Yufei looked at Qin Haitian expressionlessly. She originally thought that Qin Haitian really loved her deeply, but when she saw the beauties Qin Haitian brought with him, she felt that she had misjudged Qin Haitian. This guy had long become different from before. To put it bluntly, he is a scumbag. After hearing what Luo Yufei said, Qin Haitian knew that Luo Yufei was jealous, and jealousy is a good thing. Well, I do have a few too many women. Qin Haitian laughed dryly. Is that a bit too much? No wonder your cultivation progress is so slow. Look at where you put things. Luo Yufei said hatefully. Maybe there's a lack of supervision. Qin Haitian said to Luo Yufei meaningfully. Hearing Qin Haitian's meaningful words, Luo Yufei's cold and pretty face flushed, but soon returned to her frosty look. Practice is your own business. You are already in your 50s or 60s. Don't you understand this truth? A man remains young only until he dies. Ahem, maybe I just have a childish heart. Qin Haitian touched his nose and said, the damn man was young only when he died. I think your preference for women will never change. You just like young ones. Luo Yufei laughed out of anger. I would like to refute this. I also like some older girls, Qin Haitian said righteously. Just like his grandmaster Han Yun, he liked her very much, otherwise he would not have tied her up. Are you saying I'm old? Luo Yufei showed a dangerous look on her face. No, I didn't say you. Qin Haitian was surprised when he heard that. You're not talking about me. Do you have any older women that you haven't brought with you? Luo Yufei's face became even darker and murderous. No, Qin Haitian retorted. I brought them all here. Have you brought them all here? How many women are your Taoist companions? Luo Yufei asked in depth. Although he didn't know why Luo Yufei cared so much about his affairs, this was a good thing. Qin Haitian laughed and said, if you are included, there should be 6 or 7. I'm not your woman, Luo Yufei blushed and said angrily. I should have been angry, but after hearing what Qin Haitian said, I don't know why I couldn't get angry, and there was an indescribable feeling in my heart. It will be soon. You promised me before that as long as I can defeat you in this competition, you will be my woman. Then you will know how many women I have. Qin Haitian shrugged and said, you said I would lose to you. Don't dream, I will never show mercy to you. Luo Yufei said hatefully, I am not the same person I was before. Not only has my cultivation recovered, but it has also improved. My cultivation is now the same as yours. Qin Haitian said proudly. Under this circumstance, it is impossible for you to defeat me. Seeing Qin Haitian's arrogant look, Luo Yufei sneered and said, do you know that I can break through to the Daotai realm anytime I want? When reviewing the list of participants in the competition, there are restrictions on cultivation, but once the competition begins, there will be no restrictions on cultivation. Hearing Luo Yufei's words, Qin Haitian showed a look of astonishment. Is this still possible? So, you are too naive. How can someone like you lead a sect to become strong? The Baijian sect chose the wrong person by letting you be the sect leader. Luo Yufei said sarcastically. Qin Haitian, didn't the supreme elder of your sect tell you this? Of course, he might have told you, but you are a guy who only thinks about women, how could you pay attention to these things? Luo Yufei looked at Qin Haitian with contempt. Qin Haitian was helpless as Luo Yufei attacked him like crazy. The sect's supreme elder did say this, but that was what he said to his predecessor during the last competition. Qin Haitian searched his memory briefly and remembered this. Maybe my mind is really full of thoughts about women, so I habitually forget about this matter. After all, it's not your own memory, so it's not very convenient to use. He deserves to be ridiculed by Luo Yufei. Yufei, can't you go easy on me a little when the time comes? Qin Haitian said with a blink. Impossible. Luo Yufei snorted coldly. In this competition, I must help our sect gain enough benefits. What's more, what I hate most are those men who talk big but can't do it. Don't let me look down on you. Besides, you may not be able to get in front of me. Don't think that I am the only one who can break through to the Daotai realm at any time in this competition. For example, the leader of the Demon Moon sect, Bai Shangfeng, the leader of the Southern Spear sect, Li Yujin, the leader of the Feiyan sect, Wang Yian, not to mention all of them, most people can break through to the Daotai realm at any time. They just suppress the breakthrough in order to gain this benefit. Qin Haitian. So, is it really possible that my Baijian sect will be at the bottom of the 8 sects competition? If that doesn't work, you'd better take your people back to Baijian sect to avoid embarrassment. Luo Yufei said impolitely. Until the last moment, everything is still subject to change. Qin Haitian shrugged and said lightly. Then I'll wait and see. Luo Yufei snorted coldly, then turned around and left with a twist of her waist. Looking at Luo Yufei's graceful figure, Qin Haitian sighed. He wondered what his predecessor was thinking. This woman was so fragrant. How could he abandon such a woman and castrate himself? Admire. Chapter 122 Qin Haitian's murderous intention, Baijian sect takes the lead. Demon Moon sect. As the agreed time arrived, the competition started smoothly. This competition is an opportunity to redistribute the resources controlled by the 8 sects. These resources mainly include territory and the resources within the territory. This competition is divided into 2 parts. One part is the competition between disciples, and the other part is the competition between non-disciples. Of course, there is an age requirement for the competition between disciples, which is that the age cannot exceed 30 years old. For the competition between non-disciples, there is no age requirement, but there is a requirement for cultivation. However, the cultivation cannot exceed the Star Sea realm, at least it cannot break through to the Star Sea realm at the beginning of the competition. But if you break through during the battle, there is no problem. The points between disciples account for 30% of the share, while the points between non-disciples account for 70% of the share. As the battle began, many disciples came on stage to compete. Each sect selects 10 disciples to participate in the competition. Similarly, the competition between non-disciples also has 10 participants. There are a total of 80 people participating in the competition representing the disciples, and there are also 80 people participating among non-disciples. The 80 people are divided into group matches and knockout matches. There are 10 groups in the group match, with 8 people in each group. The top 2 teams in each group will enter the top 20, and then 2 rounds of knockout matches will be held. The top 5 will be selected, and a round-robin tournament will be held among the top 5. The competition mode is the same for both disciples and non-disciples. Qin Haishan was chatting with his junior sister Shui Hongluan while watching the fight between the disciples on the ring. Among the disciples, it will not be a problem for our Baijian sect to take first place. Shui Hongluan said softly. Yeah, Qin Haishan nodded. Shu Mengjiao's cultivation level was the Star Sea Realm, and it was not an ordinary Star Sea Realm. This was unique among all the disciples. At this time, a voice of criticism was heard. Shu Mengjiao's cultivation has reached the 6th level of the Star Sea Realm. How can she participate in the competition among disciples with such a high level of cultivation? Yeah, isn't that so unfair? Faced with doubts, Qin Haishan said, the competition between disciples originally requires age, so why not? This is the rule, a rule that has been established over many years and naturally cannot be changed. Of course, Shu Mengjiao is not the only one who has reached the Star Sea Realm before the age of 30. There are 2 others. However, one of them is at the 1st level of the Star Sea Realm, and the other is at the 2nd level of the Star Sea Realm. Those at the 1st level of the Star Sea Realm come from the Sword Sect and the Purple Moon Sect. The expression on the face of Bai Shangfeng, the leader of the Demon Moon Sect, was very grim. Although he did not expect that his disciples would definitely take first place, he could at least guarantee that they would not be in the top 3. However, he did not expect that they could not even get into the top 3. Because according to the points competition mechanism, it would not be a problem for the sects where the 3 Star Sea Realm cultivators belong to get into the top 3. Unless other talented and powerful people in the sect are not strong enough, but this is difficult, because the strength of the disciples of the 8 sects is similar. If there are some outstanding ones, it is easy to lead their sect to achieve good results. Master Bai, your sect is not that good. Don't you even have a disciple at the Star Sea Realm? This time, your Demon Moon sect will have no chance of winning the first place in the 8 sects competition. Qin Haishan said with a half-smile as he looked at Bai Shangfeng not far away. Bai Shangfeng's face was dark to begin with, and when he heard Qin Haishan's sarcastic words, his face became even darker. He gritted his teeth and said, Sect Master Qin, don't be so proud so early. The disciples, competition only accounts for 30% of the share. I don't believe you will be so proud when the non-disciples, competition comes. This is a competition among non-disciples. Is your sect really that good? I heard that you have lost a group of strong men in the Star Sea Realm. Can you still come out on top this time? Qin Haishan blinked. Speaking of this, Bai Shangfeng almost exploded on the spot. Their sect was indeed short of a group of Star Sea Realm cultivators. Who was the culprit? It was none other than this weird guy in front of him. Bai Shangfeng almost couldn't hold back the murderous intent in his heart and wanted to hammer Bai Shangfeng to death on the spot. This guy is so infuriating. Master Qin, do you know an old saying? Bai Shangfeng gritted his teeth and said, excessive happiness leads to sorrow. My favorite old saying is to enjoy life while you can. Qin Haishan shrugged and grinned. He naturally knew the implicit meaning of Bai Shangfeng's words, which was that their Mo Yu sect was keeping a close eye on him and might try to kill him in the future. But so what? Just be happy now and worry about the rest later. Bai Shangfeng. Qin Haishan's words made him extremely angry, but for a moment he didn't know how to refute Qin Haishan. When the other sect leaders heard Qin Haishan's words, the corners of their mouths twitched. Looking at Qin Haishan, they all felt that it was absurd. It was not that the 8 sects competition had not been held before, because it was held every 10 years. Qin Haishan was the sect leader in the last competition. They remembered that Qin Haishan was not like this at that time. He was still very steady and his words were warm and refreshing. But why did he seem like a different person now? Not only did he speak harshly, but he also scolded people so much that even the leader of the Mo Yu sect could not stand it. Qin Haishan, can you please speak less? You are the one who talks too much. At this moment, Luo Yufei said with some dissatisfaction. Master Luo is right, some people just talk too much. When Bai Shangfeng heard Luo Yufei speak, he immediately agreed. You too, nagging like an old woman with bound feet. Luo Yufei said coldly. Bai Shangfeng's face turned black on the spot. Qin Haishan chuckled. I originally thought that Luo Yufei disliked me, but now it seems that she is against everyone she meets. The other clan leaders were breathing heavily and trying hard not to laugh. Master Luo, Bai Shangfeng gritted his teeth. I originally thought that sect leader Luo also disliked Qin Haishan, but after listening to this painting, it was obvious that he was dissatisfied with me. It's really too obvious that you are taking sides. Qin Haishan glanced at Luo Yufei and gave her a wink. Luo Yufei looked at Qin Haishan with disdain, then turned her head away proudly, seeming to ignore Qin Haishan's advances, but in fact, her neck turned slightly red, and it was obvious that she was not really indifferent. After this episode, Bai Shangfeng sat there feeling depressed, and Qin Haishan did not provoke Bai Shangfeng anymore. The reason why he was so harsh and provoked Bai Shangfeng just now was naturally because of Bai Shangfeng's previous malice towards him, which made Bai Shangfeng a little unhappy, so it was like charging a small amount of interest. The other party wanted to kill him, and Qin Haishan didn't even think about letting that guy live. There are so many sons of luck in this competition. Qin Haishan was deeply moved. I hadn't seen many people with luck for a long time before, but in this competition, there were so many people with luck. At first glance, most people have some luck to a greater or lesser extent, but luck varies in levels. The one who stands out the most is Yang Shan. Open black lens bracket. Name: Yang Shan. Close black lens bracket. Age: 20 years old. Cultivation: 10th level of Tongshuan realm. Luck value: 100,000 points. Favorability: -100 points. I'll get rid of you as soon as possible. Recent opportunity. Location: Demon Moon Sect. Forbidden area. Yang Shan's luck value actually reached 100,000. You should know that the opponent's luck value was almost taken away by Qin Haishan at the beginning. Later, the opponent's luck value increased a little, and then he took some away from him again. But he didn't expect that after only a year of not seeing each other, the opponent's luck value actually returned to its peak state again. Speaking of which, the luck values of all the other people present together are only slightly higher than Yang Shan's. This also shows in a disguised way that Yang Shan is actually the person with the most prosperous luck in Qingzhou. If he hadn't met Qin Haishan, perhaps, when the other party left Qingzhou, his luck value would have been at least hundreds of thousands, if not a million. If I kill him, I can get these 100,000 luck points. Qin Haishan thought secretly. Qin Haishan never thought of letting this man who hated him to the core and wanted to kill him at the first chance live. The reason why he didn't rush to kill him before was not because his woman begged for mercy, but because he wanted to make money from him. But now seeing that Yang Shan's luck value has recovered so horribly, Qin Haishan also developed a sense of crisis in his heart. If this child of destiny is not eliminated quickly, he may become a serious threat in the future. The subsequent development of events made Qin Haishan feel even more eager to kill Yang Shan, because Yang Shan actually broke through during the battle and reached the first level of Star Sea Realm, and achieved second place in one fell swoop. Yes, after he broke through to the first level of Star Sea Realm, he won consecutive battles and only lost to Xu Mengjiao, because the gap between their realms was too big. The fact that he was able to defeat the genius disciple of Sword Sect who was at the second level of Star Sea Realm just after breaking through to the first level of Star Sea Realm also indirectly demonstrated how powerful he was. Haha, great. The most excited ones were the disciples of the Demon Moon Sect. Master Qin, did you see that? The disciple of my sect got the second place. And this Yang Shan is the one your sect doesn't want. Bai Shangfeng looked at Qin Haishan sarcastically with a smug smile on his face. Those are the scraps that our sect doesn't want. You must be happy to have picked them up. Qin Haishan said with a smile. To be honest, Qin Haishan was also extremely shocked. If Meng Jiao hadn't received the many resources and star spirit pills I gave her, her current cultivation level would be at best the second level of the Star Sea Realm, or even the first level of the Star Sea Realm. With such a cultivation level, she is no match for Yang Shan. This Yang Shan, his luck is too prosperous. This made Qin Haishan more murderous towards Yang Shan. The disciples' competition ended after 3 days. The rankings also appeared, with the top 3 being the 100 Sword Sect, the Demon Moon Sect, and the Purple Moon Sect. In addition to Xu Mengjiao, who was the most outstanding disciple in Baijian sect. Other disciples also performed well, such as Leng Qingshuang, whose cultivation level is also at the 10th level of Star Sea Realm. Qin Haitian secretly analyzed in his heart, if I hadn't appeared, the 100 Swords sect might still be number 1 among the disciples this time. The reason lies with Yang Shan, the son of luck. Sons of luck are always different from ordinary people. Others have to work hard to break through, but this guy can make a terrifying improvement in a short time. I remember that when I first met Yang Shan, he was only a cultivator at the 7th level of the Foundation Establishment realm. It has only been about a year and a half, and he has already broken through to the 1st level of the Star Sea realm. Even monsters don't have such a fast improvement speed. Yang Shan, your Baijian sect won first place in the competition among disciples, but that is far less important than the competition among non-disciples. I hope that your Baijian sect will not be too lame among the non-disciples. Bai Shangfeng looked at Qin Haitian coldly. Now, he is full of confidence. Disciples can suppress your Demon Moon sect, and the same is true for non-disciples. Qin Haitian shrugged. He is no longer a novice cultivator who has just entered this world. Especially in the past 6 months, he has been practicing hard. Well, he either practices with his woman, or lets his woman or some other peak masters practice with him. Now, he believes that his fighting skills are not much weaker than those of his predecessor. Moreover, he has many more methods than his predecessor. As long as he uses them flexibly, no one can stop him in this competition as long as he does not encounter anyone who has broken through to the Daotai realm. In the group stage, the seeded players were assigned according to the ranking of the previous session. The seeded player of the first group was Bai Shangfeng, because the last session, the Demon Moon sect was the first. In fact, after the demise of the 100 Flowers Palace, the Demon Moon sect has won the first place for 3 consecutive sessions. The second place in the last session was the Demon Moon sect. In the last session, the 100 Swords sect ranked 7th and was ranked in the 7th group. The seeded player of this group was Qin Haitian. The seeded player of the 9th group was also the Demon Moon sect. The seeded player of the 10th group was the Purple Moon sect. There were 2 seeded players in the top 2 of the last session. The 8 people in each group are all powerful people from different sects. The top 2 in each group will advance to the top 20. As for the top 20, the winner of the first group will play against the second of the 10th group, the winner of the second group will play against the second of the 10th group, and so on. The winner of the 10th group will play against the second of the first group. According to these battle rules, then the top 10 will advance to the top 5, with the winner of the first place in Group 1 and the second place in Group 10 playing against the winner of the second place in Group 1 and the first place in Group 10, in that order. In the group stage, a win adds 3 points, a loss deducts 3 points, a draw adds 1 point. There are draws in the round-robin stage, but no draws in the knockout stage. The first team in the group will qualify and receive an additional 10 points, while the second team in the group will receive an additional 5 points. In the first round of the knockout stage, 10 points will be added for a win and no points will be added or deducted for a loss. In the second round of the knockout stage, 20 points will be added for a win and no points will be deducted or added for a loss. Then comes the final round-robin tournament for the top 5 teams. A win adds 50 points, no points are deducted for a loss, and a draw adds 10 points. Yes, there are draws in the round-robin tournament. The first group to appear is the first group. Everyone will have a showdown with the other 7 people. If they are strong, they can get 21 points in the group stage. Oh no, it should be 31 points, because the first in the group will get an extra 10 points. The worst-case scenario for the group is a 7-game losing streak, which would result in a minus 21-point gap, which would suddenly widen the gap by 52 points. There is no doubt that the first place in the first group was Bai Shangfeng. Although Bai Shangfeng was scared by Qin Haitian and fled in embarrassment, it was because Qin Haitian used his life-saving trump card to scare him. His strength is still very strong. We won the first place in a crushing manner, but the competition for the second place was very fierce. In the end, the second strongest man from the Swords sect took second place in the group, while the 100 Swords sect only took 4th place in this group. Chapter 123 Group Advancement. The Baijian sect finished 4th in the group with a record of 4 wins and 3 losses in 7 games, and 3 points. In the second group, Luo Yufei from the Purple Moon sect showed her strong output. The cold light of her sword illuminated the 9 provinces. The sword had amazing power. When she swung the sword, no one could block her. Her strength and dominance were displayed to the fullest. The third group, the leader of the Sword sect, Huang Han, has a sword that is as powerful as thousands of horses galloping, or like huge waves crashing on the shore, opening and closing with great force, and the sound of breaking through the air is like the roar of a dragon or a tiger. No opponent he meets can compete with him, and the gap is still very obvious. The fourth group, Fei Insect, Wang Yian, he used the stick method, and when the stick came out, there were suddenly horrible afterimages, one after another, so numerous that it was difficult to distinguish the real stick shadows. In the fifth group, Lei Huang, a strong man from the Lei clan, wields a big sword. He is unstoppable and can kill gods and Buddhas. The sixth group, Li Yujin from the southern spear gate, swept across the area with a spear that shot out like a dragon, as if he were a demon god. As time passed, we came to group 7, where Qin Haitian was in charge. Qin Haitian, the previous 6 sect leaders all won first place in their groups with a perfect record. I wonder if you will be the first sect leader to lose in your group, or even fail to qualify from the group. The sect leader of the Moyu sect looked at Qin Haitian with a mocking arc on his face. Sorry, your wish is doomed to fail. Qin Haitian shrugged. Then let me see how sect leader Qin displays his power. Sect leader Moyu laughed. On the stage, Qin Haitian was in a very calm mood, which was the confidence given by his powerful strength. Master Qin, please give me your guidance. The first opponent was an elder from the southern spear sect. His strength had reached the 9th level of the Star Sea realm, and he wielded the spear to perfection. However, facing Qin Haitian's 100 Flowers sword technique, no matter how superb his spear skills were, the elders of the southern spear sect were unable to withstand Qin Haitian's 2 swords. The elder of Nanqiangmen was not the first to be defeated by Qin Haitian. As for the other opponents, the strongest one could only defeat Qin Haitian for 2 or 3 moves. How is it, Sect Master Bai? My strength is okay, right? Qin Haitian looked at the Sect Master Bai Shangfeng of the Demon Moon sect with a playful smile on his face. HMPH, what's there to be proud of? Who hasn't won yet? Bai Shangfeng sneered, the best way is to make it to the end. Am I complacent? Qin Haitian shrugged, smiling, do you mean you can make it to the end? Compared to you, I think there is still no problem. Bai Shangfeng sneered, really? Qin Haitian said lightly. The 8th group, Shadow Sect's leader Han Fei, truly demonstrated the Shadow Sect's advantage in speed. His every move was like a ghost, making it impossible to follow his whereabouts. In the end, he was knocked out of the ring before his opponent could find out his true identity. Then the 9th and 10th groups also decided the winners. The winner of the 9th group is Shui Hongluan from the Baijian sect, Qin Haitian's junior sister and Taoist partner. Her strength is not much weaker than Qin Haitian's, and her combat power is extremely powerful. The winner of the 10th group is from the Moyue sect, which also shows the power of the Moyue sect in disguise. Among the top 20, there are 8 sects. 4 people from the Demon Moon sect advanced, 3 people from the 100 Swords sect and the Purple Moon sect advanced each, and 2 people from the other 5 sects advanced each. This is more in line with the strength of each sect. The Demon Moon sect deserves to be the one that has won first place for 3 consecutive sessions and is known as the number 1 sect among the 8 sects. After the group stage, the top 20 competition officially kicked off. Qin Haitian's opponent in this round is the second from the 4th group, a strong man from the Demon Moon sect, named Han Jing. Chapter 124 Top 10. Among the top 20, there are 8 sects. 4 people from the Demon Moon sect advanced, 3 people from the 100 Swords sect and the Purple Moon sect advanced each, and 2 people from the other 5 sects advanced each. This is more in line with the strength of each sect. The Demon Moon sect deserves to be the one that has won first place for 3 consecutive sessions and is known as the number 1 sect among the 8 sects. After the group stage, the top 20 competition officially kicked off. Qin Haitian's opponent in this round is the second from the 4th group, a strong man from the Demon Moon sect, named Han Jing. On the stage, a gust of wind suddenly blew by, raising a cloud of dust. The sword energy was overwhelming, and the arena was filled with an extremely desolate and murderous atmosphere at this moment. Han Jing drew his sword with his backhand and held it horizontally in front of his chest, his eyes never leaving Qin Haitian's. At this moment, his eyes were extremely deep. He knew that Qin Haitian was a formidable opponent. He had watched the battles in the previous group matches. Qin Haitian defeated each of his opponents with no more than 3 moves. His gorgeous and terrifying swordsmanship made it difficult for every opponent to resist. A dazzling light flashed in Qin Haitian's eyes. He drew out his sword, its sharp edge revealed, showing an incomparably brilliant light. His figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, leaving no trace in the snow. the long sword was swung against the wind, and a black cold light went straight to Han Jing's throat. Before the sword arrived, the cold sword energy had already pierced Han Jing's clothes. Han Jing's eyes narrowed, and he swung his sword to block Qin Haitian's terrifying sword. Sonorous. A terrible crash sounded immediately afterwards. The next moment, Han Jing's sword changed his moves and stabbed straight out. The sword turned into a long rainbow, extremely dazzling, and stabbed back at Qin Haitian's vitals. Qin Haitian countered Han Jing's moves. The Beluo sword suddenly roared, and thousands of fireworks suddenly appeared. Then they condensed into a ray of light and collided with Han Jing's killing move. Boom. There was a loud bang and both of them retreated. The next moment, Han Jing let out a long roar and flew into the sky. His sword turned into a flying rainbow. He and the sword had become one. The intimidating sword energy turned into a hurricane that scraped people's faces and caused them pain. This scene looks so sad and beautiful. Boom. Qin Haitian waved his arms, and the sword energy flew across and turned into thousands of fireworks again. It seemed as if he was the only one between heaven and earth. The long sword in his hand swung out sharp streaks, which was shocking. Han Jing roared continuously, flipped upside down in the air, and his sword suddenly turned into countless lights and shadows, pouring down on Qin Haitian's head. The power of this sword is enough to shatter a person's soul. The area within a radius of 3 meters around. Qin Haitian was shrouded in sword energy, and no matter which direction he dodged, it seemed impossible to avoid it. There was a ding sound and sparks flew everywhere. Qin Haitian let out a long roar, and Han Jing's expression changed drastically. Qin Haitian's roar made him feel as if he had been hit hard, and his movements became much slower. This was because Qin Haitian had used the Shaoshan sound technique. With a puff, a flash of blood splashed, and the long sword in Qin Haitian's hand was pressing against Han Jing's vital point. Blood was flowing out from Han Jing's vital point. In the rain of blood, Han Jing's sword was still held flat in front of his chest, still very close to Qin Haitian's vital point. I lost, Han Jing said with a bitter face. If it was a life-and-death battle, he would have died under Qin Haitian's thunder sword just now. Qin Haitian wins again. Yes, although Han Jing is strong, there is still a big gap between him and Qin Haitian. However, in the top 10 to top 5, Qin Haitian will face Wang Yian from Feiyan sect. Based on the strength Wang Yian has shown before, it will be difficult for Qin Haitian to win. Indeed, when Wang Yian defeated Han Jing, although it was not an overwhelming victory, Han Jing was almost powerless under the pressure of his stick skills. The gap in this round is still quite big. The next round will be even more interesting. This is indeed the case. Without exception, all the masters of the 8 major sects won. In addition to the 8 major sect masters, the other 2 who entered the top 10 were Shui Hongluan from the 100 Swords sect, and Feng Mo from the Demon Moon sect. Tisk tisk, who would have thought that the 100 Swords sect would rise this time? Yes, in the disciple competition, the 100 Swords sect took first place, and the Demon Moon sect took second place. In the current non-disciple competition, the Demon Moon sect and the 100 Swords sect are currently ranked in the top 2. The final first place should also be these 2 sects. As for who will take first place, it depends on the next competition. Chapter 125, Master helped me break through the Daotai realm. What surprised Qin Haitian was that Shui Hongluan also successfully defeated her opponent and advanced. In fact, although Qin Haitian was surprised that Shui Hongluan was able to defeat her opponent, he was not really surprised, because Shui Hongluan almost knew everything he could do, but some of her skills were not as high as his. After all, I have learned so much from the experiences of beautiful women. Moreover, Qin Haitian himself is also blessed with the extraordinary ability of the Eye of Truth. Soon, the top 10 were announced. In the next 10 to 5, Qin Haitian's opponent is Wang Yian from Feiyan sect. 5 matches. Before the battle began, terrifying auras rose into the sky. Surprisingly, 6 people broke through to the Daotai realm one after another. Qin Haitian and Wang Yian were the 4th group to appear. I really didn't expect that so many sect leaders have achieved breakthroughs. Yes, breaking through during the competition is allowed by the rules. Some people have already reached a level where they can break through at any time, but because of the rules, they must be below the Daotai realm before the competition begins. However, if they break through during the competition, they can continue to participate. Who can enter the top 5? In my opinion, it is Bai Shangfeng from the Demon Moon sect, Luo Yufei from the Purple Moon sect, Huang Han from the Sword sect, Wang Yian from the Feiyan sect, Lei Huang from the Thunder sect, and Li Yujin from the Linen Spear sect. Yes, the first battle among the top 5 was an internal fight within the Demon Moon sect. Bai Xiangfang's opponent admitted defeat directly, not to mention that Bai Xiangfang had already broken through to the Daotai realm. Even if he had not broken through to the Daotai realm, he would not be Bai Xiangfang's opponent. Not fighting with Bai Xiangfang is also because he hopes that outsiders will know less about Bai Xiangfang's cards. The second match is a showdown between two beautiful and powerful women, Luo Yufei versus Shui Hongluan. Luo Yufei was known as the most beautiful woman in Qingzhou decades ago. Although decades have passed, her appearance has become more and more beautiful with the passage of time, and Shui Hongluan's appearance is not inferior to Luo Yufei at all. Even because of Qin Haitian's nourishment, she is now becoming more plump and attractive. Although Luo Yufei broke through to the Daotai realm, she still suppressed her cultivation to the 10th level of the Xinghai realm. But even so, Shui Hongluan was still defeated by Luo Yufei, which was actually reasonable. After all, Luo Yufei's realm and height have reached the Daotai realm, and her own combat power is also extremely strong, so it is reasonable that Shui Hongluan was defeated. In the third match, Huang Han from the Sword sect also defeated his opponent easily. These sect leaders all controlled a lot of resources of the sect, and their cultivation techniques, martial arts, and body movements were all outstanding and superior to others. If there was no difference in realm, the outcome would be unpredictable. However, once there was a crushing victory in realm, the battle scene became horrible. The fourth match was between Qin Haitian and Wang Yian. Although Qin Haitian is younger than Wang Yian, he is also destined to lose. That's right, after all, Wang Yian is one of the 6 sect leaders who have broken through to the Daotai realm. Although Qin Haitian is younger, there is still a gap in realm. It is only a matter of time before he is defeated. It depends on whether Wang Yian gives Qin Haitian face. Speaking of which, among all the sect leaders, the youngest one is not Qin Haitian from Baijian sect, but Luo Yufei from Ziyu sect. That's true. It is said that Luo Yufei from the Purple Moon sect was Qin Haitian's fiancé back then. In the crowd, Yang Shan looked at Qin Haitian with hatred flashing in his eyes. Although his cultivation level is still far behind Qin Haitian's, it is no longer a world of difference compared to before. As long as he is given time, even just 1 or 2 years, he believes that with his luck and opportunity, he will be able to kill Qin Haitian to avenge the loss of his wife. On the stage, Qin Haitian looked very calm. Master Qin, do you still need to fight with me? Wang Yian, the master of Feiyan sect, held a stick in his hand, looked at Qin Haitian and smiled indifferently. Why isn't it necessary? Qin Haitian shrugged and grinned. Wang Yian is strong, but if he does not use his life-saving trump card, he may not be Wang Yian's opponent. Even if his predecessor is alive, it will not work, because the opponent's martial arts skills are not much weaker than his predecessor, and his realm is crushing, but Qin Haitian is different from his predecessor. Even if he doesn't use his life-saving trump card, with his body movements, sound skills, martial arts, and the Eye of Truth, he is still able to fight with Wang Yian. At worst, he could just use the 3 seconds of real manliness to cheat and defeat Wang Yian first. The next top 5 will play a round-robin tournament, and each person will play against the other 4. In that case, then draw your sword. I will let you know how big the gap is between the Star Sea realm and the Daotai realm. Wang Yian placed the 7-foot-long stick in his hand on the arena, swiped it, and said lightly, the sun had already set. Suddenly, there was a dragon roar and sword energy rushed into the sky. Qin Haitian's sword has been unsheathed, and the sword light seems to be blood red in the setting sun. The blood-red clouds, the green sword, and the pale face. Kill. Qin Haitian let out a low roar, and his figure disappeared. He used the treading on snow without leaking a trace skill, and his figure disappeared without a trace. Wang Yian's eyes were as sharp as a sword, but then they calmed down. The corners of his mouth even curled up. The 7-foot-long stick in his hand turned into afterimages and smashed to the left side of his body. If he didn't move, it would be fine. But when he moved, the speed was astonishing and soul-stirring. There was a loud clanging sound. A figure staggered and flew backwards. It was Qin Haitian. So strong. Is this the Daotai realm? It doesn't look fast, but the moment of explosion gives me a feeling of being crushed by a mountain. Qin Haitian's mouth was bleeding, and he even looked solemnly at Wang Yian who was not far away. After building the Dao platform in my body, my true energy has turned into Dao power. Although it is only a very shallow Dao, it is not comparable to the Xinghai realm. Wang Yian looked at Qin Haitian and said, I am not even serious now. These words were quite stimulating to Qin Haitian. I have already tried my best, but my opponent is not serious. And what is my Dao? Although he had often thought about how to cast the Dao platform in the past few days, and although he had some clues, he was not sure about his next path. Of course, the Dao Dai realm does not have such high requirements for the Dao. In the future, when you impact the four symbols realm, the requirements will be high, but now even the Dao Dai doesn't know how to cast it. Wouldn't it be even more difficult to break through to the four symbols realm in the future? Qin Haitian understood that this was still his own cultivation level, not the result of his own hard work, so he lacked foundation. Therefore, it was still too difficult to make a breakthrough. Suddenly, Qin Haitian looked a little strange, because at this time, the system gave a reminder. Are you going to make a breakthrough? Qin Haitian opened the system interface and found that he could actually break through the realm column. Qin Haitian was very confused. What was going on? I was still looking for how to cast a Taoist platform, and now you tell me that I can break through directly. Qin Haitian immediately checked Han Yun's situation and understood everything at a glance. No wonder, because Han Yun's cultivation column showed the first level of the four symbols realm. Obviously, her breakthrough brought him too much experience feedback. Only then will you have the opportunity to break through to the Star Sea realm. Chapter 126 Qin Haitian's powerful counterattack. Wang Yian looked at Qin Haitian in shock, and said with a playful look on his face, "Sect Master Qin, you were in a daze while fighting me. Are you trying to admit defeat?" Qin Haitian sighed. He had originally thought that he could rely on his own abilities to make a breakthrough in the battle, but he didn't expect that he would end up being a gigolo. This feeling was so frustrating. Seeing Qin Haitian sigh, Wang Yian put away his stick and stood proudly. He thought Qin Haitian was going to admit defeat, but the next moment, the smile on his face froze, because Qin Haitian's aura suddenly surged. You, Wang Yian was stunned. How did you break through without any signs? At this moment, not only Wang Yian was surprised, but everyone present felt surprised. Before, those sect leaders who broke through to the Dao Tai realm all had signs before breaking through, but Qin Haitian didn't have any signs at all. I thought sect leader Qin had given up. How come he suddenly broke through? Yes, I am also puzzled. When the previous sect leaders broke through, the noise was bigger and bigger. But how come sect leader Qin just broke through as if he exhaled a breath? It was even easier than drinking water. When did it become so easy to break through to the Dao Tai realm? I don't know. Compared to the shock and surprise of the cultivators from other sects, the cultivators from the Baijian sect were shocked, but more of them were surprised, especially Qin Haitian's girlfriends. Each one was happier than the other. Who doesn't like their man to be upright and have the strength and courage to conquer the world? Luo Yufei's beautiful eyes were also staring at Qin Haitian. To be honest, she was very disappointed before Qin Haitian broke through to the Dao Tai realm. She hoped that the man she liked could bring her a surprise. Even if he defeated her, she would be happy. After the misunderstanding was resolved, although she knew that Qin Haitian would not abandon other women, she did not want Qin Haitian to disappoint her again, since he had clearly vowed to defeat her and make her his woman. If he can't even come to me, then all his words are just big talk, empty talk. There was no way she would choose to ignore the agreement between them just to be with her. But Qin Haitian had no signs of a breakthrough before. In her opinion, Qin Haitian had neglected his own practice. Otherwise, how could he have found so many women in such a short time? So she was extremely disappointed. She was ready to seal her emotions forever. But at this moment, Qin Haitian gave her a surprise. He actually made a breakthrough. No wonder he never worried about losing before. What she didn't know was that Qin Haitian had already decided to use his trump card. Although using that kind of thing in a battle was unethical and might be condemned, there was no rule against using things like elixirs to empower oneself. Even if you break through, don't even think about defeating me. Wang Yian suppressed his turbulent emotions and said in a deep voice. Then let's give it a try. Qin Haitian shrugged and grinned. He was no match for Wang Yian before, not because his other methods were not enough. If he didn't have enough methods, he would have been defeated after just a few fights with Wang Yian. But now, their cultivation is at the same level, and he is not afraid of Wang Yian at all. And the facts prove this point. The boots on Qin Haitian's feet and the clothes he wore were either top-grade or super-grade spiritual weapons. His body movements were also heavenly, as were his swordsmanship. In addition, his eye of truth could detect the trajectory of Wang Yian's attacks. Although any attack by Wang Yian looked gorgeous, it was full of flaws in Qin Haitian's eyes. Although Qin Haitian could see some flaws of Wang Yian before, he was unable to seize those flaws because of the huge difference in their realms. But now it is different, he can easily take advantage of those flaws. To put it bluntly, Qin Haitian beating Wang Yian is like a father beating his son. Seeing Wang Yian unable to fight back and being completely suppressed by Qin Haitian, this immediately caused an uproar. This is the first duel between Daotai realm cultivators, right? Qin Haitian just broke through, and he's suppressing Wang Yian. Is the gap between them so big? Qin Haitian just broke through, and Wang Yian actually just broke through as well, just one day earlier than Qin Haitian. Yes, Wang Yian had a breakthrough yesterday, because this 8 sects competition had lasted for several days. Both of them have just broken through. Why can Qin Haitian suppress Wang Yian? I really don't understand. It's actually quite normal. Qin Haitian's body movements are much better than Wang Yian's. Moreover, Qin Haitian seems to be wearing top-grade items. Those top-grade items were unable to take advantage before, but now that their realms are the same, the advantage is too obvious. Looking at the strength Qin Haitian has shown, it's hard to say whether he will win in the end. That's right, at this moment, all the cultivators of Feiyan sect had grim expressions, because their sect leader was beaten into a child by someone. How could they look good? The cultivators from Feiyan sect all looked unhappy, and few from Moyue sect looked happy either. Especially Bai Shangfang, his expression was extremely gloomy. This Qin Haitian, I'm afraid his cultivation has already broken through to the Daotai realm. At this moment, he thought of the siege on Qin Haitian. His sect lost a lot of Xinghai realm cultivators at that time. At that time, he thought Qin Haitian used a life-saving trump card. Now it seems that the opponent may have broken through to Daotai realm at that time. But before the competition started, it was tested and it was confirmed that Qin Haitian was indeed at the 9th level of the Star Sea realm. Could it be that this guy's method of hiding his aura is able to block detection by a 10th level Daotai realm expert? He couldn't understand. He wanted to find trouble with Qin Haitian in this regard, but it was difficult to find him because the person who detected Qin Haitian's breath at that time was not a supreme elder of his sect, but many people jointly conducted the detection. If Qin Haitian had detected it before, it would be a slap in the face of those Daotai realm 10th level strong men. Damn Qin Haitian. Bai Shangfang gritted his teeth. Qin Haitian put a lot of pressure on him. Although he was still confident that he could defeat Qin Haitian, his confidence was not that strong. Not to mention Yang Shan, he was undoubtedly the one who least wanted Qin Haitian to win. I just broke through to the Xinghai realm, and he broke through to the Daotai realm. I want to kill him with my own hands, but how long do I have to wait? Yang Shan was furious, especially when he saw his former master, his beloved, and his senior sister, all of whom were so happy and excited because of Qin Haitian's breakthrough and his display of power. He felt worse than eating shit. Bang! Wang Yian flew out of the ring. At this moment, his eyes were full of confusion. He had also just broken through to the 1st level of Daotai realm. Why are you so powerful? His heart was also full of regret. Why didn't he press on the victory before and had to show off? Otherwise, if Qin Haitian hadn't broken through to the Daotai realm, how could he have lost? Regret, but it's too late, and Qin Haitian successfully entered the final round-robin tournament of Top 5. Chapter 127 Woman, you have successfully provoked my fighting spirit. With Qin Haitian defeating Wang Yian and entering the top 5, the battle for the top 10 is coming to an end, with only the last match left, which is also a duel between 2 cultivators who have just entered the Daotai realm. Lei Huang, the leader of the Lei sect, faced Li Yujin, the leader of the Nanqiang sect. Lei Huang held a big knife in his hand and moved freely. No one could stop him. He would kill gods and Buddhas. Li Yujin, on the other hand, swept across the area with a long spear that was as fast as a dragon, as if he was an ancient demon god. The duel between the two was much more exciting than the one between Qin Haitian and Wang Yian. There is no other reason. Qin Haitian's victory over Wang Yian was a crushing victory, but Li Yujin's battle with Lei Huang was equivalent to a battle between 2 equally matched opponents. The level of excitement is unparalleled. Final. Lei Huang was still slightly better, as his defense was stronger. So, after a long and hard fight, he seized a flaw in Li Yujin's attack and defeated him. Since then, the top 5 have emerged. They are Bai Shangfeng of the Demon Moon sect, Luo Yufei of the Purple Moon sect, Huang Han of the Sword sect, Lei Huang of the Thunder sect, and Qin Haitian of the 100 Swords sect. the sects represented by these 5 people also entered the top 5 in resource allocation. The 3 major sects, such as Nanxiangmen, Feiyunzong, and Yingzong, ranked 6th, 7th, 8th, and 3rd. The Demon Moon sect temporarily took 1st place, and the 100 Swords sect took 2nd place, but the former's advantage was not great. As long as Qin Haitian performed better than Bai Shangfeng in the top 5, the 100 Swords sect would surpass the Thunder Demon Moon sect. The Purple Moon sect was currently in 3rd place, followed by the Thunder sect, and the Sword sect was temporarily in 5th place. Although the Demon Moon sect is now number 1 among the 8 sects, if Bai Shangfeng loses all 4 battles, the Demon Moon sect may fall to 4th or even 5th. However, based on previous performance, it will be difficult for Bai Shangfeng to get 1st place, but it will be even more difficult to get 5th. The top 5 will be determined mainly by the results of the round-robin tournament. In the first match of the top 5 round-robin tournament, the top sect of the previous session had a bye. Bai Shangfeng represented the Mo Yu sect, so he had a bye in the first round. Luo Yufei fights against Huang Han, while Qin Haitian fights against Lei Huang. There are 5 rounds in total, and one person has a bye in each round, so there is no question of who has the advantage and who doesn't. In this round, Luo Yufei showed her demeanor as a strong woman. Even when facing a master of the same level, Luo Yufei's Purple Moon swordsmanship was performed to perfection. Huang Han was unable to defeat her for a long time and became extremely restless. In the end, he was defeated by Luo Yufei. At the same time, a battle was going on between Qin Haitian and Lei Huang. Although Lei Huang was injured in the previous battle with Nanxiangmen's leader Li Yujin, he took some kind of elixir and had recovered to his peak condition by the time he fought Qin Haitian. But even Lei Huang, who was in his peak condition, still lost when faced with Qin Haitian's many methods. In the next round, you and I will face each other, and I will not hold back on you. Luo Yufei looked at Qin Haitian and said. Yes, in the second round, Luo Yufei and Qin Haitian met. Of course I'm looking forward to you giving it your all, Qin Haitian said with a smile. Looking at the smiling Qin Haitian, Luo Yufei snorted coldly. For some reason, she wanted to punch Qin Haitian's handsome face hard with her fist. Especially when she saw the beautiful women from the Baijian sect cheering for him excitedly, her feeling was most obvious. Soon, the second round of competition begins. The one who has a bye in this round is Lei Huang. Qin Haitian will face Luo Yufei, and Bai Shangfeng will face Huang Han. Although they were both at the first level of Dao Dai realm, Bai Shangfeng's swordsmanship was indeed more powerful. He was full of oppression from the very beginning. Huang Han's vigorous and powerful swordsmanship was completely suppressed, and he could not exert his full power at all. In the end, he did not hold out for long and was defeated by Bai Shangfeng. The duel between Qin Haitian and Luo Yufei was much more exciting. Luo Yufei showed a strong oppressive force from the beginning of the battle. Facing Qin Haitian was like facing the murderer of her father. Are you crazy? Qin Haitian said while resisting Luo Yufei's attack. I'm not crazy. Humph, don't you want me to be one of your women? Is this all your strength? Luo Yufei snorted coldly. Qin Haitian, woman, you have successfully provoked me to fight. Qin Haitian said in a voice transmission. Come on then, defeat me. I will do what I promised you. Otherwise, you will never get me. Luo Yufei's cold voice entered Qin Haitian's ears. Looking at Luo Yufei's serious and cold look, Qin Haitian's breathing paused slightly. The next moment, Qin Haitian understood that Luo Yufei must have a knot in her heart. If he wanted to really get her, just as she said, he must defeat her. And if I can't defeat her, I will never be able to win her back. Perhaps, she is also putting an end to her persistence over the years. Whoosh tilde 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 Qin Haitian then became serious. Before, he mainly felt guilty facing Luo Yufei. Although it was done by his predecessor, he had traveled through time and space to the other person's body, so naturally he had to bear the cause and effect of the other person. Qin Haitian was so serious and used so many methods one after another that Luo Yufei felt a strong pressure. Under the suppression, Luo Yufei used many tricks. Obviously, she didn't try her best before. Bai Shangfeng defeated Huang Han with a clean and efficient method. He originally thought that he would easily win the first place. However, when he saw the extraordinary fighting power displayed by Qin Haitian and Luo Yufei at this moment, Bai Shangfeng's face became extremely solemn. How come these two are so strong? Bai Shangfeng's eyes flashed with coldness, and he thought hatefully in his heart. If the tradition of Demon Moon sect being number 1 was destroyed in my hands, I would be hung on the pillar of shame. Qin Haitian was one step ahead in the end. After all, if he wanted to win Luo Yufei's heart, he had to defeat her, no matter how much he sympathized with her. Although she lost, Luo Yufei breathed a sigh of relief and convinced herself in her heart, "It's not that I want to share him with those women, but because I lost to him. I tried my best, really tried my best. I am not the kind of person who goes back on his word, I just want to keep my promise." Qin Haitian looked at Luo Yufei's expression and saw that she was not frustrated by the failure. He felt greatly relieved. Seeing that Luo Yufei's favorability was even higher than before, Qin Haitian understood that Luo Yufei still loved him in her heart. As for whether the person she loved was her predecessor, it was not important to Qin Haitian, because in Qin Haitian's view, if her predecessor was still alive, it would be impossible for Luo Yufei to be with him. Therefore, Luo Yufei was chased back by him. She is his own woman. Chapter 128, Seizing the first place among 8 sects. The third round of the top 5 round-robin tournament. In this round, Qin Haitian faced Bai Xiongfang. This battle will also determine the ranking of the sects. For Bai Xiongfang, this battle can only be won, not lost. The same goes for Qin Haitian. If he loses, he can only hope that Luo Yufei defeats Bai Xiongfang, and then the Baijian sect can take first place. Although Qin Haitian believed that Bai Xiongfang might not be able to defeat Luo Yufei, he felt that putting the success of his sect on the shoulders of a woman would be too damaging to his reputation and responsibility. Qin Haitian, I hope you don't use means other than your own. That is prohibited. Bai Xiongfang looked at Qin Haitian and said, "Indeed, if they use some means other than their own, it will not be a duel between them, but a contest between those of the older generation." Bai Xiongfang now thinks of Qin Haitian's sudden burst of strength, and he still feels scared when he thinks about it. "Don't worry, I don't need to use those tricks to defeat you," Qin Haitian said lightly. At the beginning, his strength was too low and he had no choice, but now, there is no need. "Then I'd like to see how you can defeat me without using those tricks." Bai Xiongfang snorted coldly. Boom boom boom. The next moment, the two of them took action. Bai Xiongfang and Qin Haitian were both masters of swordsmanship. In a split second, they had fought more than 10 times. Originally, Bai Xiongfang thought that Qin Haitian and Luo Yufei had fought so fiercely that it should not be difficult for him to defeat him. However, when they started fighting, he found that he had overthought. Qin Haitian's strength was far beyond his expectations. Qin Haitian didn't look like someone who had just broken through to the Daotai realm. It seemed like a breakthrough that lasted a long time. He didn't know that Qin Haitian didn't need to practice at all. As long as his woman practiced and her cultivation level improved, she would give him feedback on her experience. While Qin Haitian was fighting, his beloved Han Yun was still practicing in the sect to consolidate her cultivation. Han Yun had just made a breakthrough, so her cultivation would naturally continue to rise. Although she would not break through to the next level, any slight improvement on her part would lead to a significant improvement on Qin Haitian's side. This is the case when Qin Haitian has not used the Dao Ling Dan. If he had used it, Qin Haitian's cultivation could have broken through 3 or 4 more levels. In that case, the battle between the two would have been even more of a foregone conclusion. Qin Haitian didn't want to bully others too much, and also wanted to prevent others from feeling that he was abnormal. Who can break through 3 or 4 small realms in succession just after breaking through to the Daotai realm? It will be obvious at first glance that there is something wrong. At that time, many people will want to catch me and study how I did it. Many people even protested, believing that they definitely did not make the breakthrough during the war, but had made the breakthrough beforehand, and then used some unknown means to isolate themselves from detection. If that's the case, then I would have no way to defend myself, unless I took out the Dowling pill. In that case, other sects would be jealous because this pill is so amazing. Boom boom boom. The terrifying battle made people's blood boil. I originally thought that Bai Xiongfang would have no problem controlling Qin Haitian, but now, it is really hard to imagine that the person who is completely suppressed is actually Bai Xiongfang. Yeah, who could have thought of that? We can only say that Bai Xiongfang is a big disappointment, or that Qin Haitian is a surprise. Bai Xiongfang, I'm afraid he's going to lose. It's not that I'm afraid, but I'm really going to lose. This is an unexpected result. The cultivators of the Demon Moon sect all had grim expressions on their faces, because this battle was related to whether their Demon Moon sect could get first place. If they won, they would most likely be first, but if they lost, the Demon Moon sect might be ranked second, or even overtaken by the third-placed Purple Moon sect. Bai Xiongfang was going crazy at this moment. The other party didn't use any abnormal means, so why was he completely suppressed? This feeling of frustration was so frustrating that it almost drove him crazy on the spot. Damn it, damn it. Bai Xiangfeng cursed in his heart. But no matter how angry and aggrieved he was, he could not change one fact, that is, Qin Haitian's strength was indeed above his, and his moves were very steady, using various methods one after another, step by step. To put it bluntly, he was as steady as an old dog. Moreover, every time the opponent's attack is able to directly hit the flaws or weaknesses of your own moves, it would be very unsolvable. However, he could not have imagined that although Qin Haitian's Eye of Truth was only at the elementary level, it could now be considered to have achieved a small level of success in the elementary level of the Eye of Truth. It could see some loopholes, flaws, and weaknesses of the Daotai realm masters. This is the terrifying thing about the eye that can see through delusion. Qin Haitian's use of this method feels a bit like cheating. But Qin Haitian likes the feeling of completely defeating his opponent. You can't stand me, alas, but you just can't do anything to me, it'll make you mad. In the end, Bai Xiangfeng used all his means but was still defeated by Qin Haitian. At this moment, Yang Shan was extremely angry. He could only express his feelings towards his master Bai Xiangfeng in a few words, extremely disappointed. To add one more sentence, it is, I am disappointed in you for not being able to make good use of your talent. How could I lose to Qin Haitian? What do you eat for breakfast? You are worthy of being my master. At this moment, Yang Shan was roaring in his heart. The 100 Swords sect is going to take first place. Yes, even if the remaining opponent defeats Qin Haitian, it will be difficult to change the outcome of Baijian's sect taking first place. Sigh, I don't know if it was because the defeat to Qin Haitian was too great a mental blow, but Bai Xiangfeng was suppressed again in the next round against Luo Yufei. Damn it, Bai Xiangfeng was about to curse again. He originally thought that even if he lost to Qin Haitian, he would at least be able to take the second place. But now, facing Luo Yufei, he was completely suppressed. It's fine that you, Qin Haitian, suppress me, but how can you, Luo Yufei, also suppress me? Before Luo Yufei broke through to the Daotai realm, he was known as the #1 master below the Daotai realm. There was no reason for him to fall behind others after breaking through to the Daotai realm. She was defeated by Qin Haitian before because Qin Haitian had too many tricks up his sleeve. Although he did not have much combat experience, he was still able to suppress her by using all his tricks together. Also, when she was fighting with Qin Haitian, she did not have the confidence of winning. Yes, although she tried her best, she did not have the belief that she would win, because deep down in her heart, she actually hoped that she would not defeat Qin Haitian, who made Qin Haitian the man I liked when I was young. Although he likes to flirt with other girls now, for some reason, he wants her to be closer to him and likes her more than before. He was still as charming as ever, and now he could speak eloquently, and every poem of his could go straight into her heart and strike her soul. Without the belief that she would win, Luo Yufei lost at the beginning. But it was different when facing Bai Xiangfeng now. Bai Xiangfeng also missed her, but in her opinion, this man had no redeeming qualities. Pursuing her only made her annoyed. She cursed him inwardly. You old thing, are you worthy of pursuing me? You have no looks, no talent, and no literary talent. At this time, Bai Xiangfeng had just been defeated by Qin Haitian and his fighting spirit was at its lowest. As one side gained strength while the other lost, it was reasonable for Bai Xiangfeng to be suppressed by Luo Yufei. Under such circumstances, although Bai Xiangfeng roared and tried his best, he was ultimately unable to change the outcome of being defeated by Luo Yufei. Is Bai Xiangfeng going to lose? This is normal. In the past, Luo Yufei was known as the best master below the Daotai realm. She broke through to the Daotai realm. Among the cultivators who just entered the Daotai realm, she should have been far ahead. It was okay for her to be defeated by Qin Haitian, but how could she be defeated by Bai Xiangfeng? Bai Xiangfeng said he had been hurt. Bai Xiangfeng was defeated twice in a row, which caused an uproar, but except for the cultivators of the Demon Moon sect who were heartbroken, the cultivators of other sects were happy to hear the news and were overjoyed. They loved this result very much. Tisk tisk, I didn't expect that the Demon Moon sect, as the host of this 8 sects competition, didn't even make it into the top 2. The problem now is not whether we can advance to the top 2. If we lose the last game, we might not even be in 3rd place. After all, although the Demon Moon sect has an advantage in the group stage, the advantage is not that big. In addition, we only won 1 out of 4 games. If we lose the last game, it will be 3 losses, and our points will be too low. Finally, the top 5 round-robin tournament ended. In the last round, Bai Xiangfeng, the leader of the Demon Moon sect, did not completely disappoint the cultivators of the Demon Moon sect. Although he was defeated twice and was extremely depressed, he finally defeated his opponent and won the second victory of the round-robin tournament, which was also the last victory. The top 5 are fixed. Qin Haishan is known as the strongest leader of the 8 sects. The Baijian sect has also become the strongest sect today. Well, actually, in terms of overall strength, the Moyue sect may be stronger, but in the battle for the sect leader that represents the face of the sect, Bai Xiangfeng was beaten to the 3rd place among the top 5. The Moyue sect is stronger overall and is not recognized by people now. Throughout the Demon Moon sect, there was a dead silence. The Demon Moon sect, tisk tisk, it really is, very disappointing. That's right, in the disciple competition, they were crushed by the 100 Swords sect. In this non-disciple competition, they were not only defeated by the 100 Swords sect, but also by the Purple Moon sect. The next issue is the reallocation of resources. The people of the Demon Moon sect all have dark faces. How can they be in a good mood? Because they will be cut off next, but they can't show it, because this was a discussion among the 8 sects. Although their Demon Moon sect is very powerful, they cannot go against the trend. Qin Haishan, you won't be happy for a few days. Bai Xiangfeng thought hatefully in his heart when he saw Qin Haishan always smiling on his face. One day later, resource allocation is complete. People from various major sects began to leave one after another. Qin Haishan said goodbye to Luo Yufei, with an expectant smile on his face. When will you come to see me? Wait until I step down as the leader of the Purple Moon sect. Luo Yufei looked at Qin Haishan's expectant expression. Her anger after seeing so many women around Qin Haishan subsided a little. This guy still has himself in his heart. Are you going to resign as the leader of the Purple Moon sect? Qin Haishan blinked and asked in surprise. Yes, once you break through to the Daotai realm, you will have to find the way. Being a sect master is a waste of time. Do you see which sect master of the 8 major sects is in the Daotai realm? Of course, those who have just broken through do not count. Many of these sect masters have the strength to break through to the Daotai realm before, but they are not in a hurry to break through in order to allocate more resources in the next 10 years. It is not a violation to break through after the competition officially starts. Luo Yufei looked at Qin Haishan and said, aren't you going to step down as the sect master? Hehe, I haven't thought about this yet. Qin Haishan laughed dryly. He doesn't really need to be in charge, and he doesn't really need to attain enlightenment, so why should he resign? Moreover, as the leader of a sect, he has great power. Although he is not the strongest in the Baijian sect, when those supreme elders who are stronger than him do not intervene, his power can be said to be the greatest one. This will affect your future path. Luo Yufei said with a frown. If it really has an impact, I will resign as the sect leader. Qin Haishan smiled and said, I can't persuade you, just do whatever you want. Luo Yufei snorted. Fei, are you concerned about me? Qin Haishan looked at Luo Yufei's expression and couldn't help teasing her. Why don't you just die? Luo Yufei felt ashamed and said angrily when she heard Qin Haishan's name. I'm going to die, so you're going to be a widow, right? Qin Haishan laughed. So, not only can I not die, but I have to live well. Shame on you, I'm not your woman yet. Luo Yufei felt ashamed and angry. How could Qin Haishan become so shameless now? It's only a matter of time. Qin Haishan chuckled. Seeing that Luo Yufei was about to get angry, he said, I'll give you a gift. What gift? Luo Yufei blinked. Qin Haishan handed Luo Yufei a pill bottle and said, this pill will be used when you return to the sect and practice in seclusion to consolidate your cultivation. You will be satisfied by then. What kind of elixir is this? It's so mysterious. Could it be a poisonous pill? Luo Yufei looked at Qin Haishan suspiciously. What about trust between people? Qin Haishan said speechlessly. The trust between people was gone when you ran away from the marriage. Luo Yufei said to Qin Haishan dimly. This resentful look made Qin Haishan's scalp tingle. He didn't do this, but he had to take the blame for it, and he would have to bear it for the rest of his life. If you doubt me, forget it. Qin Haishan prepared to put away the bottle of medicine, but it was snatched away by Luo Yufei. Chapter 129 My wife ran away. Don't you want it? Qin Haishan said unhappily. Did I say I don't want it? Luo Yufei snorted and asked Qin Haishan in return. Well, she didn't seem to say no, she just doubted the pill. Qin Haitian, of course, he didn't really want to give this Dao Ling Dan, which could allow a cultivator at the Dao Dai realm to improve his cultivation by 1 to 4 levels, to Luo Yufei. After all, Luo Yufei was also his woman. Well, although not now, but wasn't it a matter of time? Seeing Luo Yufei's slightly naughty look, Qin Haitian couldn't help but want to kiss her, but Luo Yufei dodged him. What are you going to do? Luo Yufei looked at Qin Haitian with a wary look. Qin Haitian just wanted to say, wow, you are so agile in dodging. Ahem, nothing much, I just wanted to tell you something in private. Qin Haitian explained calmly, but why do I feel like you are planning to do something bad? Luo Yufei looked at Qin Haitian suspiciously. You must be feeling it wrong. Qin Haitian said calmly. However, Luo Yufei was emotionally traumatized by her previous life. Although he had won her heart due to his efforts, he did not completely win her heart. For example, if he wanted to get close to her now, she would subconsciously dodge. Then tell me what you want to say, just transmit it through your voice. Luo Yufei said, well, this is the unfriendly part of this world. If you want to whisper, just transmit the sound directly. There is no need to put your mouth to your ear. I just want to kiss you. Qin Haitian said in a voice transmission. Luo Yufei was stunned. After a long while, she blushed and spat, shameless. The next moment, Luo Yufei disappeared from the spot and went to meet up with the people from the Purple Moon sect. No. My wife ran away. Qin Haitian touched his nose. He didn't expect that Luo Yufei, who was so old, would still be so shy. She really is a top-notch woman. Qin Haitian also met up with the people from the 100 Swords sect. Is your new lover back for a date with your old lover? Shui Hongluan said gloomily as she watched Qin Haitian come back. Hearing Shui Hongluan's sarcastic words, Qin Haitian walked up to her and hugged her, kissed her, and said, are you jealous? Luo Yufei ran away shyly and looked at Shui Hongluan. She was actually quite old, but she seemed not much different from a little girl. Look, she got jealous so easily. I'm not jealous. Shui Hongluan's delicate earlobes turned red and she said unconvincedly. Okay, my little darling is not jealous. I misunderstood you. Qin Haitian sneered. Shui Hongluan looked at Qin Haitian with disdain. It was too corny. However, having experienced Qin Haitian's disgusting words countless times, she had become more or less immune to this matter, so she did not run away out of unbearable pain. Moreover, in her heart, she seemed to quite like Qin Haitian calling her that, but she just wouldn't admit it, because that's so shameful. Shui Hongluan could not escape Qin Haitian's affection. She convinced herself that her cultivation was not as good as Qin Haitian's, so she couldn't escape even if she wanted to. Well, women are very good at deceiving themselves. Husband, I've been looking for you for a long time. I didn't expect you to be here being intimate with Sister Shui. At this moment, a voice sounded. Hiding from us and making out here is really too much. That's right. The two looked over. What comes into view are several stunning women, each with their own unique charm. The sound of their skirts and rings is like the sound of fairies. Why are you here? Qin Haitian asked with a smile. It was the Grand Elder who asked us to ask you why you are setting off to return to the sect. Lu Ruoxian said in a tender voice. If you are so happy and want to be warmed by your master, we will go and inform the Supreme Elder. It will take some time to return. Leng Qingshuang's cold voice sounded, just like her stern and aloof face. I'm afraid that a little bit of time is not enough. Doesn't my husband always have a lot of time? Shu Zhiqing said meaningfully, her eyes somewhat resentful. This stinky husband clearly promised to pamper her, but when he had something to do and was intimate with Shui Hongluan, he never came to find her. Moreover, not only did she get married without a wedding, but she also got a dowry maid, Su Xiaoyun, who was eaten up. At this 2-on-1, is she still not as good as other women? She is not a jealous person, but as the daughter of the Lord of Chaos City and a 4 Symbols realm boss, she has always been very proud. But now next to Qin Haitian, she is not so prominent, and Qin Haitian does not favor her enough. Of course, this is also the point. No one wants Qin Haitian to favor them more. Qin Haitian naturally didn't know what Shu Zhiqing was thinking, but in fact, no matter whether it was Shu Zhiqing or other women, Qin Haitian felt that he owed a lot, because these women were all favored by heaven, arrogant and proud, and now they were committed to one person, which was already very aggrieved. It was understandable that they wanted to get more favor from him. Qin Haitian actually wanted to treat everyone equally and tried his best to do so, but people were never satisfied, so Qin Haitian had no choice. This is a problem, so Qin Haitian sometimes thinks, how nice it would be if a person could split himself. Otherwise it would be too difficult to handle. Xu Mengjiao blinked her beautiful eyes and didn't dare to speak. After all, she and Qin Haitian had not had that kind of relationship yet. Although she also wanted to get more love from Qin Haitian, she was afraid that she would become like his other women, full of resentment. Li Shangning looked at him timidly, not daring to speak loudly. She is a poor princess, but her cultivation is too low. Although she has worked very hard in the past 6 months, and with the many resources provided by Qin Haitian, she has only just reached the perfection of the foundation establishment realm. It is unknown how long it will take to reach the Tongshuan realm. As for Qin Haitian's other women, they are either in the Tongshuan realm or the Xinghai realm. The gap between herself and them is too big. Although Qin Haitian was very caring towards her, when she entered this environment of female competition, she couldn't help but have some lonely thoughts sometimes. Su Xiaoyun remained silent. After all, she was just Xu Zhiqing's maid. Although she was already Qin Haitian's woman, her position had not changed. She might not be as good as Xu Mengjiao. Qin Haitian felt a little uneasy when he saw the resentful girls. This matter was actually caused by Luo Yufei. It was because he had been discovered flirting with Luo Yufei in recent days. They were all sensitive women, and they were in a bad mood knowing that they might have a new sister. Qin Haitian was helpless about this. Chapter 130 Crisis. He felt that these women of his had too much free time. If they practiced regularly, they wouldn't have so many random thoughts. Therefore, he secretly made up his mind that when he returned to the sect, he would let these women go into seclusion and ask 1 or 2 women to accompany him for a period of time. In that way, each woman would feel that he loved the other woman more. Ahem, this is the Demon Moon sect. Let's go back quickly. If there is anything to say, whether you want to fight or scold us, we can talk about it after we return to the sect. Qin Haitian looked at the resentful women, coughed, and said. The girls thought about it and agreed. They are all family. If they don't leave quickly from the Demon Moon sect, which is very hostile to them, what if they wait until all the other sects have left and things become unfavorable to them? They are no match for the enemy in their lair. So, Qin Haitian and the girls quickly met up with the Supreme Elder and his group. Looking at Qin Haitian, everyone was full of admiration and envy. What they admire is Qin Haitian's strength and the fact that he led the sect to win first place this time. What they envy are Qin Haitian's women. Being surrounded by stunning beauties, isn't this a man's dream? Master, let's go back, said the Supreme Elder. Okay, Qin Haitian replied. Afterwards, the group left the Demon Moon sect, and then the Supreme Elder and Qin Haitian each took out a flying boat. Everyone boarded the 2 flying boats, and the flying boats quickly took off and headed towards the 100-sword sect. After many days, Qin Haitian finally had time to take a good look at his system. Open black lens bracket. Villain beauty system close black lens bracket host. Qin Haitian age, 56 cultivation. Dao Dai realm level 1 30,000 1 millionths beauties. 10 Lu Ruoxian, Shui Hongluan, Leng Qingshuang, Xu Mengjiao, Xu Zhiqing, Sha Chuyan, Luo Yufei, Li Shangning, Su Xiaoyun, Han Yun luck value. 153,000 points Kung Fu. Perfected the 5th level of 100 flowers magic, perfected the roaring sky sound magic, perfected the walking snow without trace martial arts. Perfect 100 flowers sword technique open black lens bracket system mall close black lens bracket warehouse. 3 second true man pills 2, dowling pills 3, roaring sky sound skill 1, treading snow without trace 1, top grade spirit weapon azure sword 1, dragon elephant pill 1, super grade spirit weapon golden threaded robe 1, super grade spirit weapon wind and thunder boots 1, etc. My relevant situation has changed compared to before. For example, my previous luck value was only 120,000. After participating in the competition these days, I have earned more than 30,000. This is actually normal, because the rankings of those cultivators, sects have changed because they were defeated by me, and there have been some changes in resources. This will cause some changes in the resources of some cultivators with luck, which will naturally affect their luck. Moreover, among the people he defeated, there were some who were lucky, but their luck varied. Being defeated by him would more or less affect the change of their luck. Earning more than 30,000 luck points in one competition was a complete surprise for Qin Haitian, and he had never thought of it before. Now, 1 million points of experience are required to advance to each level of Dao Tai realm. This number is not small. You know, This experience is different from the previous experience. For example, can the price of a pound of silver and a pound of gold be the same? Obviously, they are different. Because one Dao Ling Dan was given to Luo Yufei, there is now one less, leaving only 3. Although he now has more than 100,000 luck points and can participate in the draw for the high-level prize pool, Qin Haitian is not in a hurry to use it because he wants to save it and wait until he has accumulated 1 million luck points before drawing for the top prize pool. Take the Dao Ling Dan. After studying the system in the room for half a day, Qin Haitian decided to improve his own cultivation first. There was no way to improve before, but now it is different. The 100 Swords sect has won the first place. Will the Demon Moon sect feel good? Absolutely not. They will have a strong desire to kill the 100 Swords sect, especially themselves. He was worried that the Demon Moon sect would ambush him and kill him. It's not impossible. After all, the Demon Moon sect is very demonic. Although it is not a demonic sect, it is no different from one of them. It's just that the Demon Moon sect is too strong, so other sects dare not provoke it easily. Chapter 131 Misty Forest. Moreover, the Demon Moon sect had previously planned to surround and kill him. It's normal to happen again. In such a situation, it is beneficial and harmless to improve yourself as much as possible. Whoosh tilde tilde tilde. As Qin Haitian took the Dao Ling Dan, his cultivation level improved rapidly and his experience points also soared. Demon Moon Sect. Forbidden Area. This is a meeting that only those with cultivation above the Daotai realm can attend. Ancestor. Bai Shangfeng was kneeling on the ground. In front of him sat a figure with raging demonic flames. You are such a waste that you can't even defeat several people who are decades younger than you. The figure with raging demonic flames snorted coldly. Bai Shang was so busy that he didn't dare to look up. The figure with the surging demonic flames is the current top master of the Demon Moon sect, Feng Xingyan, who has reached the second level of the Four Symbols realm. Well, not long ago he was at the first level of the Four Symbols realm, but this time when he came out of seclusion, he was already at the second level of the Four Symbols realm. He was also the biggest contributor to the opening of the mysterious space in the forbidden area of the Demon Moon sect. Because he was the first to enter that mysterious space, he was also the first to break through to the Four Symbols realm. Clement, Feng Xingyan said, looking at the figure sitting below him. Brother, Clement responded with a bow. You have already broken through to the Four Symbols realm. Go out in person later and ambush the cultivators of the 100 Swords sect on their way back to the sect and kill them all. Feng Xingyan said, coldly, I have deduced that Qin Haitian is a being with terrible luck. If he survives, even if our Demon Moon sect has that mysterious space, we may not be able to destroy the 100 Swords sect in the future. Yes, brother, Clement replied. Shangfeng. Feng Xingyan looked at Bai Shangfeng again. The disciple is here. You take a few Daotai level Grand Elders to assist us, such as analyzing where is the best place to set up an ambush to prevent other forces from finding us. Clean up some small fish, etc. Feng Xingyan said coldly. Otherwise, although we are strong, we can't withstand the combined efforts of other sects. But will the Baijian sect suspect that it was us who did it? Bai Shangfeng asked worriedly. So what if they are worried? As long as there is no evidence, they can only make wild guesses. Feng Xingyan said in a deep voice. Yes, Bai Shangfeng replied in a deep voice. I was very excited in my heart. Qin Haitian, our sect's Four Symbols realm Grand Elder is going to lead a team to kill you personally. Let me see how you die. No matter how many trump cards he has, he believes that Qin Haitian will be defeated on the spot when facing a strong man in the Four Symbols realm. Whoosh tilde tilde tilde. Qin Haitian woke up from his retreat, and the next moment, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. After half a day of retreat, his cultivation had improved significantly. He pulled up the system interface, took a look, and nodded with satisfaction. Open black lens bracket. Villain beauty system close black lens bracket host. Qin Haitian age, 56 cultivation. Daotai realm 4th level 31,001,100,000 beauties. 10 Lu Ruoxian, Shui Hongluan, Leng Qingshuang, Xu Mengjiao, Xu Zhiqing, Sha Chuyan, Luo Yufei, Li Shangning, Su Xiaoyun, Han Yun luck value. 153,000 points Kung Fu. Perfected the 5th level of 100 Flowers magic, perfected the Roaring Sky sound magic, perfected the Walking Snow without trace martial arts. Perfect 100 Flowers sword technique. Open black lens bracket system mall close black lens bracket warehouse. 3 second true man pills 2, Dowling pills 2, Xiaotianyan gong technique 81, Top Grade Spiritual Weapon Azure Sword 1, Dragon Elephant Pill 1, Super Grade Spiritual Weapon Golden Threaded Robe 1, Super Grade Spiritual Weapon Wind and Thunder Boots 1, etc. Another Dowling Pill is missing. For Qin Haitian, this is totally value for money, because his cultivation has been improved by 3 levels and his combat power has also greatly increased. If he meets Bai Shangfang now, let alone fighting for so long, he can easily kill his opponent with one move. I don't know why, but my eyelids are twitching. Is there some crisis about to happen? Qin Haitian frowned and then walked out of the room. All of a sudden, boom, there was a loud bang. Chapter 132 Qin Haitian kills the leader of the Demon Moon sect with his sword. I don't know why, but my eyelids are twitching. Could it be that some crisis is about to come? Before going into seclusion, Qin Haitian frowned. He believed in his intuition, even though it was a little nonsensical. This time, the Demon Moon sect suffered a great loss, while the 100 Swords sect won a great victory and made a huge profit. Will the Demon Moon sect just let it go? I don't think so. His group was indeed strong, but the Demon Moon sect had been the number 1 of the 8 sects for so many years. Was it true that no one had ever reached the 4 symbols realm? It's hard to say. If there really is a being in the 4 symbols realm who ambushes them, many of their methods may not be effective. The more I thought about it, the more I felt something was wrong. In this situation, Qin Haitian wanted to call out the system to see if he could pull out a life-saving trump card like 3 seconds of real man. Because 3 seconds of being a real man may not be enough. Suddenly, an idea came to Qin Haitian's mind. My great-grandmaster has already broken through to the 4 symbols realm. If she can come, then wouldn't her return trip be safe? When Qin Haitian thought of this, he couldn't help but took out the sound transmission stone and sent a message to his great-grandmaster. Han Yun has come out of seclusion. She naturally knows that Qin Haitian led the Baijian sect to win the first place. However, no one else knows that she has broken through to the Daotai realm, except Qin Haitian. Even when Qin Haitian sent her a message saying that there might be an ambush from the Demon Moon sect, she was still puzzled, because the Grand Elder of the 100 Swords sect who led the team was a powerful man at the 10th level of the Daotai realm. Okay, I'll set out to pick you up now. Tell me your return route. Han Yun said. Now that she has broken through to the 4 symbols realm, her flesh and blood have regained vitality and her lifespan has increased by hundreds of years. She now has plenty of time to reach a higher level. But once the 4 symbols realm is perfected, perhaps he will have to leave Qingzhou and head for Zhongzhou. Qingzhou has seen many cultivators in the 4 symbols realm, but no one has ever heard of the existence of anyone beyond the 4 symbols realm. Therefore, she didn't know how to break through to the level above the 4 symbols realm. Qin Haitian then gave Han Yun a general account of the return route. Han Yun hesitated for a moment and said, if someone from the Demon Moon sect really ambushed you, it would definitely happen in the Misty Forest. Misty Forest. Qin Haitian pondered for a moment, and then he understood why Han Yun mentioned this place, because this place is quite special, and if you want to bypass the Misty Forest, it will take 1 or 2 more days. After notifying Han Yun, Qin Haitian's worries were put to rest. Whoosh tilde 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 Qin Haitian woke up from his retreat. The next moment, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. After half a day of retreat, his cultivation had greatly improved. He pulled out the system interface, took a look, and nodded with satisfaction. Open black lens bracket. Villain beauty system close black lens bracket host. Qin Haitian age, 56 cultivation. Daotai realm 4th level 31,001,100,000 beauties. 10 Lu Ruoxian, Shui Hongluan, Leng Qingshuang, Xu Mengjiao, Xu Zhiqing, Sha Chuyan, Luo Yufei, Li Shangning, Su Xiaoyun, Han Yun luck value. 153,000 points Kung Fu. Perfected the 5th level of 100 Flowers magic, perfected the Roaring Sky sound magic, perfected the Walking Snow without trace martial arts. Perfect 100 Flowers sword technique special. Primary level of the Eye of Delusion breaking. Minor success open black lens bracket system mall close black lens bracket warehouse. 3 second true man pills 2, Dowling pills 2, Shaotianian gong technique 81, top grade spiritual weapon azure sword 1, dragon elephant pill 1, super grade spiritual weapon golden threaded robe 1, super grade spiritual weapon wind and thunder boots 1, etc. Another Dowling pill is missing. For Qin Haitian, this was totally worth the money, because his cultivation level had increased by 3 levels and his combat power had also greatly increased. If he were to meet Bai Shangfang again now, let alone fighting for so long, he could easily kill his opponent with just one move. The flying boat was under control and had already arrived above the Misty Forest. The Misty Forest is a dangerous place in Qingzhou. There are many dangerous places in Qingzhou, and the Misty Forest can be said to be on the list. Of course, this dangerous place refers to cultivators below the Star Sea realm, while cultivators at the Star Sea realm level will not be in much danger, because the monsters in this Misty Forest are at most 4th level monsters, and 4th level monsters are comparable to the Star Sea realm. Among human cultivators in the Star Sea realm have some natural advantages when facing 4th order monsters, unless it is a monster with top level bloodline. Otherwise, when facing the same level, humans have the upper hand. The reason why this Misty Forest is called a dangerous place is not only because there are 4th level monsters, but also because the environment here is relatively complex. If you try to communicate with the outside world, you will be interfered with. To put it more vividly, this place is equivalent to an area where there is no signal for making phone calls. All of a sudden, boom, there was a loud bang. What happened? Shui Hongluan exclaimed. Qin Haitian's figure flashed and he came to the bow. This was a top-grade spiritual weapon flying boat with extremely strong defense. It would take some time for a top-level Taoist cultivator to break through the defense outside the flying boat. Lang Qingshuang, Xu Mengjiao and other girls also flew out of the cabin, stood at the head of the bed, and looked outside through the formation. I saw several figures flying in the air outside. One of them had an extremely strong aura. The 2 flying boats were unable to fly away because he used his powerful strength to secure the 2 flying boats. Give it to me, land! Clement shouted. Boom! The 2 flying boats were forcibly suppressed to the ground by the brutal force. Puff puff puff. Although the cultivators in the flying boat had a defensive formation that reduced most of their power, many of them had their blood boiling due to the terrifying power that penetrated into them. Qin Haitian used all his strength to protect the women, thus preventing them from getting hurt. But he took all the responsibility, so his injuries were not light. Husband, are you okay? All the girls showed worried looks in their eyes. It's okay. Qin Haitian touched the blood at the corner of his mouth and shook his head. At this moment, he was extremely anxious. That figure gave him the feeling that he was simply invincible. I just don't know how the 3-second real man pill works. If I take it, I don't know if it will allow me to have the power of the 4 symbols realm. If not, then it's over. The 3-second true man pill is a 5-star pill. Although it is powerful, it has been used before and it can only allow one to have the power of the Daotai realm at most. But at that time, he was only at the Xinghai realm. But now he is already at the Daotai realm, maybe he can be a little stronger. But it's hard to say. First, he took a top-grade healing pill, which was produced by the system. Its effect was much better than those refined in the outside world. In addition, the previous injury was not too serious, so he recovered in an instant. After recovering from his injuries, Qin Haitian did not swallow the 3-second true man pill directly, because this thing only lasts for 3 seconds, and he has to make good use of it and try his best to kill several people with one pill. As for whether Grandmaster Han Yung would come, Qin Haitian was not sure, and if she came late, it would be of no use. I wonder how it compares to the existence of the 4 symbols realm. At this moment, Qin Haitian felt that he had become very strong. As for whether he had reached the level of the 4 symbols realm, he was not sure. He felt that there was still a gap between him and the figure outside, but the gap is not as big as before. You guys wait in the flying boat, I'll go take a look outside. Qin Haitian said, and flew out of the flying boat directly. Be careful. Worry was revealed in the beautiful eyes of the girls. They did not think about going out because they had discovered that among the 5 figures outside, except for the figure with raging demonic flames, the other 4 figures, the one with the weakest aura was Bai Shangfeng, the leader of the Demon Moon sect. 2 figures also appeared outside the flying boat on the other side. They were the 2 Daotai realm supreme elders of the Star Sea realm. One was at the 10th level of the Daotai realm, and the other was at the 7th level of the Daotai realm. Their expressions were extremely solemn. Lemon, you actually broke through to the 4 symbols realm. The 100 Swords sect's 10th level Daotai realm Grand Elder said in a deep voice with shock and anger in his eyes, what are you doing? Are you going to go to war with our 100 Swords sect? Start a war, haha, I will destroy your 100 Swords sect sooner or later, but now is not the time to do so. Lemon sneered, Shu Chun, have you ever thought that you and I were both known as the best sword masters back then, but I broke through to the 4 symbols realm before you? What does this prove? It proves that the 100 Swords sect is not as lucky as our Demon Moon sect. Our Demon Moon sect is destined to become the only top sect in the Demon Moon sect, and your 100 Swords sect will become a thing of the past. Shu Chun, the supreme elder of the 100 Swords sect who was at the 10th level of the Dao Tai realm, had a very unhappy expression on his face. To be honest, Raymond's strength was slightly weaker than his back then, so why did he break through to the Four Symbols realm before him? Okay, let's stop talking nonsense. I'll send you on your way now. Without waiting for Shu Chun to say anything else, Lemon pushed forward with his hands as if embracing the sun and the moon. Boom. A terrifying sphere appeared and rushed towards Shu Chun and the other man. As for Qin Haitian, although he had amazing talent, he did not take it seriously because the other four Dao Tai realm powerhouses had already set their sights on Qin Haitian. Puff. Shu Chun swung out a terrifying sword, and the sword light was dazzling, like the sunset, but when it hit the ball that Raymond pushed out, it shattered into pieces. Although the ball was slightly dimmed, its power was not reduced much. Shu Chun swung out dozens of swords in succession before he managed to break the sphere. At the moment of the blast, the two of them were also knocked out. Puff. Blood gushed out of Shu Chun's mouth. If you don't break through to the Four Symbols realm, you don't know how powerful the Four Symbols realm is. Clement's mouth showed sarcasm. After reaching the 10th level of the Star Sea realm, there is still a chance to cross levels and fight against the cultivators who have just entered the Dao Tai realm. However, there is no comparison between reaching the 10th level of the Dao Tai realm and entering the Four Symbols realm. Shu Chun tried his best but was unable to stop Lemon's casual attack, which was a huge blow to Shu Chun. Qin Haitian, you didn't expect that you were so proud the past 2 days, but today, you are going to fail here. On the other side, Bai Shangfeng sneered. Although the strongest person around him is only a cultivator of the 7th or 8th level of the Dao Tai realm, it is enough. He can even spare a cultivator of the 8th level of the Dao Tai realm to deal with another cultivator of the Dao Tai realm from the Baijian sect, but Lemon doesn't need help. He alone is enough to deal with 2 Dao Tai realms. The 4 of them are more than enough to deal with 1 Qin Haitian. But the next moment, his expression suddenly changed, because at this moment Qin Haitian seemed to have transformed into a prehistoric giant beast, and the power he exploded in an instant was simply terrifying. That's right, Qin Haitian took the 3-second real man pill at this moment. Not good. Clemens was just about to launch a fatal attack on Shu Chun and the other 2 supreme elders of the 100 Sword sect, but at this moment he felt the terrifying divine power erupting from Qin Haitian. Ah! Bai Shangfeng's eyes showed fear, disbelief and terror. No. The other 3 Dao Tai realm masters also hurried to stop them. But even so, Qin Haitian's incident happened suddenly, and these 3 Dao Tai realms originally wanted to give Bai Shangfeng a chance to get back at him, so they just stood by and watched, which led to their delay in taking action. Qin Haitian swung his sword and directly killed Bai Shangfeng. Yes, Bai Shangfeng, the leader of the Demon Moon sect, was originally preparing to abdicate and focus all his efforts on becoming a cultivator at the Dao Tai realm. However, before he could abdicate, he died first. At the moment of his death, his heart was filled with regret. Why did he want to get back at the Lord? Now, instead of getting back at the Lord, he was looking for death, not reconciled. He had a bright future. His consciousness returned to nothingness, and he died. It's a long story, but in fact, only a moment passed from the time Bai Shangfeng made his move to his death. Great. Seeing this scene, Shu Chun laughed out loud. Even if he died, it would be exciting to be able to see this scene before he died. Damn it, you losers actually saw that guy Qin Haitian kill the sect leader. Clemens roared. At this moment, he was furious and wanted to kill Shu Chun as soon as possible. They are led by a powerful 4 Symbols realm cultivator, and there are also 4 Dao Tai realm cultivators. According to the actual combat power comparison, they have no chance of winning at all. In such a situation, isn't it worthy of pride and honor to be able to kill one? After Qin Haitian slashed at Bai Shangfeng with his sword, he didn't even look at him again, because in his mind, Bai Shangfeng was already a dead man the moment he attacked. Therefore, his second sword was directed at another cultivator at the 6th level of the Dao Tai realm. He wanted to pick on the weak ones, mainly these few people. Even those who were identified as weak persimmons by him were still a great threat to his women. So, at this moment, he must deal with these opponents as quickly as possible. Phew. The 6th level Dao Tai realm cultivator from the Mo Yu sect was frightened when he saw Qin Haitian coming to kill him. He didn't have the courage to challenge Qin Haitian and retreated repeatedly. Chapter 133 Battle of the Four Elephants. The eye that breaks delusion opens. Wow! The mind of this cultivator at the 6th level of the Daotai realm was captured, and he looked a little dazed. Phew! A flash of blood appeared, and the body of this Daotai realm's 6th level cultivator was separated. The next moment, the attacks of the other two Daotai realm masters came with unparalleled lethality, but Qin Haitian's figure disappeared in an instant, and reappeared behind the Daotai realm 8th level master. Be careful! The cultivator at the 9th level of the Daotai realm of the Demon Moon sect saw it. A look of shock appeared in his eyes, and he exclaimed, but his reminder did not have any effect. With a loud bang, this powerful man at the 8th level of the Daotai realm was beheaded on the spot by Qin Haitian. The strength Qin Haitian displayed at this moment was terrifying. In less than 2 breaths, damn it! Clemens saw that he had not yet killed the combined forces of the 2 Daotai realm powerhouses, and 3 of the 4 Daotai realm powerhouses he brought with him were killed by Qin Haitian. This made him furious. Ha ha! At this moment, both Lemon and the other Daotai realm masters laughed out loud. Originally they thought they would definitely die this time, but the strength displayed by Qin Haitian shocked them. However, they knew that this should be a life-saving method that Qin Haitian got from somewhere, and it would not be usable for long. The two of them tried their best to hold off Lemon 1 or 2, allowing Qin Haitian to kill the other guy. The only remaining cultivator from the Demon Moon sect naturally felt that Qin Haitian's strength was unreal. He soon realized that Qin Haitian must have used some means to save his life. Qin Haitian also felt it. After his cultivation level was raised to the Daotai realm, the effect of the 3 seconds true man drug allowed his combat power to reach a level close to the 4 symbols realm. With the combination of his 100 flowers sword technique, snow walking without trace body technique, and the eye of delusion, his combat power was actually deployed with Lemon. In this case, the only remaining Daotai realm 9th level strongman in the Demon Moon sect was killed on the spot by Qin Haitian and could not withstand Qin Haitian's powerful attack at all. And at this moment, Qin Haitian's aura instantly returned to normal, that is, the 4th level of Daotai realm, his own realm. 3 seconds is enough for a real man to be able to make it. That's really 3 seconds, not a second more. Qin Haitian shook his head helplessly. Qin Haitian didn't know how to evaluate the system's product. It didn't seem too much to say that it was fair and honest, but this is not what Qin Haitian needs. It would be great if I could hold on for a day or 2. In that case, maybe my master Han Young would come. Master, take your disciples and run away quickly. We will stop him first. Shu Chun roared with his face flushed. Kill. Another powerful man at the 9th level of Daotai realm also shouted. Because they all noticed Qin Haitian's breath circuit, it was obvious that Qin Haitian had no way to help them anymore. How could Qin Haitian just watch 2 elders of the sect die while he himself ran away? The next moment, Qin Haitian took another 3 seconds of real manliness pill and rushed directly into the battle group. Come on. Clemens was not surprised but happy when he saw Qin Haitian coming. He had originally planned to get rid of Shu Chun and the other 2 first, and then hunt down Qin Haitian. This would not take more than a few seconds, and in a few seconds, Qin Haitian would not be able to escape from the misty forest. But Qin Haitian came here regardless of his own safety, so he could get rid of Qin Haitian, the biggest threat to him, first, and then deal with the other 2. Boom. After this fight, Raymond suddenly understood why Qin Haitian was able to kill 4 Daotai level cultivators from their Demon Moon sect in 3 seconds. His fighting ability was really no worse than his, and his sword was sharp. Every time he struck out, he was able to hit the flaws in his moves. This made him feel like Qin Haitian saw through him. Chapter 134, Master is coming. Boom boom boom. With a deafening roar, Qin Haitian and the cultivator of the 1st level of the 4 symbols realm suddenly engaged in combat. In an instant, Qin Haitian felt a surge of heroic sentiment in his heart, and felt that the so-called strong man in front of him was only so-so in strength. If the effect of the elixir that can enhance combat power lasts for not just a few seconds but several hours, then Qin Haitian firmly believes that he is absolutely capable of killing Clemens here and there. Unfortunately, the effect of the elixir lasted only a few seconds. Even so, how could Qin Haitian be willing to sit there and wait for death? At this moment, something strange happened. A black shadow shot out from Qin Haitian's hand at lightning speed and flew straight towards Lemon. Seeing this, Lemon's heart tightened, and his eyes were fixed on the unknown object, with a flash of suspicion in his eyes. What on earth is this? He thought to himself. But before Lemon could react, his expression suddenly changed in the next second. There was a thunderous roar that shook the sky like thunder. Then, a huge flame rose into the sky and instantly engulfed Lemon. The terrifying explosion was like a surging torrent, fiercely hitting Lemon's body and knocking him out. Damn it, Lemon couldn't help but curse. At this moment, he looked miserable, his clothes were torn, his hair was messy, and his original majestic aura was gone. Compared with before, he was in a very low state at this moment. On the other side, Qin Haitian looked at the scene in front of him with a slightly depressed look on his face. You know, the treasure just thrown out is called the Thunderbolt Fire Bomb, which is not a reward from the system, but a gift from his master Han Yun to save his life. I didn't expect that even such a powerful Thunderbolt Fire Bomb couldn't completely kill Lemon. This guy is really tough. This thing is pretty good, but its effect is only short-lived. The fact that it could injure Lemon was actually somewhat beyond Qin Haitian's expectations. If this thing is used well, it can indeed kill a being at the 10th level of the Daotai realm. However, this thing is dead and needs to be controlled by humans. Therefore, even if it has a power comparable to that of an ordinary Four Symbols Realm cultivator, it is still difficult to kill a being at the Four Symbols Realm, even a cultivator like Lemon who has just entered the Four Symbols Realm. Master, you should leave quickly. Seeing Qin Haitian's aura weakening again, Shu Chun suddenly realized that Qin Haitian's life-saving trump cards should have been used up, including the things that greatly improved himself, and the fire bomb that just injured Lemon. Oh, I forgot about it before. Qin Haitian slapped his head. He had always taken the pill himself before, but forgot to let Shu Chun take it. With his cultivation level of the 4th level of the Daotai realm, he could reach a combat power close to the 1st level of the Four Symbols realm. If Shu Chun took it, he wondered if he could reach a higher level. Although it may not be achieved, you can still try it. But now, he looked at the system warehouse and was extremely depressed. The pill was gone. Open black lens bracket. Villain beauty system close black lens bracket host. Qin Haitian age, 56 cultivation. Daotai realm 4th level 31,001,100,000 beauties. 10 Lu Ruoxian, Shui Hongluan, Leng Qingshuang, Shu Mengjiao, Shu Zhiqing, Sha Chuyan, Luo Yufei, Li Shangning, Su Xiaoyun, Han Yun luck value. 153,000 points Kung Fu. Perfected the 5th level of 100 Flowers magic. Perfected the Roaring Sky sound magic. Perfected the Walking Snow without trace martial arts. Perfect 100 Flowers sword technique special. Primary level of the Eye of Delusion breaking. Minor success open black lens bracket system mall close black lens bracket warehouse. Dowling pills 2, Xiaotianying 1, top grade spiritual weapon Azure sword 1, dragon elephant pill 1, super grade spiritual weapon golden threaded robe 1, super grade spiritual weapon wind and thunder boots 1, etc. When will the Grand Master arrive? Qin Haitian stood there, his heart burning with anxiety. He paced back and forth, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Time passed by, but the Grand Master was nowhere to be seen. I can't just sit there and wait like this any longer. If I continue to wait, I'm afraid there will be no results. Now that things have come to this, there is no other way. Only by fighting to the death can we have a glimmer of hope. Qin Haitian gritted his teeth and made up his mind secretly. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, his eyes lit up and he hurriedly said, "Oh, by the way, I remember there are some pills in the prize pool that can enhance strength. Maybe we can take some out and let Grand Elder Shu Chun take them. Maybe it can enhance our combat effectiveness." After saying that, Qin Haitian reached into his arms, ready to open the system to draw the lottery. At this moment, an extremely terrifying aura swept in from a distance like a violent storm, and wherever it passed, sand and rocks flew, and all the grass and trees fell. Then, a crisp and delicate rebuke resounded through the sky, "Lemon, die." Hearing this familiar voice, Qin Haitian was stunned at first, and then an ecstatic smile broke out on his face involuntarily. Great, the Grand Master has finally arrived. Now we are saved. He was so excited that his hands began to tremble slightly. Chapter 135, Master kills a cultivator at the Four Symbols realm with his sword. Shu Chun was also startled when he heard the sudden voice. When he saw that the person coming was Han Yun, he reminded her repeatedly, "Senior sister, be careful." Yes, Han Yun is one of the oldest in the Baijian sect. After all, his life was almost coming to an end. But soon, Shu Chun was confused, because Han Yun actually crushed Lemon when facing him. Although Lemon was severely injured by Qin Haitian's methods before, the opponent was still a strong man in the four symbols realm. Senior sister Han, she has broken through to the four symbols realm. Shu Chun recovered from his shock the next moment, his face full of surprise. Yes, senior sister Han has made a breakthrough. Another Daotai realm expert also said excitedly. If you are not a cultivator in the four symbols realm, it is impossible to do this. How could you possibly break through to the four symbols realm? At this moment, Clement's eyes were filled with disbelief. He really couldn't believe it. He originally thought that this mission could be easily completed. Seeing Qin Haitian suddenly burst out with such terrifying fighting power was beyond his expectations. Now, it was even more beyond his imagination. In his mind, Han Yun should be nearing the end of her life, and should be in seclusion, making a final attack. However, the result of the impact should be sitting and passing away, but now, the opponent has broken through to the four symbols realm, and like himself, his lifespan has been added by hundreds of years. 100 Swords Sect, is this really going to rise? Han Yun had made a breakthrough, but what about the other Supreme Elders? Have any of them made a breakthrough? It's hard to say, because not long ago, their Demon Moon sect didn't even have a four symbols realm. It was only in the past year that their Demon Moon sect opened up that forbidden area and that secret realm, and two four symbols realm were born. Is it the same for the 100 Swords sect? At this moment, Lemon thought a lot. He didn't dare to stay any longer and wanted to escape back to the sect and tell them about this matter. Otherwise, if the Demon Moon sect didn't pay much attention to the 100 Swords sect, then eventually, the Demon Moon sect would be in big trouble and capsize. This is very possible, but Clemens found that he was overthinking. He wanted to escape, but he couldn't escape at this time. Han Yun, as the eldest sister of the Baijian sect, had served as the sect's leader for decades. Qin Haitian passed the 100 Flowers sword technique to her. She herself had experienced adventures when she was young and acquired other means, such as her extraordinary body movements. Her fighting ability is at the level of Dugu Chubai in Baijian sect. Now that she has broken through to the four symbols realm, the true meaning she has comprehended is much more powerful than that of the ordinary four symbols realm. In addition, her cultivation had long been completely stabilized, and Lemon had suffered serious injuries before. As a result, a huge gap had opened up between Lemon and Han Yun. Lemon was completely suppressed and had no power to fight back. After persisting for half an hour, Clemens was still killed by Han Yun. It's not that Han Yun is not strong enough, but that Clemens tried his best under the loom of death. After all, many people will burst out with potential and strength far beyond their own when death approaches. Master is so mighty. When Qin Haitian saw Han Yun kill Clemens, he immediately flattered him. Senior sister, senior sister. Shu Chun and the other man also shouted excitedly. I thought I was doomed before, but I never expected that there would be a bright future ahead. Well, let's clean up here and go back. Han Yun nodded calmly, although she looked calm on the surface. In fact, there were huge waves in Han Yun's heart. To be honest, she didn't expect that she would be able to kill a being in the four symbols realm not long after she broke through to the four symbols realm. This battle also gave her enough confidence. Although she hasn't fought for many years, her fighting ability is still considered strong among people of the same level. Senior sister, can you tell me how you broke through to the four symbols realm? Shu Chun asked anxiously. He has reached perfection in the 10th level of Daotai realm, and is also facing the problem of breaking through to the four symbols realm. Let's discuss this matter in detail after we return to the sect. Okay, let's clean up the battlefield and go back first. After all, no one knows whether the Demon Moon sect will attack again or even send a stronger existence. Han Yun said seriously. After all, the Demon Moon sect had sent beings at the four symbols realm to ambush and assassinate them. This means that there is a high probability that there are still cultivators in the four symbols realm in the Demon Moon sect. Soon, the battlefield was cleared. Han Yun asked Shu Chun and the other two supreme elders to stay on the flying boat, while she decided to go with Qin Haitian because she wanted to talk to him about something. Chapter 136, Master is shy. On the flying boat. In fact, the girls had been worried all along, because once Qin Haitian died, they were afraid it would be difficult for them to survive. As for why they didn't think about escaping just now, it was because the time was too short. Moreover, the opponent has set up a formation in this area. If you are not strong enough, you will not be able to break the formation here. However, when Han Yun rushed over, he had already broken the trap here. I haven't congratulated Master yet for breaking through to the four symbols realm. Qin Haitian looked at Han Yun with a smile. I have to say that after Grandmaster Han Yun's cultivation broke through to the Four Symbols realm, there were huge changes. Although he looked very young before because of the rejuvenating pill, he looks a little younger now. Ahem, I am a little younger. Why are you staring at me? Han Yun felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by Qin Haitian, and raised her eyebrows. Nothing. Qin Haitian shrugged and chuckled. He would naturally not tell her the truth. He actually wanted to see some relevant information about her now. Open black lens bracket. Name: Han Yun. Close black lens bracket. Age: 490. Cultivation: first level of Four Symbols realm, minor success. Open black lens bracket. Appearance: 95. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Talent index: 6,920 points. Close black lens bracket. Likability rating: 96. The other party's appearance has improved to 95 points. No, to be more precise, it has returned to its peak state. After all, after her cultivation has broken through to the Four Symbols realm, her Taoism has become stronger, and she gives people a more exciting feeling. The talent index also increased a lot. As for the extremely high favorability, Qin Haitian was not surprised, because Han Yun was obviously not the kind of ungrateful person. She knew who had the greatest contribution to her breakthrough to the Four Symbols realm, so it was reasonable for her to have such a great favor towards Qin Haitian. Han Yun felt a little embarrassed and annoyed. She didn't know why, but she always felt that there was something wrong with the way Qin Haitian looked at her. It was like the way he looked at a woman. Well, she was a woman, but Qin Haitian didn't look at her like an elder. Could this little girl be fascinated by my charm? That won't do. I am her master, and that is absolutely not possible. Han Yun thought to herself. If Qin Haitian dared to show that idea, she would definitely beat him up. Humph, no mercy. Master, why is your face red? You weren't hurt when you fought with Clemens just now, right? Qin Haitian saw that Han Yun's expression looked a little strange, and asked with concern. I'm fine, Han Yun replied in a cold voice, but she felt a little ashamed. How could she have such a thought just now? He was still a child, how could he have such a rebellious thought about him? Really, it's all Qin Haitian's fault. This little guy used to be such a decent person, but now, his disciple is not a disciple, his junior sister is not a junior sister, and even his daughter. Although she knows that they are not her biological daughter, this is not appropriate, right? If this gets out, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the 100 Sword sect? Alas, she couldn't control Qin Haitian's emotional affairs. After all, she was able to reach the Four Symbols realm today thanks to Qin Haitian's kindness. The girls, led by Shui Hongluan, came over one after another to greet Han Yun. To be honest, if Han Yun hadn't said that this was the words of their grandmaster, the girls wouldn't have dared to believe that this extremely beautiful woman was actually the sect's supreme elder. They had never seen her before. When facing the girls, Han Yun also communicated with them one by one with a smile. If they had any problems in cultivation, she would give them some guidance. Her attitude towards them was much better than that towards Qin Haitian. This made Qin Haitian feel strange. One day later, the two flying boats landed in Baijian sect one after another. Facing the people who returned from Moyue sect, everyone in Baijian sect was excited and held a grand celebration. After all, it has been so many years, and this is the first time that the Baijian sect has won first place among the 8 sects. Let's not talk about the time when the Baihua Palace was still there. At that time, the Baihua Palace was the #1 sect in Qingzhou. However, the Baihua Palace has been destroyed for 30 or 40 years. In the years since the destruction of the Baihua Palace, Qingzhou has only held 4 major competitions. The Demon Moon sect won first place in the previous 3 times. The best ranking of the Baijian sect before was only 3rd. Naturally, the fact that they were able to take first place this time made the cultivators of the Baijian sect feel proud. Chapter 137 Demon Moon Sect Meeting. Demon Moon Sect. Forbidden Area. When Feng Xingyun learned that Qin Haitian and others had returned to the Baijian sect, he immediately became furious. Can anyone tell me what exactly is going on? How did those people return to the sect? Faced with Feng Xingyun's questioning, everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to respond. Lemon, have you contacted Bai Shangfeng and the others? Can't get in touch. Everyone shook their heads. Feng Xingyun's face darkened when he heard this. Since no one could contact Lemon and the others, there was only one possibility, that is, Lemon and Bai Shangfeng were in great danger. How could their ambush fail? Feng Xingyun's face looked extremely ugly. Everyone was silent, because they were shocked beyond words when they heard the news that the people from Baijian sect were returning. It was too unbelievable. Then they began to frantically contact Lemon and Bai Shangfeng and the others, but they couldn't get through at all. They immediately realized that Lemon and the others might be in great danger. That Qin Haitian is very weird. He might have some miraculous weapon that can allow him to possess the strength of the Four Symbols realm in a short period of time. Someone said tentatively, what kind of magic weapon can allow him to possess strength comparable to that of the Four Symbols realm? Feng Xingyan asked back, well, I don't know. The man immediately hesitated, because this was just his guess. He naturally didn't know what the truth was. Seeing that everyone was silent, Feng Xingyan said angrily, you are all dumb, don't you have anything to say? Perhaps, there are also people in the Four Symbols realm in the 100 Swords sect. Someone else said tentatively, of course, this is also my speculation, because according to the people we have planted in the 100 Swords sect, the 100 Swords sect Supreme Elder has rarely appeared in the sect in recent days, almost never. Most of those Supreme Elders are approaching the end of their lives. They are either going to Zhongzhou to make a living, or are in seclusion in the sect for their last fight. How could they possibly wander around in the sect casually? Feng Xingyan snorted coldly. His guess was refuted by Feng Xingyan, and he fell silent. Maybe he felt that his guess was just nonsense. Brother, what should we do next? Someone asked. Let's figure out the situation first, otherwise, our plan to dominate Qingzhou may fail before it even begins. Feng Xingyan snorted coldly. Yes, everyone responded when they heard it. They don't have any good solution for this. By the way, Yangshan has a good talent. You guys should discuss it. If possible, let him enter the Forbidden Secret Realm as an exception. Maybe in a few years, he will be able to break through to the Daotai realm. Feng Xingyan said, he is indeed very talented. It's just that he was originally from the 100 Swords sect. Isn't it a bad idea to let him enter the Forbidden Secret Realm? Why not? It is said that the leader of Baijian sect, Qin Haitian, stole his woman and expelled him from the sect. He hates Qin Haitian to the core. In that case, let's let him enter the Forbidden Secret Realm. After all, as long as he is loyal to us and has good talent, he is worth our training. That's right, Qin Haitian is very evil. If Yangshan trains him well, he might become our weapon against Qin Haitian. In that case, I have no objection to Yangshan entering the Forbidden Secret Realm. I agree. Chapter 138 Flirting with the Master and Getting Beaten. Since everyone agrees, let's do it. Train him to be the next clan leader. Yes, someone answered. Obviously, Yangshan's performance in the 8 sects competition had completely caught the eyes of the Demon Moon sect's Supreme Elders. Otherwise, Qin Haitian would not have been trained as a key disciple in less than a year. No, he would not have been trained to be the next sect master. This also indirectly shows how optimistic the people of the Demon Moon sect are about Yangshan. This also shows that a person has good luck. No matter where he goes, he can get corresponding opportunities. Even if you don't go to get them, the opportunities will come to your door. Even if Qin Haitian knew that Yangshan was being trained by the Demon Moon sect, he would not be surprised at all, because when he met Yangshan before, he found out that Yangshan's recent opportunity said that his opportunity was in the forbidden area of the Demon Moon sect. Qin Haitian had no way to rob the other party of this opportunity, whether then or now, because the overall strength of the Demon Moon sect is stronger than that of the 100 Swords sect. The opportunity to snatch Yangshan from the Demon Moon sect is simply a fool's dream. After returning to the sect, Qin Haitian followed Han Yun directly to her cave. Why are you following me to my cave? Han Yun said, didn't I say before that I would give my master an opportunity? I am here to give you the opportunity. Qin Haitian said to his master Han Yun with a smile. What opportunity are you giving me? Is it some kind of heavenly martial arts or something? Han Yun felt a little panicked when Qin Haitian looked at her, and her ears couldn't help but blush. If master wants that kind of thing, it's not impossible. However, this is not the opportunity I want to give you. Qin Haitian said with a smile. Then what opportunity do you want to give me? Han Yun pursed her lips. Qin Haitian looked at Han Yun's pursed lips. She didn't look like a few hundred years old at all. In fact, this was normal. After all, she was a cultivator. Now that her cultivation had reached the Four Symbols realm, all the functions of her body had regained vitality. I want you to become. Qin Haitian said. No, I'm your master. Han Yun was struck by lightning when she heard that. Her face flushed as she angrily shouted, Don't be so treasonous. Qin Haitian looked at Han Yun in confusion and said, I want you, Grand Master, to become the best master in Qingzhou. How is this treasonous? Grand Master, did you misunderstand something? Han Yun blinked, feeling embarrassed, and said repeatedly, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. How did you make me the #1 expert in Qingzhou? Looking at the blushing cheeks of his master, to describe it in one word, it was simply delicate and lovely. Qin Haitian admitted that he was moved. It was not because of his resistance, but because Han Yun at this moment was indeed beyond words. Qin Haitian didn't want to continue teasing Han Yun, otherwise she would definitely get angry and embarrassed. Although she is a bit older, she is actually very thin-skinned. If you take this pill and meditate for a while, you will be able to break through to the 4th level of the Four Symbols realm. Qin Haitian said as he took out a pill from his storage ring. What kind of elixir is this? Han Yun asked curiously and shocked. It can actually allow me to break through to the 4th level of the Four Symbols realm. This pill is called Dragon Elephant Pill, Qin Haitian said. Qin Haitian had originally planned to use this pill after he broke through to the Four Symbols realm, but after thinking about it, he gave up the idea. Firstly, Han Yun was one of the goddesses he was bound to, and Qin Haitian had an ulterior motive for her, which was to turn her into his real woman. Second, the Demon Moon sect dared to ambush him and others this time, but what about next time? Moreover, the Demon Moon sect was able to send out strong men in the Four Symbols realm, so there might be such strong men in the sect. In such a situation, it is natural to improve the power of the people around him as much as possible. Han Yun is a good master and is very good to him. Since he cannot break through to the Four Symbols realm in the short term, helping Han Yun improve his cultivation and strength is the best choice. So, after much deliberation, Qin Haitian decided to give this priceless pill to Han Yun. What are the side effects? Han Yun asked with some guilt. Han Yun felt that the side effects of this elixir might be serious, as it could improve his cultivation so much in such a short period of time. There are no side effects. Of course, it's not quite right to say that. The only side effect is that with so many breakthroughs in a short period of time, it takes some time to adapt to the change in strength brought about by the substantial improvement. People with good adaptability can adapt in 3 to 5 days, while people with poor adaptability may need several months. Qin Haitian said after a slight hesitation. Is this the only side effect? Han Yun's beautiful eyes widened and she looked at Qin Haitian in disbelief, totally unable to believe it. That's it, Qin Haitian shrugged. Han Yun, even if you break through step by step, you will still need to spend some time to adapt to the new changes in strength after the breakthrough. This is not a side effect at all. It is a normal change after the breakthrough. Why are you so nice to me? Han Yun took the pill, looked at Qin Haitian with her beautiful eyes and asked. For some reason, her heart beat faster when she looked at Qin Haitian. In the past, she looked at men as if they were toads with 2 legs. But for some reason, since the last time she met Qin Haitian, every time she looked at Qin Haitian, her heart beat faster inexplicably. Because I want you to become the #1 master in Qingzhou. Qin Haitian said to Han Yun with narrowed eyes and a smile. You little bastard. Han Yun's heart skipped a beat again, and she said hatefully with a look of shame and anger on her face. Originally, she should be very grateful to Qin Haitian for obtaining such a priceless treasure, but when she saw Qin Haitian's eyes, she felt that his eyes were not serious, as if he had some ideas about her. Master, I've been so good to you, do you want to give me some reward? Qin Haitian licked his face and said with a grin. What reward do you want? A kick, Han Yun said unhappily. All my treasures are not as good as this one pill of yours. Give me your feet. Isn't this inappropriate? Qin Haitian looked at Miss Han Yun and blinked. Han Yun said angrily. You want to die, you even tease me. No, Qin Haitian coughed and shook his head seriously. After a pause, he looked at Han Yun and said, why don't you use your mouth? As Qin Haitian spoke, he looked at Han Yun's delicate lips. I want me to kiss you, you guy wants to be beaten, right? Looking at Qin Haitian staring at her mouth, although she had never been in a relationship, she had lived for hundreds of years, had never eaten pork, and could not have seen pigs run away. I asked you to tell me with your mouth how you broke through to the Four Symbols realm. Qin Haitian showed an innocent look. Master, how could you associate it with me asking you to kiss me? Han Yun. Bang. The next moment, Qin Haitian flew out of Han Yun's cave on the clouds. Looking at Qin Haitian who was thrown out by her, Han Yun stamped her feet on the ground in shame and anger. This bad guy really pissed me off. She felt that what she was doing was a little inappropriate, but if she didn't do it, she would be so embarrassed. This brat was going too far. Chapter 139 Shu Mengjiao returned home and kissed her master secretly. Outside the cave, Qin Haitian patted his butt and stood up from the ground. A passing grand elder saw Qin Haitian and asked, "Sect master, how did you fly out of your master's cave?" "Hee, I'm practicing Qinggong. My master taught me some skills, and I'm still trying to master them." Qin Haitian explained without blushing. "Is that so? You continue practicing. I have something else to do." "Okay," Qin Haitian replied. How could Qin Haitian possibly tell others that he was thrown out by his master because he flirted with him? After all, it was not a glorious thing. But when I think about how I flirted with my master and how he got angry and embarrassed, he looked so cute. To be honest, Qin Haitian felt his heart was moved. "Grandmaster, she is probably finding it hard to calm down now, right?" Qin Haitian muttered secretly. Speaking of which, the look of Grandmaster's blushing face was really endearing. "From what I understand, Master must still be in a state of embarrassment and anger, so don't tease her. Otherwise, she will become angry out of embarrassment." So Qin Haitian returned to his main peak. In the following years, Qin Haitian practiced cultivation when he had nothing to do. The rest of the time, he would recite poems and compose essays with whoever was not in seclusion anymore. Qin Fei would look for Shu Mengjiao when he had nothing to do. After Qin Fei's emotional cultivation over these days, the latter had also integrated into the role of his woman and had become his woman both physically and mentally. As Shu Mengjiao integrates into this big family, Qin Haitian has many more choices. Qin Haitian would go find his master Han Yun and tease her whenever he had nothing to do. At first, he would be beaten up every time. But later, Han Yun was no longer so strong. However, she would still get angry and twist Qin Haitian's ears and waist out of shame. From twisting the ears to twisting the waist, it still looks like twisting. But the former is like what an elder does when he is angry with a younger person, but the latter is different. The latter has a bit of flirting feeling. "Get out of here," Han Yun shouted angrily. On this day, Qin Haitian angered Han Yun with another sentence. However, seeing that although Han Yun was angry, her ears were red and her anger was a little weak, it can be known that she was mostly embarrassed. "Master, you might as well try the taste of love. I can be that tool. Otherwise, your life will be imperfect," Qin Haitian said righteously. "If you keep talking nonsense, I will expel you from the sect." Han Yun was ashamed and angry. "Master, are you sure you want to reject my kind proposal? If you want to break through to a higher level, you need more insights into life. Your current life is imperfect and lacks the word love. This is why your cultivation level improves so slowly despite your high talent." Qin Haitian did not change his attitude just because Han Yun was angry. He looked earnest. This was enough to make Han Yun furious. "Get out of here." Han Yun's bulging collar almost burst from anger. "Oh, it's true, Grandmaster, you are still too young and haven't seen the world. You can't stand listening to nice words." Qin Haitian sighed, feeling very disappointed with him. Han Yun, at this moment, Han Yun was simply furious. "Am I too young, haven't seen the world, can't stand good words? Is that what human beings say?" Han Yun laughed angrily. "Baji." Qin Haitian kissed Han Yun on her rosy lips with lightning speed, and without waiting for Han Yun to get angry, he used the lightning-fast skill of walking on snow without leaving a trace and escaped. He fled all the way to his main peak. What made him feel fortunate was that his master did not follow him. Chapter 140 See you again, love poems at every step. Master's mouth is indeed very delicious, just like an aged fine wine. Just a little taste can make people intoxicated. I looked behind me, but there was no murderous figure. I thought that master would come and kill me with a sword. Qin Haitian was playing a little tune in a happy mood, and saw his junior sister Shui Hongluan coming towards him. "Brother, where have you been? I feel like you've been a little lazy lately. Come, let's practice sword skills," Shui Hongluan said, holding up the sword. "I just went to see my master, okay." Qin Haitian explained briefly, and then agreed to Shui Hongluan's proposal. In fact, he felt a little guilty, as if he was caught cheating by the main wife. After all, with his skills, he should have been able to fight against opponents of higher levels, but at most he could only be invincible among those at the same level, which was really a bit unfair to those powerful methods. Let's talk about Han Yun. She was completely stunned by Qin Haitian's kiss, and her heart was beating fast. This was her first kiss that she had treasured for almost 500 years. Just like that, it was stolen by a disciple. This bad guy. Han Yung's face flushed red, and she wanted to pick up her sword and kill him, but she was afraid that people would find out and laugh at her. Then not only would she be embarrassed, but Qin Haitian would also be embarrassed. This bad guy is getting more and more outrageous. Am I pampering him too much? Han Yung thought hatefully. But when she thought of the indescribable tingling feeling she had just felt when she was kissed, she felt her body go limp again. She couldn't help but put her fingers on her lips, but it seemed that she didn't have the same feeling as before. Soon she realized what she was doing. She spat in shame and anger. It was that bad guy who led me astray. Why would I think of such a thing? The next time I see him, I will not say anything and just beat her out with a stick. Purple Moon Sect. It has been a while since Luo Yufei returned to the sect, and today the handover of the sect leader has been successfully completed. After unloading the burden on her, her mood is very complicated. It has been more than 10 years since she became the sect leader. In the last 8 sects competition, she was not the main force and was not qualified to participate, but this time she became the main force. Fortunately, although the results are not a breakthrough compared with the last time, but overall it is comparable to the last time. It's just that the Demon Moon sect was pulled down by the 100 Swords sect. Well, actually he was also pulled down by the Purple Moon sect. Let's try refining this pill first. Luo Yufei returned to her own cave, which was a forbidden area in the Purple Moon sect that only the Supreme Elders were qualified to possess. Afterwards, Luo Yufei began to refine the elixir. She had no doubts about Qin Haitian, but she didn't know whether this elixir was really as mysterious as Qin Haitian said. After refining this dose, she was shocked to find that she had reached the 4th level of Dao Dai realm without doing anything special. Moreover, the foundation is very solid. It has no impact on my potential at all. This is incredible. If this kind of elixir can be mass-produced, how powerful will the Ziyu sect become? Luo Yufei blinked and whispered to herself. Well, even though she had resigned from the position of leader of the Purple Moon sect, her heart still revolved around the Purple Moon sect. This was actually quite normal. After all, she had come to the Purple Moon sect when she was 20 years old, and more than 30 years had passed in a flash. As her family had been wiped out, she had long regarded the Purple Moon sect as her home. She naturally hopes that the Purple Moon sect can develop better, but the next moment, Qin Haitian's figure appeared in her mind. Although she was busy with her own affairs in the past few days, Qin Haitian's figure often appeared in her mind many times. She even had an urgent feeling in her heart, that is, she wanted to meet Qin Haitian. In fact, after resigning from the position of the sect's leader, she has been relatively free. Unless something big happens in the sect, she is usually not needed to show up. Moreover, even if something big happens in the sect, the role she can play will not be too big, because her cultivation level is not even in the middle among the Supreme Elders, but only in the lower level. This is after her cultivation level has broken through to the 4th level of Dao Dai realm. If it was before, she could only be at the bottom. When should I go find him? Humph, no, I'm a woman, and if I have to find someone, he has to find me. If he comes to find me, it means he cares about me very much. Otherwise, why should I let him bully me? It's not like no one wants me. Luo Yufei snorted and thought silently. Time passes slowly. In the blink of an eye, several months passed. These days, Luo Yufei was very anxious because Qin Haitian did not contact her. That bastard Qin Haitian, could it be that he has forgotten me? Luo Yufei thought hatefully. The more she thought about it, the more possible it seemed. After all, Qin Haitian had escaped on their wedding day. He did it to save his own life, and was afraid of being killed by her in anger. It was not impossible that he had deceived her feelings again. Even if he was sincere at that time, how sincere could he be when he was surrounded by so many beauties? The more she thought about it, the more unhappy Luo Yufei felt. If I continue to believe in Qin Haitian, I will be a dog. Luo Yufei thought hatefully in her heart. She took a deep breath and said to herself, my parents' memorial day is coming soon. Now that I have stepped down from the position of clan leader, it is time to go and pay respect to my parents. After the ceremony is over, I will go to Zhongzhou. Because she didn't want to die so early, she still had a lot of good years ahead of her. Now she was in her 50s and had already broken through to the 4th level of the Dao Dai realm, which made her different from the Supreme Elders of the sect. Moreover, she knew that it would be difficult to explore a higher realm if she just lay down early and practiced in comfort. Therefore, it is better to go out and explore the world to gain more opportunities to break through to the Four Symbols realm, or even a higher realm. Wayang Empire. This is the empire that ranks among the top 3 in terms of strength among the many empires in Qingzhou, because this country gave birth to many geniuses. The 2 most famous ones recently are Qin Haitian, the leader of the Baijian sect, and Luo Yufei, the leader of the Ziyu sect. The Wayang Empire is also within the influence of the Baijian sect and the Ziyu sect. On this day, in a cemetery somewhere in the Wayang Empire, people come to clean this cemetery during every festival. Nothing else. Because this cemetery is buried with the remains of the relatives of Qin Haitian, the leader of the Baijian sect, and Luo Yufei, the leader of the Ziyu sect. At this time, Luo Yufei, dressed in white, appeared in the cemetery. Her mood was very complicated. That year, on her wedding night, she was abandoned, and not long after, both families were wiped out. If Qin Haitian had not run away from the marriage, this situation might not have happened. This is why she has been full of resentment towards Qin Haitian for so many years. She believed that it was Qin Haitian who caused her to be lonely and helpless. Scumbag. Luo Yufei cursed in a low voice with hatred. You ran away from the marriage, and you promised me that you would come to find me, but there is no news from you. This time I will never forgive you. You are a liar who doesn't keep his word, a big liar. The reason why Luo Yufei left Ziyu's sect and came to visit her deceased parents was because she was going to Zhongzhou next, and it was obvious that she would never come back. Leave this sad place, to pursue a higher world, and this was Qin Haitian's choice at the beginning. But now, she is emotionally hurt and can only devote all her heart to cultivation. But at this moment, countless colorful flowers fluttered and fell in the cemetery, as if this place had become a sea of flowers. Luo Yufei was shocked. How did these flowers suddenly appear? In the next moment, a magnetic voice resounded. The thin clouds are playing tricks, the flying stars are conveying hatred, and the Milky Way is far away and dark. When the golden wind and jade dew meet, it is better than countless things in the world. Tenderness is like water, and the good time is like a dream. I can't help but look back at the Magpie Bridge on the way home. If the love between 2 people is long-lasting, why should we be together day and night? Luo Yufei looked in the direction where the sound came from. What came into view was an extremely handsome man, even more suave than the one she had fallen for back then. If love between 2 people is long-lasting, why should they be together day and night? Luo Yufei recited this poem, her mind swaying, unable to extricate herself. She was a talented woman when she was young, and her talent was famous in Wayang. She should have liked a man of equal talent, but because of the engagement, her fate was tied together with Qin Haitian. Of course, they did not have the engagement first and then fall in love with each other, because Qin Haitian learned martial arts back then. Once, Luo Yufei was in danger and was rescued by Qin Haitian, and then she fell in love with Qin Haitian. To put it in a more popular way, it is a hero saving a beauty, and if the hero is very handsome, it becomes a matter of giving one's life in return for nothing. Of course, if Qin Haitian was very ugly or ordinary at that time, the answer might be different. Repaying a favor with a favor is a greater favor. Perhaps more importantly, I will definitely repay your great kindness in the future. After all, no matter which world it is a society that values appearance. There are some beautiful women who don't mind a man's appearance, but they are very few. After all, many people like beautiful things. HMPH, what are you doing here? Luo Yufei snorted and asked with a sullen face. She would never admit that she felt moved the moment she saw Qin Haitian just now. I ask the world, what is love that makes people promise to be together throughout life and death? The 2 travelers fly together from north to south, and their old wings have experienced many winters and summers. Joy is fun, parting is painful, and there are even more foolish children among them. You should say, the clouds are vast for thousands of miles, the mountains are covered with snow at dusk, to whom will the lonely shadow go? Qin Haitian looked at Luo Yufei affectionately with tenderness on his face, and walked over slowly. Luo Yufei's heart trembled when she looked at Qin Haitian's expression and the poetry he recited in his magnetic voice. It's so annoying. Her eyes became a little blurry. Is this the man I like? Both civil and military. Moreover, no matter in literature or martial arts, he was unrivaled in talent. At this moment, Qin Haitian shone brightly in her heart, making her heart beat fast. Qin Haitian looked at Luo Yufei and sighed. His deep voice with endless emotions sounded again. 10 years of life and death. I can't forget you. 1,000 miles away, lonely grave, nowhere to talk about the desolation. Even if we meet, you won't recognize me, with dust on your face and frost on your temples. Last night, I dreamt of returning home. I was dressing in the small window. We looked at each other without saying a word, but with tears in my eyes. I guess the place where my heart breaks every year is the short pine hill on a moonlit night. Luo Yufei silently recited the poem that Qin Haitian said. Her eyes turned red and tears welled up in her eyes. She tried hard to hold them back. Without deep emotions, how could one create such poignant and beautiful poetry? 10 years of life and death are so vague, I can't forget you even if I don't think about you. A lonely grave thousands of miles away, there is no one to express my sadness. So sad, so beautiful. When you ran away from your marriage, I was not your wife. Besides, I can't feel your sadness. You have found a lot of women. Humph. Luo Yufei said stubbornly. She felt that her words were not confident, because the poem Qin Haitian recited really touched her heart. In fact, she had forgiven Qin Haitian a long time ago, but she said that she was unwilling to let Qin Haitian off easily, who made him have so many women. If he loves me so much, why doesn't he come to me? I live at the head of the Yangtze River, and you live at the tail of the Yangtze River. I miss you every day but I can't see you. We drink the water of the Yangtze River together. When will this water stop flowing? When will this hatred end? I only hope that your heart is like mine, and you will never let me down. Qin Haitian recited in a low voice, and his figure had unknowingly come in front of Luo Yufei, his eyes focused and affectionately looking at Luo Yufei. Luo Yufei, Shangxi, I want to know you, and live a long life without end. Even if the mountains have no peaks and the rivers have no decline. Even if the winter thunders and the summer snows. Only when the heaven and earth come together, will I dare to part with you. Qin Haitian recited tenderly, his hands gently stroking Luo Yufei's delicate skin. The latter's body trembled slightly. Although she felt shy in her heart, she was so moved by Qin Haitian's love poems that she could not refuse his intimacy. You, don't move your hands. Every sentence you say is like poetry. Can't you even express your feelings directly? Luo Yufei said shyly. Qin Haitian blinked. Don't you like this romantic expression? Because of you, I look stupid, you know that. Idiot. Luo Yufei said angrily. When Qin Haitian escaped from marriage and her whole family was killed later, she gave up literature and martial arts. Although she still had the ability to appreciate poetry and songs in recent years, when she was asked to do it, she couldn't utter a word for a while. Qin Haitian found Luo Yufei's words funny, and then he smiled and said, You are the wind and I am the sand, we will be together forever. Ah, Luo Yufei looked at Qin Haitian with her beautiful eyes, blankly. You are the wind and I am the sand. If you want to drink water, I will make tea for you. We will get married tonight. You will give birth to the baby and I will take care of it. Qin Haitian said with a smile again. Luo Yufei. I don't want to have children. Luo Yufei looked at Qin Haitian angrily, with goosebumps all over her body, and said, Also, this is too corny, don't say it again. If you don't give birth to a child, should I? But I don't have the ability to do that. Qin Haitian shrugged and chuckled. Don't you want to hear a straightforward confession? Don't you like this? HMPH, who knows how many girls you have said these love poems and confessions to? Luo Yufei snorted. But the next moment, she was speechless, because Qin Haitian leaned over and kissed her delicate lips. Since love poems and corny confessions couldn't stop her from speaking, he might as well block it with his own mouth. All of a sudden, Luo Yufei collapsed in Qin Haitian's arms. Chapter 141 A Deserted Wedding. After a long while, Luo Yufei pushed Qin Haitian away, blushing and saying, Just talk properly, why are you moving your mouth all of a sudden? A gentleman uses his mouth instead of his fists. Qin Haitian chuckled seriously. Didn't you do anything? Luo Yufei looked at Qin Haitian. In shame and anger, he kissed and bit her, and his hands were not honest either, touching her. Well, that doesn't count as physical contact, it can only be considered friendly interaction. Qin Haitian laughed dryly. You call this interaction? Luo Yufei said unhappily. Yes, the relationship between us has become awkward because of many unexpected things. Now, naturally, I want to narrow the distance between us through some relatively intimate interactions, so that you won't be too far away from me. Qin Haitian said affectionately while looking at Luo Yufei. This is all nonsense. Luo Yufei said angrily. Although she sounded a little embarrassed, she actually felt sweet in her heart. It must be said that sweet words can always make people feel happier. Okay, just treat it as my twisted logic. But you can't deny that this is my true feelings. Qin Haitian said seriously. Luo Yufei's heart was beating wildly as Qin Haitian stared at her like that. Why didn't she realize that Qin Haitian was so good at saying sweet words before? Now, every word and action of the other party made her heart tremble. His love poems, his relatively direct confession, and his subsequent love words all penetrated deeply into her heart, making her want to escape. HMPH, then why didn't you come to find me before? Luo Yufei snorted. I'm afraid you're too happy in the land of gentleness to want to leave. In fact, when she said this, she had already accepted Qin Haitian in her heart, but she was just being reserved as a woman, and the little resentment in her heart because Qin Haitian had not contacted her in the past few months. Because I don't know if you have finished your work over there, I am afraid to disturb you and make things difficult for you. After all, you have been practicing in Ziyu sect for decades. Although there were various reasons in the past years, I didn't look for you after all. That was my fault. It's like your second home there. Naturally, I hope you can arrange all the housework before I look for you. Although I miss you so much that I am almost going crazy. Qin Haitian looked at Luo Yufei affectionately, but I can't be selfish. Selfishly let you abandon your home and be with me. I want you to have enough time to deal with everything. Qin Haitian didn't say what he wanted to practice, otherwise, Luo Yufei would feel that she was not as important as practicing. Qin Haitian naturally didn't say that he had other women to accompany him. But once these words are said, Luo Yufei will definitely be furious, and then she will say something like, since you have other women, why are you bothering me? Before Qin Haitian came, he had already thought about how to deal with Luo Yufei's difficulties. HMPH, who knows whether what you said is true or false? Luo Yufei snorted. In fact, at this point, she had almost completely believed Qin Haitian's words, but she was still a little stubborn in her heart. If it wasn't true, how could I have arranged all this right after you arrived here? There are hundreds of these words, but I prepared them carefully for you. This is the cemetery of our relatives. I was a deserter and abandoned you back then. Today, I want to hold a wedding for you, and I have been busy with this matter these days. Qin Haitian looked at Luo Yufei sincerely and said. Luo Yufei believed it. These flowers looked carefully prepared and did not look like they had been recently arranged. I haven't decided whether to forgive you or not. Luo Yufei said shyly. In fact, she had no shortage of suitors over the years, but what happened back then made her close her heart. But there is a saying that goes, the person who tied the bell must be the one to untie it. Qin Haitian used his rich emotional experience to once again enter Luo Yufei's heart. At this moment, Luo Yufei looked like a young girl who had just fallen in love. She was extremely beautiful and made people's heart beat fast. Then how are you going to forgive me? Qin Haitian said gently. He didn't say anything to spoil the mood. For example, you clearly promised me before that as long as you lose to me in the competition, you will be my woman. Hearing that Qin Haitian did not bring up her previous promise, Luo Yufei was touched again. He was so accommodating to her. After all, he had so many women. If he didn't really like her, he wouldn't do so much for her. Thinking of this, she actually no longer had any requirements for Qin Haitian. It was just that she had already said it, and it seemed inappropriate if she didn't make some small requests. You said you would prepare a wedding for me. Is it here? Luo Yufei said in a low voice. Yes, Qin Haitian said seriously. After all, our parents both felt sorry that we couldn't be together. Now in their graves, their spirits in heaven will definitely be watching us and will definitely hope that we can live happily together, right? Luo Yufei pursed her lips after listening to Qin Haitian's words. In the end, he agreed with Qin Haitian. The sound of harmonious music of the zither and the harp resounded. Where does this music come from? Luo Yufei asked Qin Haitian in surprise. This is a song I played specially and recorded it in the recording stone as our wedding song. Qin Haitian took out a special stone from his pocket and said with a chuckle. Sound stone. Luo Yufei nodded. The sound recording stone does have this effect. From this we can also see that Qin Haitian is actually very attentive, and Li Yufei was very touched by this. A caring man is very attractive, and it is hard for her not to like a man who is caring for her. He is obviously surrounded by beauties and is so attentive to her. It is really impossible to do this without deep feelings. What surprised Luo Yufei was not this. She didn't know when a group of magpies flew over from a distance, chirping and making a very lively scene. Luo Yufei looked at Qin Haitian. Obviously, this was also one of Qin Haitian's works. Fate has brought you and me together. You have me and I have you. We are close and intimate, and we will be together all the way. I am willing to let you take my soul and everything I have. I only ask that you leave me a pair of eyes so that I can see you. You are the fairy in the fairy tale, who gave me the fragrance of life in the spring of life. I like your simplicity, nature, sincerity, alertness and warmth, as well as your intoxicating and charming smile. I love the moon, love its purity, love its brightness and love its roundness. I love you, love your truth, love your kindness and love your beauty. Yufei, will you marry me? While speaking, Qin Haitian knelt on one knee, and the next moment, he took out a diamond ring from his hand. Looking at the dazzling diamond ring, Luo Yufei's eyes were filled with tears of excitement. Chapter 142 The Wedding Night. In the cemetery. The flowers fell down, and Qin Haitian and Luo Yufei had a wedding with no witnesses. This wedding is a bit simple, but I hope you like it. Qin Haitian looked at Luo Yufei and said softly. Upon hearing this, Luo Yufei looked at Qin Haitian with tender eyes. I like it very much. Luo Yufei said softly. Although there was no witnesses at this wedding, Luo Yufei was very satisfied. In fact, she also knew why this wedding was empty, because Qin Haitian now had more than just her as a woman, he also had other women. What else can she say about being able to give herself such a wedding? She is already very moved. When everything is settled in the future, I will give you a grand wedding. Qin Haitian said seriously. There should be more than just me, right? Luo Yufei said unhappily. Ahem, well, Qin Haitian's expression froze slightly, and he didn't know how to respond. Okay, now that I've married you, I'll be your woman from now on. Naturally, I don't care if you have other women. Of course, even if I care, you won't give up on them. Instead of making things difficult for you, I will choose to accept all of this and learn to get along with them. Luo Yufei said sincerely. Hearing Luo Yufei say this, Qin Haitian felt greatly relieved. Otherwise, it would be really difficult for him. The night is as dark as ink. In a mansion. This was Qin Haitian's former home. Although no one lives there, people often come to disturb him. Qin Haitian brought Luo Yufei here. The decoration here is joyful and looks very festive. Did you arrange this too? Luo Yufei blinked. Yes. Qin Haitian smiled. How did you guess that I would go to the cemetery? Luo Yufei asked curiously, hugging Qin Haitian's arm. Although I may not have the wings of a phoenix, our hearts are connected with each other. Qin Haitian said, looking at Luo Yufei affectionately. Suddenly, Luo Yufei looked at Qin Haitian with an indescribable expression. To be honest, Qin Haitian's change shocked her. There was no similarity between him and the man back then, but now he was even more attractive to her. But she didn't know that, strictly speaking, Qin Haitian was no longer her fiancé. Wedding night. The moon was high in the sky when suddenly a strong wind blew up, accompanied by heavy rain. This noise continued all night and only stopped at dawn. On the big bed covered with brocade quilt in the room, Qin Haitian opened his eyes and looked at Luo Yufei sleeping in his arms with a satisfied smile on his face. Then he turned on his system. Open black lens bracket. Villain beauty system close black lens bracket host. Qin Haitian age, 56 cultivation. Dao Tai realm 6th level 210,000 1,600,000 beauties. 10 Lu Ruoxian, Shui Hongluan, Leng Qingxuang, Xu Mengjiao, Xu Zhiqing, Sha Chuyan, Luo Yufei, Li Shangning, Su Xiaoyun, Han Yung luck value. 189,000 points Kung Fu. Perfected the 5th level of 100 flowers magic, perfected the roaring sky sound magic, perfected the walking snow without trace martial arts, perfect 100 flowers sword technique open black lens bracket system mall close black lens bracket warehouse, Dowling pill 1, Xiaotianyong 1, top grade spirit weapon azure sword 1, super grade spirit weapon golden threaded robe 1, super grade spirit weapon wind and thunder boots 1, etc. Chapter 143, Million Luck Mission. That's right, Qin Haitian's current cultivation has reached the 6th level of the Dao Tai realm. In the past few months, in addition to his own cultivation, his cultivation experience has improved so much, thanks to the hard work of his beauties. This is the experience they bring to themselves. New mission released. Reach 1 million luck points within 1 year. Reward, 4 symbols Dao Yi pill, the cultivation level can directly break through the 4 symbols from the 10th level of Dao Tai realm, and comprehend the true meaning of the 4 symbols. No punishment for failure. Suddenly the system reminder appeared. Qin Haitian looked at the new task and fell into silence. Fortunately, he did not use his accumulated luck points, otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to accumulate 1,000,000 experience points. 4 symbols Dao Yi pill, a pill for a Dao Tai realm to break through to the 4 symbols realm. This realm-breaking pill may not look as good as the Dragon Elephant pill, but in fact, this pill is much more valuable than the Dragon Elephant pill, because the Dragon Elephant pill only shortens the time of cultivation. A normal person, as long as he breaks through to the 4 symbols realm, can gradually reach the 10th level of perfection in the 4 symbols realm through a long period of cultivation. Breakthrough pills are the most difficult to obtain, and this kind of pill that helps people directly comprehend the Tao of the 4 symbols is the most difficult to obtain, because the Tao of the 4 symbols is too difficult to comprehend. The Tao of the 4 symbols is all-encompassing. Many practitioners seem to have broken through to the 4 symbols realm, but they have only mastered one of the Taos. If I can obtain this 4 symbols Dao Yi pill, then once I break through to the 4 symbols realm, not to mention being invincible in the 4 symbols realm, I might even be able to challenge opponents of higher levels. Up to now, he has not yet been able to fight against the enemy across borders, even if it's just a small realm. How can I plunder so much luck value? It was said that he had plundered a lot of luck points during the previous 8 sects competition, and then faced with the siege by a group of cultivators led by the Demon Moon sect and Clement and others, he gained some luck points, so he now has nearly 200,000 luck points, but this is still far from the luck of 800,000. The main reason is that 1 year is really too short. However, there is no penalty for this mission, which obviously shows that they think the possibility of completing it is slim. However, if I don't push myself, how do I know that I can't do it? Qin Haitian thought to himself. If we can find more guys like Yongshan to kill, then it is not impossible to get 1,000,000 luck points. The last time they met, Yongshan had recovered to his peak luck value of 100,000, and the other party might have obtained the opportunity to enter the forbidden area of the Demon Moon sect. In that case, his luck value might have reached a new height. However, his current strength was not enough to sneak into the Demon Moon sect and kill Yongshan. It seems like I can't just lie there lying dead at home. Qin Haitian thought secretly in his heart. What are you thinking about? At this moment, a voice sounded. Are you awake? Qin Haitian turned his head and looked at Luo Yufei, who had opened her eyes. At this moment, Luo Yufei had the laziness of a sleeping beauty and looked quite attractive, which made the fire that had been extinguished in him rise up again. Yeah, Luo Yufei nodded with a red face. Although they had become a real couple last night, she was still somewhat uncomfortable being honest with Qin Haitian early in the morning. Now that we're awake, let's do some morning exercises, Qin Haitian said with a smile. Morning exercise? Luo Yufei blinked when she heard that. But soon, she understood what this morning exercise was, and couldn't help but spit at Qin Haitian, saying that he had ruined all kinds of words. However, she agreed to Qin Haitian's intimacy reluctantly. After all, this kind of thing is much more interesting than practicing. Time always passes slowly without us noticing. After Qin Haitian had been hanging out with Luo Yufei for a few days, he asked, "What are your plans for the future?" Marry a chicken, follow the chicken, marry a dog, follow the dog. Doesn't my plan depend on you? Luo Yufei snorted and said. I didn't know it before I met her, and I felt that Luo Yufei was like a template of a domineering female president. But after meeting her, I suddenly realized that she is actually a very clingy woman. She has been obsessed with Qin Haitian these days and doesn't like to be separated from him for a moment. It seemed as if she didn't care about cultivation at all. Chapter 144 Death of the Youngest Son. I plan to go out and explore the world for some time, Qin Haitian said to Luo Yufei. How about I accompany you? Luo Yufei said with her eyes lighting up. Not very good. Qin Haitian shook his head. Ah, Luo Yufei looked at Qin Haitian angrily. Now that you have it, don't you cherish it? Don't be like a child and make a big deal out of it. Qin Haitian didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard that. He kissed Luo Yufei's angry face and said, it's just that the situation is a little special. Who is acting like a child? I'm already in my 50s or 60s. Also, what's the special situation you mentioned? Do you want to find Fang Wenliu or something? Otherwise, why don't you want to take me with you? Luo Yufei asked dissatisfiedly after hearing Qin Haitian's explanation. I have so many women like you, how can I mess around? Qin Haitian sighed. It's just that I may have to go see my adopted sons or female disciples. It would be inappropriate for you to follow me. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Luo Yufei paused. When she first learned that Qin Haitian had a child, she almost got furious. But later on, when she became the leader of the Purple Moon sect, she learned that both of Qin Haitian's children were probably adopted. Firstly, no one had ever seen Qin Haitian's woman. Second, neither of the two sons looks like Qin Haitian, and it is obvious that they are not his biological children. However, Qin Haitian did raise the child as his own son. If I remember correctly, your eldest son is practicing in Leizhou. Your eldest female disciple seems to have gone to Zhongzhou. Luo Yufei said, you know a lot about it. Have you planted a lot of spies in our sect? Qin Haitian asked with a smile. Don't say that your sect didn't plant spies in our sect. Luo Yufei blushed and said to Qin Haitian, our eldest brother doesn't talk about the second brother. This is actually normal. However, the spies planted were at most some elders, deacons, or disciples. Of course, there are very few elders, because there are few elders who have not stayed in a sect for hundreds of years. Even if he was a spy before, after hundreds of years of being exposed to the world, it is hard to say how much affection he still has for his previous sect. At most, he can only provide some harmless little news. Of course, Qin Haitian did not ask this. After all, the Ziyu sect had done a great favor to Luo Yufei. It was impossible for him to ask about the sect's secrets. This would make Luo Yufei unjust. Luo Yufei said that it would be a betrayal of the sect and her heart would be condemned. Qin Haitian likes Luo Yufei very much, so naturally he would not make things difficult for Luo Yufei because of this matter. This was also the reason why Luo Yufei was not dissatisfied with Qin Haitian's previously empty wedding. If she wanted to hold a grand wedding, the Ziyu sect would definitely not agree. Luo Yufei had been the sect master for decades and knew too many of the sect's secrets. Therefore, the important reason why I reluctantly agreed to Qin Haitian's proposal to hold a wedding without anyone around was this. Well, I'm just going to Leizhou to see my eldest son and look for my adopted son. Qin Haitian said, I'll definitely come back to find you in a few months or a year. In fact, this was just an excuse. He just didn't want Luo Yufei to follow him. After all, he was going to kill someone, and it would be difficult for him if Luo Yufei followed him. Is that so? Then I will wait for you here or go back to the sect. Although Luo Yufei was a little reluctant, she said after a little hesitation. She is also not ready to be a mother. And when he saw Qin Haitian's child, he didn't know what to say. It will be very uncomfortable. Moreover, there was another important reason why she agreed. She felt that she had been immersed in the land of pleasure these days and had forgotten what it felt like to practice. This is not a good thing. Cultivation is like rowing against the current. If you don't move forward, you will move backward. She also wanted to spend some time to consolidate her Taoism. Although they had agreed to leave immediately, Qin Haitian was worried about what Luo Yufei was thinking, so he stayed with Luo Yufei for a few more days. Then, on the 7th day after the mission was released, Qin Haitian embarked on the journey to find the Son of Destiny. In a courtyard, two young men were talking to each other. That kid has so many treasures on him. That's right. He also said that he is the son of the leader of the Baijian sect. Why didn't he say that he himself is the leader of the Baijian sect? If he really is, what should we do? If it's true, so what? We've already killed the person anyway. If you don't dare to take responsibility, then give me all the treasures and I will bear the responsibility. Have you taken it on? Of course I can't afford it, but that person doesn't even have a protector, and his internal injuries are so severe. How could he be the son of the master of the 100 Swords sect? We've already killed him, so we're in the same boat now. Since you're willing to take responsibility, let's take it together. While the man was talking, he was thinking about a problem. After all, there was a risk for two people because the man they killed had too many treasures in his storage ring. Moreover, they could all see that the man's cultivation was higher than theirs, but for some unknown reason, he had suffered such serious injuries, which allowed them to succeed. Otherwise, they might not have been able to accomplish their goal. However, it is very difficult to kill the other party, because they both have the cultivation level of the third foundation building realm. Even if it is a sneak attack, it is difficult to succeed, because if you have such thoughts, the other party may not be without them. Once the relationship is broken up, it will not be good for both of them. Suddenly, a voice sounded behind them. Where is the man you killed? The voice sounded too suddenly. The two people who were communicating were startled. They turned around and saw a handsome young man who looked younger than them, but his cultivation was, well, no cultivation at all. Boy, do you know the saying that there is a road to heaven but you don't take it, and there is no door to hell but you choose to go there? Why waste time talking to him? Since he has overheard our secret, we have no choice but to kill him. Both of them looked at the newcomer with murderous intent. For a moment, they did not think deeply about one thing, which was how the other party managed to appear behind them silently. Of course, even if they thought about it, they might only think one thing in their hearts, that is, they were too focused on dividing the spoils and ignored the movements of the outside world. The next moment, both of them found that a force of energy had locked them down, and they found themselves unable to even move. Senior, spare my life. Senior, we are willing to give you the treasures we have obtained, please spare us. Both of them screamed in horror. At this moment, they were scared. At first they thought the person coming was just an ordinary person, but when they were locked by the aura and unable to move, they realized that they had encountered a terrifying existence. You know, even if there is a big realm difference, it is very difficult to lock the opponent with chi. Tell me, where are the people you killed? The man asked in a deep voice. Senior, we can take you there. Both of them said tremblingly. You show the way, the visitor said coldly. Then, a force enveloped the two of them. The two men were so frightened at this moment that they almost fainted. Who on earth was this young man? He is at least in the Tongshuan realm, and a top-level Tongshuan realm cultivator. As for higher cultivation levels, they dare not think about it because the other party looks too young. Soon, the mysterious existence brought them to a mansion several miles away. Here, the visitor saw a figure lying in a pool of blood, and then he walked towards the figure. Wasn't this figure his youngest son? Chapter 145 Qin Mofei's Last Wish. Yes, the person who made the two murderers feel young and scary was none other than Qin Haitian, who was looking for the son of destiny. The moment he saw Qin Mofei, Qin Haitian felt a sense of sadness in his heart for some reason. Of course, he knew that this sadness was not his, because the way he looked at Qin Mofei was no different from looking at a stranger, but he had the memories of his previous life. This was the emotion that his predecessor had towards Qin Mofei, so he felt sad when he died. Qin Haitian came to Qin Mofei's side, tapped Qin Mofei's body several times with his fingers, then took out a pill from the storage ring and gave it to Qin Mofei to take. Then Qin Mofei woke up slowly. At this moment, Qin Mofei's face was ruddy and he looked more normal than normal people. Seeing this scene, the two murderers were simply stunned. What kind of magical method was this? Could the dead be resurrected? Father. Qin Mofei opened his eyes and saw Qin Haitian. He was stunned at first, then relieved and said apologetically, I'm sorry. You have nothing to be sorry for me. Qin Haitian said calmly, and I couldn't save you either. I just used the power of Taoism and your elixir to temporarily gather your true spirit together. You will still die. Yes, the person he felt sorry for was only his previous incarnation, and Qin Haitian really had no way to revive a person who was already dead. The only way he could do was to briefly condense the other person's true spirit and bring him back to life. If the time of death had been a little longer, he would have lost hope of successfully gathering his spirit. I know my own situation. Qin Mofei was not disappointed, but just smiled. Qin Haitian was extremely surprised by Qin Mofei's calmness at this moment. Qin Mofei should have been very disappointed knowing that he had only survived for a short time. The other two were stunned. No, this man who looked younger than them was actually the father of the person they killed. They are really regretful. They killed someone and are still discussing how to divide the loot. Now, they are dead. They killed the other party's son, would the other party let them go? Obviously, this was impossible. When they thought of this, they were filled with despair. Originally, when the other party was rescued, they thought that if he just begged for mercy, he might still have a chance to survive. Now they know that the other party used special means to keep him alive for a short time. They are completely desperate. Dao Li, there was no running away this time. This man was the leader of the Baijian sect, because the news a few months ago had spread throughout Qingzhou. The leader of the Baijian sect, Qin Haitian, led the Baijian sect to win the first place among the 8 sects, and he himself was the #1 master of the Mesozoic era. Some people also say that Qin Haitian not only looks too young, but also ridiculously handsome. Now everything is right. Do you have any last words? Qin Haitian asked. When a dying man is about to speak kindly, Qin Haishan at this moment did not have any hatred towards Qin Mofei, even though the other party had wanted to kill him. I want to ask, are you my father? Qin Mofei looked at Qin Haishan and asked sincerely. This question has crossed his mind many times in recent days, because his father has changed so much in the past year or two. In the past, he wanted to hold him in his hands for fear that he would melt, but it was almost the same. But since his dantian was destroyed by Yongshan, Qin Haishan seemed to have become a different person, becoming so unfamiliar to him. During this period of time, he traveled to many places and learned a lot. He knew that in this world there is the situation of reincarnation through possession of another's body. One day, he suddenly had a thought: could it be that his father had also been reborn through another body? After hearing what Qin Mofei said, Qin Haishan hesitated for a moment and said, in fact, your father died on the eve of your dantian being broken. He died together with the third elder of the Demon Moon sect. It's just that the third elder of the Demon Moon sect died some time earlier, and Qin Haishan died because the backlash was too severe, which injured his foundation and eventually led to his death, and he was transported through time by him. He is indeed dead, the third elder of the Demon Moon sect. Qin Mofei's expression was complicated. At this moment, he was sad and relieved. What is sad is that the father who loved me is dead, but what is relieved is that it is no wonder that the person in front of me has changed so much towards me. After all, they are not the same person anymore. Thank you for telling me the truth. Qin Mofei said gratefully. You're welcome. Qin Haishan shook his head. So, at that time, I didn't know how to face you. After all, I'm not your real father. It happened that his soul leaned over his body after his death. Of course, considering that I have memories, I actually thought about repairing your dantian, but you were too impatient. Qin Mofei was silent. It's my fault that my mentality was unbalanced at that time. The reason why my dantian was restored was because of Bai Shangfeng, the leader of the Demon Moon sect. If possible, I hope you can kill him in the future and help me get revenge. I thank you for your great kindness. Bai Shangfeng was killed by me several months ago. Qin Haishan said. Ah, Qin Mofei was stunned when he heard this, and then he suddenly realized, I was wondering why I was suddenly attacked. Although he repaired my dantian, he did something to my body, and his death brought me backlash. Is that so? Qin Haishan was relieved. Before, I thought Qin Mofei offended some people while wandering around the world and was severely injured. Now I understand that it was due to backlash. The news that Qin Haishan killed the leader of the Demon Moon sect, Bai Shangfeng, did not spread, and the Demon Moon sect naturally would not spread it, otherwise, it would be a heavy blow to the Demon Moon sect. And under the restraint of Qin Haishan and others, the Baijian sect did not spread the news, because if it did, it would definitely force the Moyue sect to openly break up with them, and they were not ready to fight to the death with the Moyue sect. Of course, the two sects are now incompatible in secret. Thank you. Qin Mofei looked at Qin Haishan gratefully. From now on, I have no more regrets. I hope you can treat my two sisters and my eldest brother well. Although they are not your children, I hope that since you occupy my father's body, you can give them some help within your ability. Yes, I will. Qin Haishan nodded. As for these two people, Qin Mofei looked at the two people brought by his father and said, then kill them. This way, I can have two companions on the road to hell. Have mercy. We were wrong. The two men burst into tears, their faces full of fear. Fear of death is human instinct. In the face of death, few people can remain calm, and they obviously couldn't do it either. Chapter 146. Sorry, the jar contains ashes, not wine. Their pleas for mercy were meaningless. Qin Haishan would never let them go. First, these two knew many of his secrets. Second, they were father and son to Qin Mofei. Although they were not real father and son, he would naturally satisfy the other party's dying request. Third, the luck value of these two people added up to more than 110,000. The reason why these two people were targeted by Qin Haishan was mainly because their luck values were too high, which was detected by Qin Haishan's detector. These two people were able to have such high luck values. Now, according to some of the situations Qin Haishan knew, in addition to what they themselves possessed, a lot of it should have been plundered from Qin Mofei. After all, they killed Qin Mofei and their luck was transferred. This is the special thing about luck. Luck will not disappear out of thin air, but it can be transferred. Wow. The next moment, two blood flowers bloomed, and the two men were killed by Qin Haishan's chi. Suddenly, Qin Haishan's luck value soared to over 300,000. Open black lens bracket. Villain beauty system close black lens bracket host. Qin Haitian age, 56 cultivation. Dao Dai realm 6th level 354,801,600,000 beauties. 10 Lu Ruoxian, Shui Hongluan, Leng Qingshuang, Shu Mengjiao, Shu Zhiqing, Sha Chuyan, Luo Yufei, Li Shangning, Su Xiaoyun, Han Yun luck value. 301,000 points Kung Fu. 100 flowers magic art, 6th level initial stage. Roaring sky sound art, perfected. Walking on snow without trace, perfected martial arts. Perfect 100 flowers sword technique open black lens bracket system mall close black lens bracket warehouse. Dowling pill 1, Xiaotianyong 1, top grade spirit weapon azure sword 1, super grade spirit weapon golden threaded robe 1, super grade spirit weapon wind and thunder boots 1, etc. At this time, several days have passed since Qin Haitian separated from Luo Yufei. This can be considered as his first harvest. Qin Haitian was too lazy to waste his energy on some small pieces of luck. Only the chosen ones with luck points over 10,000 are worth Qin Haitian's efforts. I want to know, are my biological parents really dead? Qin Mofei asked softly as he watched the two people who killed him being killed by Qin Haitian with a wave of his hand. Yes, whether it's you, your two sisters or your eldest brother, they are all orphans. Qin Haitian nodded. At least that's what I remember. Is that so? Qin Mofei nodded, then looked into the distance and whispered to himself, after I die, burn my body and scatter my ashes into the rivers and lakes. As for Yang Shan, you can kill him if you want. In fact, I am facing this situation because of him, but I once had the opportunity to kill him, but I let him go. So, I don't know whether I should kill him or not. Father, I'm gone, everything is fine. After saying this, his head tilted and he died completely. Qin Haitian looked at Qin Mofei with a complicated expression. A dying man speaks kindly. He really had no way to save him. To be honest, he should not have ignored him at that time. His predecessor doted on him too much, which led to his mental imbalance at that time, but can he be blamed for this? He was still a young man at that time, and suddenly he had a son that big. Who could accept it? At that time, he was also worried that he would be discovered and beaten to death. It's not your fault, but you can't say it's my fault. Qin Haitian sighed. Afterwards, Qin Mofei's body was burned and finally turned into a pool of ashes and put into a jar. The other two people actually left behind storage rings after their death, which were also collected by Qin Haitian. Although he didn't care about these things, they contained Qin Mofei's relics. When they were found in big rivers or the like, he could just scatter them into the water. Qinglei Sea. This is an ocean that stretches for tens of thousands of kilometers. The reason why this sea has this name is because it spans Qingzhou and Leizhou. If you don't cross the ocean, you have to go around to other states, which will take much longer. A port near Qinglei Lake. The spiritual ship heading to Leizhou is led by a strong man from the Star Sea realm, so it is safe and secure. The fare for the lower class cabin is 100 low-grade spiritual stones. The fare for the middle class cabin is 1,000 low-grade spiritual stones. The fare for the upper class cabin is 1 medium-grade spiritual stone, and the fare for the luxury cabin is 10 medium-grade spiritual stones. It will arrive in Leizhou in 10 days. Don't miss it if you pass by. There are not many places left now. If you want to go to Leizhou, please buy your tickets as soon as possible. Someone shouted hard. In this world, the value of a high-grade spirit stone is approximately equal to 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones, or approximately equal to 100 million low-grade spirit stones. However, in Qingzhou, there are high-quality spirit stones, but they are very rare. As for the top-quality spirit stone mines, only 1 or 2 have been discovered in the endless years of the past, and one of them is the former territory of Baihua Palace. The territories of the 8 major sects are all located with top-grade spiritual veins, which is also the foundation for the prosperity of the 8 major sects. The richer the spiritual energy, the higher the quality of the spiritual stone veins. Similarly, the richer the spiritual energy, the faster the speed of cultivation. A young man walked over on foot. Buy a first-class ticket, said the young man. The cultivation level of Tongshuan realm. This young man is so rich. Yes, but I don't know which sect this proud child belongs to. Some sharp-eyed people could see the young man's cultivation at a glance. Hello, fellow Taoist. My name is Tongson. It's a pleasure to meet you. What's your name, sir? A young man in brocade clothes came up to me with a smile, waving a folding fan. Qin Tian. Ah, Your name is only one character different from the leader of Baijian sect, Qin Haitian. A difference of one word makes a world of difference. The young man chuckled. What are you going to do in Leizhou? I heard that Leizhou has many talented people and beautiful scenery. I want to go and see it. Qin Tian. Oh no, Qin Haitian. Yes, this young man is Qin Haitian. The reason why no one recognized him is because Qin Haitian disguised his cultivation level. As long as they are not people of the same level, even if they fight, they cannot see Qin Haitian's true cultivation level. In fact, not only his cultivation level, but also his appearance has been disguised. Otherwise, if he met someone watching the 8 sects competition, he would definitely recognize her. The reason why Qin Haitian wanted to go to Leizhou was mainly because he discovered that there were very few people in Qingzhou who had a luck value of over 10,000. Except for the cultivators from the 8 major sects, it was not to say that there were almost no such people, but it was too difficult to find them. It took me quite some time to find 2 people with luck exceeding 10,000, and they were both related to my son. Actually, he is one of the 8 major sects. In this situation, and with his son's death in mind, Qin Haitian wanted to scatter his ashes into the rivers and seas, so he thought of going to Leizhou. Leizhou is closer to Zhongzhou, and the martial arts atmosphere in Leizhou is richer than that in Qingzhou. In addition, the overall strength is stronger, and there may be more sons of luck. So, after thinking it over, and also wanting to see how his eldest son was doing, he decided to go to Leizhou to try his luck. He could actually take a flying boat across the Qinglei Sea, but not only would it consume too many spirit stones and mana, it would also be too ostentatious. His current cultivation level was not invincible, so if he encountered a powerful being, wouldn't he become a target? After hearing about the boat that could cross the sea, Qin Haitian decided to go along with it, and also to see if there was a son of luck on the ship. Look, this Tong San, although his name is ordinary, he is a son of luck, and his luck value is not low, reaching 100,000. No wonder he has lived a prosperous life for so many years. At the age of only 30, he has reached the peak of the 10th level of Tongshuan realm. Qin Haitian learned through the detector that this person named Tong San's real name was not Tong San, but Hua Wujin. His cultivation was also higher than the Tong Zan realm level 3 that appeared on the surface. His actual cultivation had reached the Tong Zan realm level 9. Among the cultivators who took the boat to Leizhou, he was ranked among the top few. The most important thing is that this person has a strong bloody smell inside. Obviously, he is not a good person. However, I don't know what means he used to hide the bloody smell inside him. If ordinary Xinghai Sutra cultivators are not on guard, they may really be killed by his sneak attack. Please come in, fellow Taoist. Tongsan, oh no, Hua Wujin said with a smile. He also requested a first-class cabin, and his room number was next to Qin Haitian's. My fellow Taoist, please come in. Qin Haitian also spoke with a smile. Qin Haitian was thinking about this Hua Wujin. He seemed to have some memories of him in his mind, but not many. Obviously, this was not an unknown person. Otherwise, the predecessor would not have any memories related to him. But soon, Qin Haitian remembered why he remembered this name. Hua Wujin, 10 years ago, did the two and then killed a female disciple of the 100 Swords sect. But later it was rumored that he disappeared, and many people said that he might have secretly fled to other states. Qin Haitian felt a chill in his heart when he thought of this. Moreover, Hua Wujin had more than just this one battle record. Female disciples from the 8 major sects had all been harmed by him. The reason why this person has not been caught yet is because his disguise skills are extremely sophisticated, and his specific cultivation level is also unknown. His name was revealed because one of his secrets was exposed. Hua Wujin is his real name. After his situation was exposed, he changed his appearance. No wonder, as long as he doesn't meet some Daotai realm strongmen, Xinghai realm strongmen will not be able to see through his disguise. Qin Haitian was secretly shocked and said, "No, I am in the Daotai realm, and even I can't see through his disguise. I can't see any trace of his disguise from his appearance. Could it be that the human skin mask he used is extremely sophisticated? Even the Daotai realm can't see through it, how about the 4 symbols realm? What kind of treasure is this?" Qin Haitian knew his real name by relying on the detector. Interesting. Qin Haitian knew that the other party was planning on him, but wasn't he also planning on the other party? Of course, he didn't choose to kill him now. Because if they kill him, it will alert the strong men of Leizong. Now, the port where he is located is the sphere of influence of Leizong. If a strong person comes, he might be able to discover some information about Hua Wujin. Qin Haitian showed neither resistance nor alienation towards Hua Wujin's enthusiasm, but of course he didn't get too close to him either. It can be considered a basis for advance and retreat. The main reason is that Hua Wujin is a dead man in Qin Haitian's heart, and he doesn't have the leisure to argue too much with Hua Wujin. However, Hua Wujin thought that he had a good relationship with Qin Haitian and took the initiative to enter Qin Haitian's cabin. This made Qin Haitian's murderous intent even stronger. This guy is so shameless. Is he so eager to die? However, he could still suppress his murderous intent for a while, but after a long time, he was afraid that he would not be able to suppress his murderous intent. Brother Qin, which sect are you from? You are so young but have such high level of cultivation. You must be from one of the 8 major sects, right? Hua Wujin said with a smile. Me, just a casual cultivator, Qin Haitian said with a smile. A casual cultivator? You have reached the Tongshuan realm at the age of 20. Your talent is truly extraordinary. Hua Wujin praised. It's okay, just some adventures. Qin Haitian smiled shyly. As he spoke, he took out a jar from his storage ring. Adventure. There was a gleam of greed in Hua Wujin's eyes. He had such an accomplishment at such a young age. If he was not from a big sect, it was obvious that he had had an adventure. This target of his was a fat sheep. When we get to Leizhou, we will find a way to kill him and then take away his opportunity. Maybe after digesting it, we can achieve the Star Sea realm. We just met and you already brought me some good wine. That's really too polite. Hua Wujin said with a smile. Hearing Hua Wujin's words, Qin Haitian couldn't help but twitch his lips and sighed. This is not wine. If the wine jar doesn't contain wine, what else can it contain? In my opinion, Brother Qin is not a stingy person. Such a lame excuse is not generous enough. Hua Wujin shrugged and said with a smile. The wine jar can't be used to hold wine, but it can be used to hold ashes. These are the ashes of my loved ones. Qin Haitian sighed softly, then opened the mouth of the wine jar and let Hua Wujin take a look. Hua Wujin, I have something to say, fuck it, but I don't know if I should say it or not. At this moment, Hua Wujin even wanted to vomit the food he had eaten the night before. You, as soon as I enter the door, you will take out the ashes of your relatives and show them to me. Hua Wujin's mouth turned purple, and murderous intent rose in his heart. He wished he could kill Qin Haitian right now, but he didn't dare to do so now. If he was discovered by the powerful Star Sea realm who was in charge of the big ship, he would be doomed to death. I'm doing this for you. Before my relative died, he wanted me to scatter his ashes into the sea. Isn't the boat about to sail? Qin Haitian shrugged and said, Brother Hua, do you want to help me scatter my relative's ashes later? Hee, forget it, I still need to practice. I'll come to see you another day. Hua Wujin laughed dryly, then said goodbye and left. This annoying guy is finally gone. Qin Haitian shrugged and shook his head secretly, forcing himself to use his killing move. Not long after Hua Wujin left, there was a knock on the cabin door. This made Qin Haitian frown. This guy is back again. As he said that, he stood up and walked towards the door. After opening the door, what came into view was a woman with a veil. Although she was wearing a veil, Qin Haitian could see through the veil that this was a woman with extremely beautiful appearance. Here, I have changed my appearance, and a beautiful girl came to my door. Even the villain's beauty system has made some moves. There is a target beauty who meets the binding criteria. Does the host want to bind? Chapter 147 The beautiful girl Chu Yimo hates the wrong person. Qin Haitian looked at the figure in front of him and asked in a low voice, Miss, do you have something to ask me? While asking, he had already turned on the detector and started detecting it. Name, Chu Yimo open black lens bracket appearance, 98 close black lens bracket age, 22 cultivation, 3rd level of Tongshuan realm open black lens bracket qualification, 7105 close black lens bracket favorable impression, minus 100 points deep hatred. Qin Haitian was somewhat bewildered. No, how could he have such a deep hatred for this woman? He seemed to have never seen her before. Moreover, he was in a disguised state. No wonder it meets the system's binding standards. Although Qin Haitian didn't know why this woman hated him so much, it seemed a waste if he didn't bind this woman who came to his door, so he bound her directly. You look like an old friend of mine, so I wanted to come over and get to know you. Chu Yimo said in a gentle voice, I wonder if you mind. Is that so? Qin Haitian chuckled, what a coincidence. Please come in, Young lady. Entering Qin Haitian's cabin, Sha Chuyan immediately saw the wine jar next to the bed and asked curiously, "Sir, is this good wine?" "Wine? Ahem, this is not wine." Qin Haitian shook his head. He had taken it out to scare Hua Wujin away, and he did not take it back because he would scatter the ashes into the sea next. If it's not wine, what else could it be? Chu Yimo expressed the same doubt as Hua Wujin. Ashes, Qin Haitian said. Chu Yimo. This guy must be a pervert, no wonder he killed his own sister. Thinking of her sister who was both her mother and teacher and died tragically, Chu Yimo pursed her lips, murderous intent rising in her heart, but she held back. If she killed the other party here, she would probably not be able to escape death. Moreover, this guy was able to kill her sister, so his strength must be no worse than hers, so she still couldn't be careless. By the way, what's your name? Chu Yimo asked, suppressing the discomfort in her heart. If she wanted to take revenge, she must not act on impulse. Besides, this guy liked beautiful women, and he would definitely be fooled when he saw how beautiful she was. My name is Qin Tian. Qin Haitian chuckled and said, "Where's the girl?" My name is Yi Chu. Chu Yimo said. Qin Haitian could only secretly say, "What a guy." Even his name was a pseudonym. Miss Chu, why are you going to Leizhou? Qin Haitian asked with a smile. He thought that the next few days would be rather annoying, but he did not expect that there would be such beautiful scenery along the way. The beauty is like a painting, and it is not wrong to say that it is a beautiful scenery. As for the fact that the other party hated him to the core, Qin Haitian didn't care too much. After some thinking and analysis, he was sure that the other party must have recognized the wrong person. As long as the misunderstanding is resolved, the favorability level will not only increase rapidly, but at least reach a positive number, which should not be a problem. I heard that the scenery in Leizhou is beautiful, so I went to take a look. Chu Yimo said, pursing her lips. She was just hunting down the murderer who killed her sister, she didn't really want to go to Leizhou. The murderer who killed me looked really gentle and refined. If I hadn't been able to sense his unique aura, I would not have been able to detect his disguise. See the scenery. Qin Haitian couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This woman was really something. She didn't even bother to make up an excuse. Yes, Chu Yimo lifted her hair. In fact, she was also a little embarrassed because she just made up the excuse afterwards. After she finished speaking, she felt that her excuse was too suspicious, so she quickly changed the subject and said, I wonder what Master Qin is doing in Leizhou. Now I am just taking the opportunity to get familiar with the other party, so that I can kill him later when he is not prepared. I'm going to Leizhou to see how my son is doing, Qin Haitian said with a chuckle. Son. Chu Yimo was dumbfounded when she heard this. You have a son, how come I don't know? Huh, didn't you just meet me today? Qin Haitian looked at Chu Yimo with some amusement. This woman is stupid. She wants to avenge someone. It's really true. After being cheated, she is probably counting money for the cheater. The most exaggerated thing is that she chose the wrong person for revenge. It's really speechless. Ahem, I forgot that you are not my old friend. Chu Yimo quickly concealed her guilty conscience and stood up and said, well, you go ahead and do your work. I'm going back to my room to rest. We'll talk after we get off the boat. Chu Yimo was worried that if she stayed any longer, she would be exposed, or she would not be able to suppress her murderous intent and take action. If she failed to kill the other party, she would be dead. This spiritual ship was manned by a powerful person at the Star Sea realm. And even if he killed the other party, it would be sensed by the powerful person in charge, and he would die. Because of the ship rules, you are not allowed to fight or kill on the ship. Violators will be killed. But she never thought of sacrificing herself for revenge. If she did that, her sister in heaven would be sad and upset. Don't leave in a hurry. Qin Haitian said with a smile. Chu Yimo thought that the other party was interested in her, and her expression changed slightly. You, what do you want to do? She was wearing a veil, trying to hide her face, but this guy still discovered her hidden beauty. Damn it, although the other party doesn't dare to use force on this ship, once the surface relationship breaks down, if I want to get close to them later, it will be easy for them to be wary. I just want you to do me a small favor. Qin Haitian looked at Chu Yimo, who was panicking and trying to escape, and felt funny in his heart, so he chuckled. What help? Chu Yimo put aside her worries and asked. Help me scatter the ashes into the sea. Qin Haitian chuckled. Now that the spiritual weapon ship has been started for a while, the ashes can be scattered. Chu Yimo, is this person seriously ill, for letting a girl do this? Yes, if he is not seriously ill, he would not do such a heinous thing as hurting his own sister. My sister was very kind to him. When she thought of her sister's tragic death, she wanted to stab the other person to death with a sword. You say we are making friends, but you are not willing to help with even such a small favor. Qin Haitian sighed. Do I know you well? You speak to me in this tone. We are enemies, with deep hatred. Whose ashes are these? Chu Yimo suppressed the murderous intent in her heart and asked softly. My sons. Qin Haitian sighed and said. Chu Yimo sneered secretly in her heart, you have done too many bad things, that's why your son died, God really has eyes. Although this girl hid it well, Qin Haitian could sense the murderous intent hidden in her. The feeling of taking the blame was really laughable, but he was in no hurry to explain because he was worried that once he explained clearly, the girl would run away in shame. It was so hard to find someone to entertain him along the way, and he didn't want her to run away like that. How old is the girl? Qin Haitian asked. I'm 22 years old this year. Chu Yimo did not hide her age. What a good time. In fact, he is a few years younger than my son. Qin Haitian said with emotion. Your son is in his 20s. Hearing this, Chu Yimo stared with disbelief on her face. Was she mistaken? The man who killed her sister seemed to be in his 30s. Did he start harming people when he was in his teens? Otherwise, how could he have a son who was 24 or 25 years old? Yes, this is the ashes of my youngest son, who is 24 or 25 years old. Qin Haitian nodded, looking at Chu Yimo's unpredictable expression. He was a little amused, and said, my eldest son is almost 30 years old, and my eldest daughter is in her 30s. Chu Yimo. No, that shouldn't be the case. The aura I sensed was from this room. You shouldn't make a mistake. Yes, the guy who killed my sister can disguise himself, and his disguise skills are very advanced. The person he thought was in his early 30s might just be a disguise. Just at this moment, there was another knock on the door. My cabin is so lively today. Qin Haitian was helpless. He waved his hand while speaking, and the door opened automatically, unlocking the restriction on the room. Every cabin room has restrictions, just like the door locks. Brother Qin, this is the good wine and food I bought on the way here. Let's have a drink together. Hua Wujin walked in and said this. Soon, his eyes fell on Chu Yimo. With his experience in hunting for beauties, this veiled woman was the one with the best temperament and appearance among all the women he had ever seen. Yes, the veil not only cannot hide Chu Yimo's beauty, but instead adds to her mysterious beauty. Chu Yimo looked at Hua Wujin, her eyes widened, her heart beat wildly, and she could hardly hold back the murderous intent in her heart. The aura on him is dozens or hundreds of times stronger than Qin Tian's. Did I get the wrong person? At this moment, Chu Yimo felt both relieved and ashamed. Fortunately, I didn't intend to kill anyone on the boat at that time, otherwise, I would have killed the wrong person. What's embarrassing is that I was chasing the murderer who killed my sister, but I was chasing the wrong person. It's so embarrassing just thinking about it. Brother Qin, this girl is looking at me with hostility. Did I ruin something for you? Hua Wujin winked at Qin Haitian. When Chu Yimo heard Hua Wujin's words, her heart shuddered. Oh no, she had been too obvious and had been discovered. This is my Taoist partner. He is naturally wary of strangers. It's not directed at you, but at every stranger. Qin Haitian explained with a smile. Chu Yimo, wait, when did I become your Taoist partner? Can you please stop talking nonsense? But the next moment, a voice sounded in her mind. I know you have a huge hatred for this man, but please be patient for now. There will be plenty of opportunities to kill him in the future. Don't alert the enemy now. Chu Yimo was shocked and looked at Qin Haitian in disbelief. How did he know that he had a deep hatred for this man? And why did he help her? At this moment, Chu Yimo's heart was in turmoil, but at this moment, she also understood that Qin Haitian said this to help her, so, she cooperated and sat next to Qin Haitian, with her back to Qin Haitian looking out the window, not daring to look at Hua Wujin, mainly because she was worried that she could not control the murderous intent in her heart. At the same time, she was full of guilt towards Qin Haitian. Qin Haitian was only thinking about helping her. After she knew about his son's death, she cursed him in her heart. When she thought of this, she felt ashamed. Is that so? Why didn't I see you guys on the boat together before? Hua Wujin said with a smile. We had a little disagreement before, so he didn't get on the boat with me. Qin Haitian shrugged and explained. What about the wine and food? Hua Wujin looked at the wine and food he was carrying. Once we get off the boat, my wife and I will treat you to good wine and food. Qin Haitian said with a smile. Is that so? Then I won't forgive you. Hua Wujin chuckled and left, but before leaving, he glanced at Chu Yimo. Obscurely, a hint of evil thoughts flashed in his eyes, and he thought coldly in his heart, it would be a pity to kill such a beautiful woman. I can keep her around and play with her later. If she is obedient, I can play with her more for a while. If she is not obedient, I will kill her. He has done many cruel things to destroy beautiful women. After Hua Wujin left, Qin Haitian waved his hand and closed the door. At this time, Chu Yimo asked anxiously, how do you know that I have a blood feud with that person? This is actually very easy to guess. Qin Haitian shrugged and laughed, you had murderous intentions towards me as soon as I entered the room. As soon as that person entered the room, you were so murderous that you wanted to chop off his head on the spot. Doesn't this show that you hate him to the core? Am I so obvious? Chu Yimo shrank her head and looked at Qin Haitian timidly after hearing Qin Haitian's explanation. What do you think? I know everything, isn't it obvious enough to you? Qin Haitian said unhappily. Then why do you want to help me? Chu Yimo pursed her lips and looked at Qin Haitian. Because you are so beautiful, I like you and I plan to make you my Taoist partner. Qin Haitian looked at Chu Yimo with a smile. Ah, Chu Yimo was stunned, her face flushed, and she spoke incoherently. You can't. Are you disgusted by my age? Qin Haitian touched his nose and teased Chu Yimo. Although I am old, I am caring and can help you get revenge. Besides, look at me, I look handsome and young, don't I? Chu Yimo was completely confused by Qin Haitian's bragging. This person is so shameless. My son is older than me. Is it appropriate for him to be my Taoist partner? As for revenge, she wants to take revenge herself. Well, I don't mind your age, it's just that we just met, and I'm not ready to get married yet. Chu Yimo pursed her lips and refused. We can talk about love first. Qin Haitian said with a smile. Chu Yimo, there's absolutely no way she can handle this. Wasn't my refusal obvious enough? Chapter 148 The dead are gone, and the living should enjoy themselves while they can. Qin Haitian looked at Chu Yimo's confused eyes and wanted to laugh. This little girl had such a simple mind. He really didn't know how she managed to survive until now. He said softly, by the way, what's the grudge between you and Hua Wujin? Hua Wujin. Chu Yimo was stunned when he heard that. Looking at Chu Yimo's silly look, Qin Haitian said speechlessly, you don't even know the name of your enemy. It's that person just now. Well, is his name Hua Wujin? I don't know. When he harmed my sister, his name was Shu San. Chu Yimo said weakly, his real name is Hua Wujin, and he is wanted by the 8 major sects. As for his other names, he seems to have many aliases. The Shu San you mentioned, and the current Shi Tongxi, are just his aliases. Qin Haitian said, is that so? I didn't know. Chu Yimo pursed her lips, with some embarrassment on her face. You don't know anything, yet you're still thinking about revenge. Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble and adding to Hua Wujin's evil deeds? Qin Haitian said angrily, I am still very powerful. Chu Yimo clenched her fists in dissatisfaction and looked at Qin Haitian. What is your level of cultivation? Qin Haitian asked back. The 3rd level of Tongshuan realm. Chu Yimo said proudly. Then do you know what Hua Wujin's cultivation level is? Qin Haitian looked at the arrogant Chu Yimo and asked with some amusement. It's also the 3rd level of Tongshuan realm. But with my cultivation level of the 3rd level of Tongshuan realm, I am confident that even an ordinary 4th level Tongshuan realm cultivator can't think of killing me. If I act with intent, Hua Wujin is no match for me, Chu Yimo said confidently. Who told you that Hua Wu has entered the 3rd level of Tongzhan realm? Qin Haitian rolled his eyes. Don't many people know about it. Besides, I can see it too. Chu Yimo was stunned when she heard that, and she blinked her beautiful eyes and said. Whether it's you or outsiders, what you see is just the appearance. In fact, his cultivation has reached the 10th level of Tongshuan realm, and he may break through to Xinghai realm at any time. Qin Haitian curled his lips and sneered. Perfection of the 10th level of Tongshuan realm. How is this possible? Chu Yimo was completely stunned when he heard this, and was full of disbelief about the fact. What's impossible? Qin Haitian shrugged and said, with your level of cultivation, even if you launch a sneak attack, you won't pose any threat to that guy at all. Because that guy's methods are not simple. I feel that ordinary Xinghai realm experts may not be able to kill him. What should I do? Chu Yimo was anxious, her eyes full of panic. Suddenly, she thought of something, her eyes lit up and she said, since he is wanted by the 8 major sects, can I tell the news to the Star Sea realm expert who is in charge of this spiritual weapon ship? Qin Haitian looked at Chu Yimo with a little surprise when he heard that. He had to admit that this girl was not completely stupid. At least, after knowing some of the information he had given her, she was able to think of a solution. The strong man in charge of this spiritual weapon ship has the hope of killing Hua Wujin, but have you considered some problems? Qin Haitian said with a smile. What's the problem? Chu Yimo asked in surprise. First, how do you prove that the guy just now was Hua Wujin? Qin Haitian said with a smile. Well, I can sense that Hua Wujin's aura is. Having said this, Chu Yimo paused. She can sense it, but others may not be able to. Don't you also know his identity? Can't you help me correct him? Chu Yimo said here, looking at Qin Haitian weakly. Then why should I help you? We have just met, unless you are willing to be my woman. Qin Haitian looked at Chu Yimo with a smile. Chu Yimo stared. No, how could you do this? I think you are a good person. For me, being a good person is not a good thing. I don't like being given the good guy card. I like tangible benefits. Qin Haitian smiled with a playful look on his face. It seems to be really fun to tease this slightly silly girl. Chu Yimo pouted, completely confused by Qin Haitian's words. That's one reason. The second reason is that Hua Wujin dared to board this spiritual vessel with a Star Sea realm expert in charge. He might have other reasons, such as he could temporarily possess the combat power of a Star Sea realm expert. Qin Haitian continued, by then, even if we prove that Hua Wujin is the man wanted by the 8 sects, the Star Sea realm expert in charge won't be able to kill him. He will be able to break through the formation of the ship and escape into the sea. By then, it will be difficult to kill him. Third, how can you be sure that the strong man in the Xinghai realm will care about this? What if the strong man on this ship is in cahoots with Hua Wujin? Even if he is not in cahoots with him, what if he takes a fancy to you and wants you to be his woman, otherwise he will not be able to capture and kill Hua Wujin? What will you do? Then what should I do? Chu Yimo was stumped by Qin Haitian's series of questions. She looked at Qin Haitian in a daze, completely at a loss. That depends on how much you are willing to pay to kill Hua Wujin, the murderer who killed your sister. Qin Haitian narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. As long as I can avenge my sister, I am willing to sacrifice my life. Chu Yimo gritted her teeth, with determination in her eyes. Then if the person who avenged your sister asked you to marry him, would you be willing? Qin Haitian laughed. Chu Yimo was confused for a while after hearing Qin Haitian's words. You are not even afraid of death, so why do you get so conflicted when it comes to promising yourself to me? Qin Haitian said with amusement. My elder sister told me that if you marry a man you don't like, you might end up living a life worse than death. Chu Yimo pursed her lips and said, I'm not afraid of exchanging my life for another's, but I'm afraid that I'll end up living a life worse than death. Qin Haitian could only say, good guy. But what he said is not wrong. If you meet the wrong person, being together with him, her will be worse than death. If I am the one who helps you get revenge, will you be willing to marry me? Qin Haitian looked at Chu Yimo with a smile. Chu Yimo looked at Qin Haitian's slightly aggressive gaze, her heart skipped a beat, and she blushed as she said, Tisk, you're not a good person. Qin Haitian said speechlessly, you just said I was a good person. Now you say I am not a good person. You change so quickly, don't imitate me in speaking. Chu Yimo said in a tender voice, angrily. Did I learn it? Well, maybe you assimilated me. Qin Haitian continued to tease Chu Yimo and joked. HMPH. Chu Yimo looked at Qin Haitian angrily. Seeing Chu Yimo so angry, Qin Haitian didn't want to tease her all the time, otherwise he would become a punching bag. He shrugged and said, okay, don't think about those things. When we get off the boat, I will help you kill that Hua Wujin. Ah, you want to help me? Hearing this, Chu Yimo was no longer angry and her eyes lit up. It's not like I'm helping you. A scum like that deserves to be killed by everyone. Even if you hadn't shown up, I would have wanted to kill him. Qin Haitian smiled and said, revenge for your sister is also a convenient thing to do. You can obviously control me through this kind of thing, why did you suddenly change your mind? Chu Yimo pursed her lips and looked at Qin Haitian with some confusion. Just now, she even thought about the possibility that if Qin Haitian helped her, she would be willing to marry him. Although Qin Haitian's words were sometimes irritating and his son was older than her, Qin Haitian's actions did not disgust her. Instead, she felt it was interesting. She had an indescribable feeling towards Qin Haitian. Because I don't want you to be my woman, it's because of gratitude. Qin Haitian said with a smile looking at Chu Yimo. Tisk, I will never be your woman. You, don't have such wishful thinking. Chu Yimo glared at Qin Haitian in shame and anger. The woman I like has never escaped. Qin Haitian said happily. Hearing Qin Haitian say that he liked her, Chu Yimo rolled her eyes and said, that's because you haven't met me before. Otherwise, you would have gotten nothing. Looking at Chu Yimo's arrogant look, Qin Haitian smiled and said nothing. Instead, he opened the jar of wine and began to scatter the ashes out of the window. Although the ship was shrouded in a formation, the ashes in Qin Haitian's hands could be easily thrown into the sea outside. Seeing Qin Haitian suddenly stop talking and start working, Chu Yimo felt a little uncomfortable for some reason. She didn't feel much when they were talking before, but now that it was quiet, she felt that Qin Haitian, who kept talking, was better, even though the other party was thinking about her being his woman. Is there really your son's ashes in this wine jar? Chu Yimo asked in a low voice. Yes, Qin Haitian sighed. Although he is just an adopted son, he is still a son. I'm sorry, I drew little circles and cursed you in my heart before. Chu Yimo apologized. Looking at the honest Chu Yimo, Qin Haitian wanted to laugh and said, I really don't know how a girl as innocent as you dared to venture into the world. You will be deceived sooner or later. HMPH, I'm not as naive as you think. I have read many manuals on how to make a living in the world. Chu Yimo was very indignant at Qin Haitian's evaluation of her. Qin Haitian laughed dumbly, shook his head and said, the world is not as simple as you think. The best thing for you is to be a good wife and mother. You'd better be my woman in the future. HMPH, you can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Chu Yimo cursed. Although he was cursing Qin Haitian, he didn't feel much disgust when he heard Qin Haitian say this. What are you going to Lezhou for? Chu Yimo saw that Qin Haitian didn't speak for a long time, and couldn't help but speak. Look at my eldest son. Qin Haitian smiled. Also an adopted son, yes. Qin Haitian nodded, then tilted his head and looked at Chu Yimo. Do you want to see our son with me? Tisk, what do you mean by our son? You and I are not in that kind of relationship. Chu Yimo blushed, feeling extremely ashamed and angry. You are already old, why are you so shameless? A shy, thin-skinned person can't get a wife. Qin Haitian laughed, only a thick-skinned person can get a beautiful wife. Chu Yimo blushed and snorted. Wrong logic. To be honest, as soon as I saw Miss Chu, I knew that you were a very wealthy and powerful person. Qin Haitian suddenly looked at Chu Yimo seriously. How did you know that? Chu Yimo asked curiously. Because if you are my woman, how can you not be rich and powerful? Qin Haitian grinned. You. Chu Yimo stared at Qin Haitian in astonishment. Are you a dog? Aren't you ashamed to praise yourself like this? I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone so shameless. Chu Yimo felt that she had learned a lot. Qin Haitian scattered all the ashes into the sea, including the wine jar and Qin Mofei's storage ring. Hey, that looks like a storage ring. Why did you throw it away? Chu Yimo had sharp eyes and saw the storage ring. Isn't it possible to prevent him from seeing his son's belongings and reminding him of him? Qin Haitian said softly. In fact, the main reason was that there was nothing good in Qin Mofei's storage ring, and it was useless to keep it, at least for him now. He could just throw it into the sea. If someone was destined to get it, then that person would get it. Your son died, but I didn't see you very sad. I guess your relationship as father and son wasn't that good. Chu Yimo snorted. How can a father scatter his son's ashes while having an affair with a woman? The dead are gone, and the living should bravely pursue their own happiness and enjoy themselves while they can. Only in this way will the spirits of the dead be comforted. Qin Haitian shrugged. Isn't it right for me to do this? Chu Yimo was completely stunned when she heard Qin Haitian's explanation, because she found that although what Qin Haitian said was fallacious, she didn't know how to refute it. Just like your elder sister, her spirit in heaven, does she like to see you crying every day? Qin Haitian asked with a smile. Chu Yimo was stunned by Qin Haitian's question. Yes, if my sister still has a spirit in heaven, she might not even want to seek revenge, but just want to live happily and without worries. Cho-cho. Chin Haitian crossed his arms, lowered his chin and looked at Chu Yimo and said, "Have you thought about it? Have you thought about anything?" Chu Yimo was stunned. "Do my woman's thing." Chin Haitian grinned. "Chu Yimo, it seems you haven't thought it through." Chin Haitian chuckled and said, "Then are you ready to be pursued by me? You, can't we just have a nice conversation?" Chu Yimo looked at Chin Haitian with embarrassment. "Aren't I talking nicely now?" Chin Haitian touched his nose, then suddenly realized, "Do you like me to take the initiative a little more?" Chu Yimo, "Isn't this proactive enough? If this is not proactive, then what will it be like when you take the initiative?" Chapter 149. Chu Yimo came to the door. Chin Haitian looked at Chu Yimo, who didn't dare to meet his gaze, because the aggression in Chin Haitian's eyes was too strong, as if he wanted to eat her up. Her heart beat very fast. Chin Haitian actually looked at Chu Yimo's favorability. He remembered that when they first met, her favorability was minus 100 points, the level of deep hatred. Now, it has reached more than 60 points. Although it can't be considered admiration, at least they should be considered friends. Of course, the rapid increase in favorability may be due to the other party's self-blame for previously misunderstanding that he was an enemy. Speaking of which, this misunderstanding is also a good thing for Chin Haitian. After all, he doesn't have to do any fancy operations himself, nor does he have to spend his luck points to buy some forced binding cards or the like. Name: Chu Yimo. Open black lens bracket. Appearance: 98. Close black lens bracket. Age: 22. Cultivation: 3rd level of Tongshuan realm. Open black lens bracket. Qualification: 7105. Close black lens bracket. Likeable: 61 points. Chocho, can you take off your veil and let me see it? Chin Haitian looked at Chu Yimo and said, "No." Chu Yimo snorted. "Aren't we still friends now?" Chin Haitian said with some disappointment. "Even if we're friends, I don't want you to see it." Chu Yimo snorted. Her elder sister said that if she met someone she truly loved, she would take off her veil. But she hasn't fallen in love with Chin Haitian yet. "You really don't want to show it?" Chin Haitian chuckled. "I won't let you see it if I don't want you to see it." Chu Yimo snorted. "Okay then." Chin Haitian touched his nose, smiled helplessly, and then began to take things out of the storage ring. "What are you going to do?" Chu Yimo was curious about Chin Haitian's actions and couldn't help asking. "I won't tell you." Chin Haitian laughed. Chu Yimo stared at Chin Haitian. "Yes, that's the expression," Chin Haitian said with a smile. As he spoke, he spread out the drawing paper. At this time, Chu Yimo felt something vaguely and glared at him. "You want to draw? Sit there and don't move." Chin Haitian said, "I'm going to start drawing for you. If you tell me not to move, I won't move." Chu Yimo said angrily. "Okay then, move whatever you want. Don't blame me if my drawing is too ugly." Chin Haitian shrugged and said nonchalantly. Chu Yimo, faced with that bastard, Chu Yimo had no choice but to give in. She was very worried that Chin Haitian would draw her too ugly. "Can you draw? I tell you, if you draw me ugly, I will never let you go." Chu Yimo threatened. However, her threats were not very lethal. Chin Haitian only felt that there was some flirting, and said with a smile, "If you are obedient, I will definitely draw you beautifully, otherwise, it will be ugly." Chu Yimo didn't understand what being obedient meant. She could only sit there obediently and let Chin Haitian watch her paint. However, Chin Haitian's gaze was somewhat aggressive, which made her cheeks slightly red. When Chin Haitian's gaze swept over a certain place, her body could not help but feel numb. When will you finish painting?" Chu Yimo said uneasily. "It's almost done, don't worry." Chin Haitian smiled. I don't know how much time passed before Chin Haitian put down his pen. "Is the painting finished? Let me see it quickly," Chu Yimo said impatiently. Then she saw the woman on the drawing paper. Wow, although Chu Yimo had looked in the mirror, she still couldn't help but marvel at the portrait Chin Haitian drew of her. She said shyly, "Am I that pretty?" "No, the reality is much uglier than this." Chin Haitian grinned. "You are much uglier." Chu Yimo snorted, very dissatisfied with Chin Haitian's words. "I want this painting. This is my work. If you want it, shouldn't you give me some compensation?" Chin Haitian said, looking at Chu Yimo with a smile. What reward do you want?" "I'll give you some spirit stones." Chu Yimo choked when she heard this, then looked at Chin Haitian tentatively. "I'm not short of money," Chin Haitian said with a smile. "Then what do you want?" "If the reward is too high, I don't want it," Chu Yimo said, staring at Chin Haitian. "I don't want a high reward, Just a sweet kiss isn't too much. Chin Haitian touched his chin, looked at Chu Yimo, and said, "That's not too much. How can you be so bad? I treat you as a gentleman." Chu Yimo couldn't help but stare at Chin Haitian with her bright eyes wide open, and said with dissatisfaction, "It's not good to be a gentleman, but I just like it." Chin Haitian put his hands behind his head, leaned against the wall of the cabin, and looked at Chu Yimo with interest. "Then I don't want it," Chu Yimo said angrily. "I just took a look at the portrait and my eyes were filled with reluctance, because the portrait was so beautiful. She really wants to keep it." But Chin Haitian's request was too much. He actually asked a girl like her to kiss him. She knew exactly what he was thinking. Humph, she would not be fooled. However, I have to say that although this guy is a bit bad, he is really talented. This painting has the accomplishments of a master painter. Okay, I'll give it to you, you punching bag," Chin Haitian said with a smile. When Chu Yimo heard Chin Haitian say that he wanted to give the painting to her, her eyes lit up and she quickly put the painting away, fearing that if she was a little slower, Chin Haitian would change his mind. "Hee, I'm not a punching bag. The things are already mine. It's useless even if you regret it," Chu Yimo said proudly. Favorability +10. Seeing that Chu Yimo's favorability has reached 71 points, Chin Haitian is still very satisfied with the tug of war between him and Chu Yimo, because favorability is improved through repeated tug of war. Seeing that Chin Haitian was silent, Chu Yimo couldn't help but tapped Chin Haitian with her white and tender fingers and said, "Hey. What's wrong?" Chin Haitian looked at Chu Yimo. "Besides painting, what else can you do?" Chu Yimo asked curiously. "I can play the piano, chess, calligraphy, painting, and any other musical instruments." "What's wrong? Do you want to get to know me?" Chin Haitian looked at Chu Yimo meaningfully and said with a smile. "You're just bragging. I don't believe you can do everything." Chu Yimo covered her mouth and chuckled. "If I can do everything, what can you do? Be my little woman." Chin Haitian looked at Chu Yimo with interest. "You wish," Chu Yimo said shyly. "I won't do useless work without a reward." Chin Haitian shrugged and said with dissatisfaction. Chu Yimo rolled her eyes and said, "If you perform well and I am satisfied, I can consider being your woman. How about that?" When she talked about the latter part, her heart was very flustered. She didn't know why she would consider becoming the other person's woman, but the words have been spoken, and it is difficult to take them back. "Not very good." Chin Haitian shook his head. "I've already told you that I'm considering becoming your woman, but you still don't agree. It seems like you're really bragging." Chu Yimo snorted and used provocation. "I'm not a young man. I'll take the bait if you provoke me." Chin Haitian looked as if he had seen through me a long time ago, and said with a chuckle, "If you want me to believe your sincerity and that you are not lying to me, you have to show some expression first." "How do you mean?" Chu Yimo was stunned. "Kiss me to prove that you can keep your word," Chin Haitian said, looking at the tender red lips faintly visible under the veil. Chu Yimo stared. "Why should I kiss you to prove it?" "Because I don't trust you either." Chin Haitian grinned. "Kiss me to prove that you are serious." Chu Yimo. "HMPH, you're a grown man, but you even lied to a little girl." Chu Yimo snorted. "You are not small at all." Chin Haitian looked at Chu Yimo deeply. "Is this small?" "This is not small at all, okay. You have the heart of the sea. Tisk, pervert." Chu Yimo clasped her arms and glared at Chin Haitian in shame and anger. "It won't hurt to take a look." Chin Haitian touched his nose. "Xiao Chu, tell me honestly, what kind of man do you like?" "What kind of person do I like? Why should I tell you, a lewd guy?" Chu Yimo rolled her eyes at Chin Haitian. "Let me see if I meet the requirements. If not, I won't spend so much time on it," Chin Haitian said with a smile. Chu Yimo paused after hearing this, but finally said, "The man I like. At the very least, he must be handsome, suave, and talented in both literature and martial arts. At the very least, he must be better than me in martial arts, and he must be able to recite poems and paint, and he must also be caring." "It seems that you still love me." Chin Haitian laughed when he heard that. "Because what you are talking about is about me, right? I didn't expect that a girl like you would say one thing and think another. You obviously like me, but you won't admit it," Chin Haitian said, looking at Chu Yimo with a smile. "Narcissist, I'm not going to pay attention to you." Chu Yimo stomped her feet in shame, then ran away from Chin Haitian's house. Chin Haitian did not call her, but watched her shyly run back to her cabin. "Because of the pulling and tugging, we need to give each other some time to buffer. In fact, If a little more forceful means were used, perhaps Chu Yimo's little mouth would have been kissed, but Qin Haitian was not in a hurry, because the ship still had to sail in the Qinglei Sea for 10 days, and there were still many days to come. Qin Haitian believed that if Chu Yimo still had him in her heart, she would come to him directly in a few days. Facts have proved that Qin Haitian's analysis was somewhat inadequate. Chu Yimo could not wait to run over until the 3rd day when she was still able to function at sea. What's wrong? Qin Haitian asked with a chuckle as he looked at Chu Yimo, who had a dissatisfied look on her face. You bastard! Chu Yimo looked at Qin Haitian with a smile on his face and spat in dissatisfaction. How am I a bastard? Qin Haitian said innocently. You're a bastard. Why don't you come find me? Chu Yimo snorted. In the past 3 days, she wanted to practice, but found that she couldn't concentrate at all. All she talked about was Qin Haitian. Finally, she decided to sleep, but after she fell asleep reluctantly, Qin Haitian's figure appeared in her dream. She thought Qin Haitian would come to find her, but he didn't come at all. She felt very angry. She had planned to ignore Qin Haitian again, but when she thought about becoming strangers to Qin Haitian from now on, she felt very sad and irritated. Finally, she gritted her teeth, stomped her feet, and came over. After coming over, she scolded Qin Haitian. Seeing Chu Yimo's aggrieved and angry expression, Qin Haitian couldn't help but smile. Chu Yimo was really cute. Obviously, Chu Yimo had never experienced emotional troubles before, otherwise, she would know that she was no different from a little girl who was angry with her boyfriend. Qin Haitian stood up, closed the door, and then held Chu Yimo's little hand. You, don't hold my hand. Chu Yimo's face suddenly turned red, and she said in a trembling voice, trying to get rid of Qin Haitian's hand, but found that he was holding her hand very tightly and forcefully, but Qin Haitian would not listen to Chu Yimo. Chu Yimo came here in a huff after 3 days, which actually showed her feelings. She fell in love with him. If Qin Haitian let go of his hand, Chu Yimo would definitely feel disappointed. Qin Haitian pulled Chu Yimo to the bedside, let her sit on his lap, and put his arms around her fragrant body. I haven't seen you for 3 days. Do you miss me? Qin Haitian turned sideways and looked at Chu Yimo. Chu Yimo's eyelashes fluttered and her cheeks were tinged with a crimson glow that even the veil couldn't hide. I'm not thinking about you, a bad guy. Chu Yimo blushed and snorted. The next moment, Qin Haitian nimbly took off the veil on Chu Yimo's face. The latter screamed and tried to cover her face with her hands, but her hands were caught by Qin Haitian. You, Chu Yimo said in a trembling voice, no. It's a pity to cover such a beautiful face with a veil. Qin Haitian praised. You are so rude, how can you take off my veil? Chu Yimo said angrily. The next moment, Qin Haitian kissed Chu Yimo's pink lips. Suddenly, Chu Yimo's body trembled, and she wanted to push Qin Haitian away, but found that she couldn't. She didn't know whether her strength was drained away by his kiss, or whether Qin Haitian was holding her too tightly. You, bad guy. As soon as she opened her mouth, Qin Haitian rushed in. Buzz. Chu Yimo felt as if her soul had flown into the sky. She was in a daze and had no idea where she was. She subconsciously hugged Qin Haitian's broad arms. At first, she was very unfamiliar, but as time went on, under Qin Haitian's guidance, she began to respond. All of this seems to be a natural progression. After a long time, Chu Yimo thought of something and suddenly broke away from Qin Haitian's kiss. She wanted to get up and escape from Qin Haitian's arms, but she was so weak that she couldn't stand firmly and almost fell down. Qin Haitian caught her and held her in his arms again. You, how could you do this? Chu Yimo's eyes were filled with tears. I am no longer clean. Chapter 150 Chu Yimo returns home. Why, are you crying again? Qin Haitian looked at Chu Yimo, who had tears in her eyes, and said in a gentle voice, does being my woman make you feel wronged? You didn't even ask me whether I agreed or not. Chu Yimo said angrily. Do you agree? Qin Haitian chuckled. Chu Yimo wanted to say that she disagreed, but when the words came to her lips, she was a little confused, because she found that she couldn't say the words, disagree. See, you still agree. Qin Haitian said softly. Be good, I will love you well. As he spoke, he kissed her eyelids, kissing away the tears there. Chu Yimo's body trembled, and she blushed and said, Itchy, no more. Have you made up your mind now? Qin Haitian looked at Chu Yimo affectionately. Will you abandon me in the end? Chu Yimo grabbed Qin Haitian's clothes and asked nervously. How could that be? You're so pretty and cute. Chin Haitian kissed her red lips and said affectionately, I can never love you enough for the rest of my life. I want to be with you forever. So you like me and want to be with me. Chin Haitian spoke sweet words one after another without stopping. Chu Yimo was completely lost, and whispered, I always miss you when I am alone these few days, but since you like me, why don't you come to me? And let me come to you. Because I thought you were angry and wanted you to calm down. Chin Haitian sighed, besides, how do you know I don't miss you? HMPH, you're a liar. You said you missed me, but why didn't I see you come to see me? Chu Yimo said, muttering. First, I don't know which room you live in. Second, I'm worried that you are still angry and want to calm you down, Chin Haitian said with emotion. They are all excuses. Chu Yimo felt much better after hearing Chin Haitian's explanation. Let me show you whether this is an excuse or not. Chin Haitian turned over the paper covering the table while speaking. What is this? Chu Yimo looked at the contents on the paper with curiosity. It's a poem. Red beans grow in the south, and they sprout in spring. I hope you can pick more of them, as they are the most nostalgic thing. This was written by you. Chu Yimo looked at Chin Haitian tenderly, with amazement in her eyes. This poem is already so beautiful. If it wasn't written by me, who else could it be? Chin Haitian rubbed his nose on Chu Yimo's smooth and tender cheek and chuckled. I didn't expect that the poems you write are so good. Chu Yimo was at the age of love and liked the romantic stories about talented men and beautiful women. Chin Haitian's painting had already surprised her before, and now it was even more of a surprise. Of course, don't you see whose man I am? Chin Haitian kissed her on the face. I don't know if it's because I've been alone for too long, but when I see a cute and beautiful girl like Chu Yimo, I want to be intimate with her. Hey, I'm not a scumbag. I just want to give a gentle home to the beautiful girls I meet. Maybe this home is big, but I try my best to make every girl happy. What a shame, Chu Yimo said coquettishly. But as soon as she finished speaking, Chin Haitian kissed her again. Although Chu Yimo was still very shy, she was much more proactive than before.